Just letting everyone know if my audio doesn't work, I'm just gonna quit. I'm just gonna quit for today. I couldn't find any particular fix. I tried a bunch of different things. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't work and it just keeps cutting out, I'm just gonna get off for today and not stream because like it's just really frustrating to deal with. I really don't like dealing with stuff like this, especially on the live because people are incredibly insensitive in the comment section about it. Incredibly insensitive about it. It's really annoying to deal with. I need to like give myself a break in those circumstances. We're gonna start getting people up here in a minute. Give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've put here on the TikTok stream. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Do give it a minute for people to join up. It will take a second for people to join back. It will take a second. Give us a minute, everyone. All right. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36, Parker, how are you?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Just go ahead and go over the question I just asked you, but that's cool. Yeah, I do and did support Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Well, number one, I think that he did a great job with the liquefied natural gas plants and the deregulation he did when he was in office the first time. He ran on it the second time, so I think I should have voted for him again, and I think he's done a great job.
Okay. Liquefied natural gas, and then what was the second point? Sorry.
Deregulation of the liquefied natural gas permitting process.
Okay, so what specific deregulation would you support?
Well, I would say any of them. I mean, he was also looking at getting rid of OSHA. OSHA's been a problem for decades.
Okay. Are you driving?
Of course not, Parker.
Okay, just making sure because it sounds like you are. You said all of them. That's not a specific regulation that you'd like to get rid of. So would you like to clarify which regulation?
We could get rid of all of OSHA. What do you think about that?
Do you think that's going to lead to better health and safety practices?
Absolutely. Look at California.
Again, if we want to look at the regulations, they've created better health and safety regulations. You're just saying you don't care about health and safety regulations, probably because you want to profit off of it, which I think is bad because it leads to overall less social welfare, like and social benefit.
Uh-huh. Instead of assuming, why don't you ask clarifying questions instead of making assumptions?
Tell me how my assumption was incorrect there.
You are incorrect. I am not looking to take away all regulations when it comes to occupational health. I am talking about getting rid of the Occupational Health and Safety Administration at a federal level.
Okay. So then you want it to be left up to the state. So then why don't you make that claim instead of just like saying you just want to get rid of OSHA? Do you realize, of course, if you just say I want to get rid of OSHA, that's all I've heard and I'm going to go based upon that. I'm not going to like infinitely ask you clarifying questions.
Well, if you don't understand, then you can ask for
I did.
clarifying
I thought I did understand. You can tell me that I didn't understand and you can clarify, but that is what you said and I was responding to what you said. I'm not going to infinitely ask you clarifying questions. Okay.
Sure.
At some point, I'm going to come up with what I specifically think you're saying, and you can clarify if I was wrong. Is that fair?
Obviously.
Okay, so tell me what specific aspects of OSHA you would like to get rid of, and which aspects you'd like to keep.
I'm not sure if I was clear. I will say again that we should completely dismantle and remove all federal regulations when it comes to the Occupational Health and Safety Administration.
Okay, so then what would you like to replace it with?
There's construction ahead.
Okay, you are driving.
Oh, shit!
I don't understand why everyone just doesn't act like I have boundaries or doesn't give a shit about me as a person. Like, I seriously, like, stop lying. Stop doing that. It's so frustrating to deal with people every single day that come up on my live stream that consistently lie over and over again. It's impossible to trust people when I just deal with people lying all the time. You know, what's up, how
Hello?
old are you?
I'm 19,
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
September 23rd.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who are you going to vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Why so?
I don't even really like Trump that much. It's just like, I just think Kamala Harris really didn't do a lot for our
Kamala.
country.
Okay. Can you tell me one thing that JD Vance has done for our country as vice president?
JD Vance,
Yeah, as vice president.
I think he's really just been like a really good helping partner for Trump. He hasn't done like a lot of accomplishments himself though.
Are you actually old enough to be on the live?
Yeah.
Can you stop lying to me?
What?
Okay. I'm just going to kick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
What's your birth year?
97.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I feel like because the other party just cries about everything.
Okay. How so?
Like, have you had a real job before?
Yeah. This is my real job.
Yeah. This is your real job.
Can you define what a real job is?
I mean, like one that you couldn't have had before TikTok, probably.
No, that's not what a definition of a real job is. Could you tell me what a real job is?
I'm giving you my definition of a real job.
No, you just excluded one thing. You didn't tell me what a definition was.
I gave you my definition. Do you not understand that?
That's not a definition. Excluding one thing is not a definition, bro. Come on, provide me a definition.
Do what?
Provide me a definition. You just excluded one thing.
I just gave you a definition. My definition is a definition. Do you not understand that?
Why are you crying about that right now instead of just providing me a definition?
I just did. I gave you my definition of it.
You didn't.
How are you confused?
All you said was
how are you
not
confused about that?
All you said was something prior to TikTok. That's all you said, dude. That's it.
Yeah, that was my example to you,
that's
of what I think a real
no,
job
I didn't
would be.
I didn't ask for an example. I asked you for a definition. Do you know the
That's
difference
my definition.
Do you know the difference between an example and a definition?
Is that what your goal is here, to figure out if I know definitions of things?
Well, I just want, yeah, because you said that I don't have a real job.
You don't.
Have you ever had a real job?
With your little headphones in, and you do nothing to help with the community. You don't.
This is helping with the community.
Contribute to anything. No, this is not helping. Crying about Trump all the time is not helping. Come on.
It's increasing education, getting people involved in politics.
I think it's
getting people to critically think more.
Do you think you know what you're talking about? Why don't you run for president?
I'm not old enough, and I don't want to run for president.
Exactly. So why should anyone listen to you?
How old are you?
Are you fucking retarded? I already told you.
You just used a slur. I was trying to get you to realize. I'm trying to kick
Why
you out,
did you just ask how old I was?
Shut the fuck up. You just used the R slur. Get the fuck off my stream. I couldn't kick him off because it was putting up a hand heart, and I literally couldn't kick him. Don't use the fucking R slur. That's disgusting. CK, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. I was asking him how old he was, not because I didn't remember, but because it is the case that he is not 35 yet, and he can't even run. So then why should people listen to him? Wow, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
How old are you? 18? What's your birthday?
07.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Me.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. That set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. How old are you? That set of criteria listed on this. Jeez, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
If what's your birth year?
06. Oh, wait, I'm 19. 06.
I'm sorry. This is what I mean. I have no trust for anyone at this point. Zero trust. I have zero trust, dude. I'm like, it's so bad. It's because people come on my live and they lie all the time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
What's your birth year? What's your birth year?
07?
Okay. You said you're 20?
Yeah. No, I'm 18. I'm 18, dog.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Is there a way you could turn off the background noise?
No, that's my kid in the background. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't keep you up on the live just because it could be copyright. Do apologize. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I was liking the live.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
35.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Oh man, it looks like I got some bars. I'm 35. Trump.
Why so?
Can I start with a bit of an agreement with you? Because I agree that, it's hard to trust anything nowadays. There's a lot of distorted statistics, and so I want to start with a bit of agreement.
How about you start with why you support Donald Trump?
Man, and I can see the...
Yeah, there's a bunch of lag. We're going to go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support Donald Trump or Kamala. I wanted to ask you.
Okay. Hey, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You a bitch.
How
Fuck
old are
you,
you?
nigga. You a bitch, nigga. Fuck you.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 25.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would eat that ass.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
28.
Yeah. If you, what's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
1998.
What month?
October.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Why so?
I just like, I like world peace, and I don't like, there were way more wars under, Democratic Party when they were president.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Well, it's a fact, but
You just said it's a fact. Based upon what?
based on a statistic.
Yeah, I'm asking you to tell me the statistic or to tell me what specific wars.
Well, that's what are you talking about? I mean, there's obviously more wars under Kamala and Biden. Like, that's
Kamala.
just obvious. What?
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala.
So can you,
Well,
can you
what
tell
do
me
you think
what those
that? What
wars
do you
are?
think that Biden? What?
Can you tell me what those wars are?
Are you kidding me?
Can you tell me what those wars are?
During Biden, like, there's way more problems with like the leader of China and like Ukraine. Like when Trump was in office, none of that was going on.
Okay. So you said that there's more leaders like China. You understand right now what's happening with Russia, right? And what happened with China. Both Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping were apparently, quote unquote, conspiring behind the United States back, according to Trump.
But they never did anything, so that doesn't really matter.
So then explain to me what's different about the administrations. You're not telling me like what specifically would happen differently if Trump were in office comparative to the Harris administration. Because I can point to plenty of things that specifically would lead to more war that Trump engaged in that wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Well, it's obvious because there were more wars. You can say that like he conspiracy, like you can say that there were people like saying that, but it never actually happened. So you can't just like, you know what I'm saying? Like you said that. What were you even saying?
What wars happened under the Biden-Harris administration?
I already told you. Hello?
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Obviously, bro.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. What month?
August 13th.
For sure. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I just think he's doing a lot better for immigration than anyone can do.
Okay. How's he doing better for immigration?
Because he's taking out the hola como estas.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Used to.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 14, but I only got one.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Ohio.
What time is it?
Currently it is 7:05.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2003.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Yeah, I'd vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I just agree on his immigration laws. I agree on his stance with abortion.
What state do you live in?
Jersey.
What time is it?
It's 1:06.
Okay. Could you name 3 cities in Jersey?
Yeah, Short Hills, Milburn, Randolph.
For sure. I thought you sounded British. So why do you support Donald Trump?
No, I am English. I'm English, but I have a U.S. citizenship, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, like I was saying, I agree with his abortion stance. I agree with his stance on immigration.
Okay. What about immigration?
Yeah, I think we do need to tighten the border. I've heard your stance on it. You believe that we should give a pathway to citizenship. I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it should be that easy. Given that, in my opinion, this is the greatest country in the world, I think there should be an extensive background check. Just as I went through, just as multiple other people that have gotten those citizenships have gone through, I don't think you should necessarily skip the line and then be able to get a pathway after that. We've broken the rules, so I think you should be able to restart and then go through that way. I think it causes a plethora of complications that really aren't needed. We already deal with so much as a country, and I think that's just something that we can, mitigate on.
Okay, so for people who are coming to the country, what would be wrong or what would be a detriment to our society by providing a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes?
Well, that's the thing. You see, you keep bringing that up. I mean, even that, like being able to sift through who hasn't committed a violent crime or not. I mean, a crime is crime, right? I think when you're looking at it in that lens of giving someone a citizenship, I think that's how you should view it. They've already broken a law, so they should just, go through it the correct manner. I don't think they should be punished for what they've done already. I think even giving them that sort of leisure room to go back and get that citizenship even after they've broken the law is more than enough.
I don't think they should have to leave the country. Now, if you say breaking the law, what do you think is a bigger issue? Committing a misdemeanor or committing a felony?
Right. Well, you see, when we're thinking about immigration, I don't think that's not necessary to really compare and contrast the two. I don't think that's a necessary argument to have.
What's typically worse, a felony or a misdemeanor?
Obviously, a felony is, but okay. Like I'm saying.
So then, here'd be my question.
Argument.
Here'd be my question. Why would someone have to leave the country under the context of them having come to the country undocumented, but you would still support someone like Donald Trump, who's a convicted criminal?
You see, well, first off, it's setting a precedent, right? You are setting the law down, and you're making the rule very clear. Now, if you bend the law or maybe a certain group of people that have already broken the law that just, it's kind of backwards on the whole law that's already set in itself. This is something that I think the country should hone in on and make it a very black and white ruling, and whoever's broken the law should temporarily maybe remove themselves from the country whilst they're going through the process, or if they can get it done whilst they're in the country, I mean, so be it. But I don't see that happening. I don't see why we should use our resources to even get them to get to the offices, or get them the resources to be able to get that citizenship. That's just unfair. That's us, helping them get that citizenship after they've already broken the law, if that makes sense. Where we have other people who are going through it legally to get their citizenship.
Yeah, and I would like to incentivize more people to go through the legal process by making the process quicker. But
Well,
that
not
doesn't mean that I
necessarily. You're not
believe that
incentivizing
undocumented
them.
immigrants should have to leave the country.
You're not incentivizing them. You're saying, yeah, you've broken the law, so stay here. Let me accommodate you, and we'll
Yeah, that's
help you
fine.
get your.
The law was not justified.
That's not fine. Yeah, that's not fine. I mean, I
Well,
really do think
you
the
were okay
left.
with Donald Trump doing that with January 6 violent rioters who beat police officers.
Yeah, but you were also okay with that when the BLM riots were going on. And
No, I
whatever
don't think
state
any
that.
person who engaged in any riot specifically should be like pardoned or anything, right? And what you're talking about is mostly peaceful protests, right? The idea that it's categorized as
I was
riots
speaking
is
about
insane.
I was speaking about the incident. I forget what state it was in, but the gas station incident.
Well, if there was any violence, I would disagree with any violence, right? In that specifically,
Okay,
in that
good. So
context,
then we
right?
agree.
There were Democrats not pardoning them. They were not pardoning people who have committed violence. So explain to me how it's something that you overlook in terms of Donald Trump, in terms of him pardoning violent
Why are
rioters
you
who
why
beat
are you
police
bringing
officers.
up
Can I
Donald?
please
We're
finish?
speaking on the context of immigrants.
Am I
Why are
able
we
to
talking about
finish?
Donald Trump?
I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what
you're
you're
bringing up
saying
Donald
currently.
Trump. Yeah, because you're not listening. Why are you bringing up
Because you
Donald
are
Trump
cutting
if
me
we're
off
talking
in the
about
middle of my
immigrants?
sentence.
Right, because you're bringing up something that's not in relevance to our conversation. You're bringing up Donald
It
Trump,
was in
which has
total
nothing to do with.
relevance.
Yeah, well, no, it's to curate your argument, which I think is already in bad faith when we're bringing up Donald Trump and we're speaking in regards to immigrants. I don't think
I'm sorry,
that's
we're
we're not.
talking about why you support Trump, and you're telling me that Trump isn't relevant to that conversation? Explain to me how.
We're speaking
Explain
about
to me how.
immigration. Are you
Yeah, and
okay
what
in
did you
that?
say about immigration? You said
That we
specifically
should
what?
they should come into the country through the legal process that we have currently.
So again, I'm saying the same type of standards that you apply onto undocumented immigrants should be the same type of standards that you apply to the president of the United States, and you don't do so. You were specifically saying, "Oh, how could we just be like, okay, you're saying we were being accommodating to undocumented immigrants who have broke the law, but
Yeah.
Donald Trump's being accommodating to people who assaulted police officers on January 6th who are literally engaging in insurrection at the Capitol."
Okay, I mean, why you don't really have to correlate those two sort of things. I mean, because I could use multiple examples of where the Democratic Party has maybe have done the same thing. We would really get nowhere with that sort of argumentation. And the left really, it's just always like if I were to point to something, you just be like, okay, well, I don't agree with that certain sense. I just think the left and their ideologies, it's evil. I really do think it is. I think it's, and if you really get to the bottom root of it, when you speak about this whole transgender movement or the whole like LGBTQ movement,
What type of pivot was that?
abortion.
What type of pivot was this? We
It's
were
not a
just
pivot.
talking
It's
about
just
crimes and how you guys overlook crimes when it relates to Donald Trump, and you accommodate crimes in terms of Trump. You're okay with Donald Trump doing that, but for some reason it's such an issue specifically to
I never
accommodate
said that. I've
undocumented immigrants
mentioned
who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I have no issue with accommodating undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think the legal process should go quicker for undocumented immigrants. It should go quicker for people going
how
through the
should
legal
it go? What do
process.
you mean it should go quicker, bro? I mean that's why I'm
The
having
legal
an
process
issue.
should not take so long. There are artificial barriers put in place by Republicans and by people on the right to limit people from being able to come into the country.
Okay, and what are those barriers?
Yeah, for example, like there are plenty of different things like civics tests that people have to take. There are time periods that people have to go through. They have to pay lots of money. The fact that it takes
What
5
do
to
you mean
7 years
time
on
periods?
average and it costs upwards of $10,000, it is the case that it's way too much.
What do you mean time periods? What do you mean by that? What time period? I haven't heard of that.
The average time period for people to get into the country is
No,
5
no,
to
you
7
said
years.
that you said the Republican Party has put in these blockades, including time periods.
Yes.
What mandate have they put in place? Like, what time period does someone applying for citizenship have to follow? I
just told you multiple times. The average.
That's an average. That's not like the that's not like an actual law. That's not like, oh, you have to wait 2-3 years before you get your citizenship. It's not an intentional.
So you want me to mention every single part of the process that makes it
No,
take
you said
5 to 7 years on average?
You said, okay, hold on. You said the Republican Party has created these like quote unquote laws.
And I gave you
blocking
examples.
out. Okay, no, you haven't. You just said
I did.
On average. You said on average it takes. Oh,
That was
yeah,
what I
mean,
said after I gave you examples. Did you listen to me at all?
What example? What example are you giving? Sorry.
So, for example, a civics test. That is a specific example for something that Republicans have advocated for, that people have to go through in order to be able to be in the country. I think the process that people should have to go through are specifically literally just health screenings, right, in order to provide people vaccines, things that they need, and also a background check. That's it. And the current process takes so long because we do not have enough
you don't think they
immigration
have to know
judges.
anything about the country that they're entering?
Can I keep going, or are you going to keep cutting me off halfway through my sentences?
You can calm down, but you can also continue as well.
I'm completely calm.
I don't think so, but go on.
How am I not calm? I'm literally just telling you to stop interrupting me.
Yeah, no, that's all right. You can just go on.
Okay. So, again, what was the claim that I was just making? Can you remind me?
You were speaking about how the Republican Party has advocated for civics testing. You don't think that's necessary for some odd reason?
Why is it necessary?
Well, I think whoever's applying to come into a country should know everything about the country before.
Okay, well then I'll ask you a few questions. Can you tell me how many branches of government are there?
There are 3 branches.
What are they?
Legislative, judicial, and executive.
What are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
The 2 main aspects, it's Congress and is it to pass laws and to.
What 2 main aspects? Congress. What are the 2 main aspects of Congress?
Is that even on the civics test? The Congress.
Yes.
I'm blanking on it at the moment. Can't remember.
You should have to know everything before you're allowed into the country.
No. I mean, if you're to take a test, usually, as long as you understand the general basis of the test, that's pretty much like that's the main takeaway from it, if that makes sense.
How many people are in the Senate?
12. Oh, sorry,
No.
50. Sorry, sorry. Is it 50? 52? 50? Somewhere around that ball.
Nope.
Well, I don't remember.
Okay. How many people are in the House of Representatives?
12.
Nope. So 100 and 435. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, I can keep going. I can keep asking you questions. What are the 5 freedoms granted to you through the context of the First Amendment?
5 freedoms granted to you.
I'll ask you for 2 of the 5. Sorry, I feel like 5 is too much.
Freedom of speech.
Okay, that's 1.
Freedom of press or something. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll give you those. Any other one you want to provide? Oh, one more.
I mean, you asked for 2, but yeah, you asked for 2. I gave the 2. I mean, but like I said, going back to my point, as long as you understand the general basis of it, I think that's what matters. Like, I took this test, about
the general
10,
basis of it? I mean, I asked you a few things. You didn't know how many people were in the House of Reps. You didn't know how many people were in the House
of... Yeah, because I forgot.
Or in the Senate. You didn't know the Senate and the House of Reps were literally the 2 main aspects of Congress. So, I mean, I don't think this is necessary for you to be able to legally immigrate to the country. I have no issue with that.
I mean...
Do you see my point? Do you see my point that asking those questions are super irrelevant?
No, I don't. Let me explain. Can I just explain? So, when I took this test 10, 15 years ago, I mean, I think it was good to know, because when I went to university here, it did help me as well. I mean, I think it is. I think it is. It's just basic knowledge that you should know about, the country and your surroundings that you're in. I think
you don't need to know that. The thing is, so you're saying it could be helpful.
You don't need to know that. So you're saying some.
But you don't need to know it.
Why would you not need to know that? Why would you not need to know how your country
You didn't need to know it. You don't know it. You don't know it. It's fine, right? Most Americans couldn't pass a civics test.
I did know it. I passed the test.
Listen. Most Americans would not pass the civics test.
Right. Well, because but there's no. Hold on. They're meant to learn it throughout their education through K through 12. That's the time period that they're supposed to learn it.
Well, they clearly didn't. So.
What do you mean they clearly didn't? You're just making up assumptions. Look, you see, I think that's just a laughable take, to be honest. I think you should know the country and how it operates. And yeah, maybe it's not necessary to remember it for 20 years down the line, but as long as at some point you understand the general basis of it, I think that should be fine. Now, if you're saying that the civics test should be modified in some certain way just to get those basic points down for any citizens that's coming, that's completely fine. Modify the test a little bit. Maybe the extraneous, what's the word I'm looking for? Micro questions aren't really necessary, but the basics, yeah, of course you should know. Of course you should know those things. Now, I don't remember content that I studied 10, 15 years ago, but at the time, clearly I did, and I passed it. Just like I'm sure whatever degree that you studied, you wouldn't remember every single thing about what you studied, in sixth grade or, in college or, whatever the case may be.
Okay, so then the point is that you don't need it for your daily life. It's not necessary information.
Right.
Now, could you say that it could be? Can I please finish? So you could say that it could be.
Keep missing. Okay.
I'm gonna just mute you. You could say that it could be helpful information that people might be. It might be useful for them, right? In plenty of context, but that doesn't mean that they need to have it in order to be able to legally enter the country. If we're talking about people legally entering the country, it should not be a forced element of the process. I also think that there should be more investments for immigration judges and for the court process to allow for the process to go significantly quicker, because the current process, again, takes too long because of those different types of things that Republicans have put in office, specifically to reduce the amount of people that are a part of the process to make it take even longer.
Okay, so I don't think it's needed to just come into the country. You don't need to know that information to get a visa. It's needed to get a citizenship, but not needed to come into the country. So
it's not needed to be a citizen. Sorry, let me clarify. It's not needed to be a citizen.
Right, yeah, good. That's what I meant. So, you said it's needed to come into the country, that's not true.
I, again, have stated multiple times it's not needed to become a citizen. Do you agree with me? It's not needed to be a citizen, to become a citizen.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Do you agree with me? It's not needed to become a citizen.
I do. I know. I agree that there are certain contents that are needed. Yeah, to become a citizen. Yes, 100%. That's my point.
So again, what is needed? What certain things are needed?
Just the basics, the basic information about how the country was found, how it operates,
such as
the legal system, all that. Well, we've already. I don't want to go through what the civics test should keep in and should take out. I'm not in a position to do that. But like I said in the beginning, just so we can move on to another point, if it should be modified, then it should be modified. If that's your point, if you think there are contents in it that aren't really necessary, then make a new edition. That's why new editions of exams.
There doesn't need to be a civics test in general. There's no need for it in general. I don't want a civics test.
So you're saying someone should just I just think that's absurd.
It's not.
I've never actually heard anyone say this point. So okay, so you're saying someone should walk into a house that you should so would you buy a house that you've never seen before in your life? You know absolutely nothing about the house. You don't know how many rooms?
No.
I'm using an example. You're looking to buy a house, the house that you're prospecting to buy or live in. You don't know anything about the house. You don't know how many rooms are in the house. You don't know the context of the contents of the house, the metrics of the house. I think that's absurd that you think someone should just be able to walk into a place and know nothing about where they're going to be staying.
Should it be
I think
legal
it's
for
bad.
someone to buy a house if they don't know what the house looks like or if they don't know anything about the house? Should that be legal?
Sure, it should be legal, but that's not my point. I think you missed my
Okay,
point.
we're talking
My
about the
point is you
legal
should know
process
the
of someone coming
content.
into the country. Someone does not need to know
Right.
anything about how our government operates or anything like that in order to become a citizen, right?
But
There are
that's
plenty
not
of
what's
citizens that.
only on the
Can I please
citizens.
finish? Can I please finish? All right, I'm gonna start muting you every single time. Like it's ridiculous at this point, right? Because I literally forget what I have to say. You go ahead and go say what you were gonna say because I just forgot.
Well, because I think you're just trying rubbish at this point. I think you should know there are basic or general knowledge questions. I should say it like that. There should be general knowledge questions about our government and whatever the case may be that a citizen should know. Now, I agree that they shouldn't know the nitty gritty of the content that they're studying, but they should have. You should be able to pass a general knowledge set. Every single, I mean, that's like a basic standardized testing ideology that you should know the general information of the content or whatever it is that you're going after. To say that we should completely remove that, I think that's absurd. I think that's a mad take. Now, again, if your point may be in the future, I think it should be the test should be modified, which I would 100% agree with. Modify it, maybe make it a lot more condensed, and then move on from there. To say that it should be completely extradited is that's absurd. I think that's I'm sure take we agree on that. Like I think that's a fair point. I agree that it should be condensed. There are contents that I believe aren't necessary, but as long as the main takeaway is being digested from whoever's studying the content, is all that matters.
Most citizens do not know this information. So I actually would say that it's not useful for there to be any type of process that someone has to go through in order to become a citizen, right? In terms of civics tests. Again, I've said this and I've
okay. So are you saying?
Wow,
sorry,
I do
sorry
have
to
to
cut
mute
you
you
off.
I do have to mute you every single time I speak.
I have to because you go on these rants and I forget. I
go on these rants. You just
So do you
spoke for
think
like
you
3
should-
times longer than I did.
because you're going in circles. Because so do you
No,
think
I'm
the
not.
history department? Do you think the history department for people in middle school or high school should be taken away? Do you think the citizens that are born in this country, do you think that they shouldn't have to learn about history of their country? Is that basically what you're advocating for?
I'm saying that this can be helpful or useful, but it should not be necessary in order for someone to become a citizen.
So you think it should be an elective, not a
I think it's
like
okay
not-
in the context of the K through 12 public system because it's an elective to go through the system. You can go homeschool.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, you can choose to go homeschool, so it's elective.
Yeah, but whatever the case may be, let's keep homeschooling out of the picture here. I'm saying people that go through the
What? You
public.
can't just keep that out of the picture. I'm just indicating that it's elective based upon that means. Therefore, it is the case that you could say to some degree that like it meets that standard. So yeah, I'm okay with it being in the context of school systems.
So you're okay with citizens having to learn that information?
Yeah, that being an option, absolutely.
So why should people applying to get that citizenship not have to know that information?
Because it's not necessary to become a citizen, but it is something important that someone could learn, right, within the context of an education system.
I'm so confused. So you think citizens should have to learn the information, but someone that is applying
I
to
said
become
I
that
have an
citizen-
option. I said I have an option.
So you think citizens should have an option whether or not they should take a civics test or know information about?
So you understand that like the idea of civics is going to be in place in the context of our history courses already. So it's an
But
element
that's
of
my
history
point.
courses. Well, what's your point though?
That is my point. My point is it's an element in history classes. So you're saying that a civics test is not necessary for someone that's applying for citizenship to take. So do you think?
Yes.
And,
So then are you saying that they'll have to take an English course? Are you saying that they're going to have to take specifically all the different courses K through 12?
Well, yeah, there are. I'm pretty sure you do have to. You mean what do you mean by that?
No, I don't think you should have to do any of those things. You should not have to take any of those courses. Do you think they should have to take mathematics exams, like we do in the
No,
context of K through 12?
but that's
so
not-
why
that's
are you
not
why
my
are you
point.
conflating? Why are you
Oh, my
conflating?
days.
Let me please finish. Why are you conflating specifically what people learn through K through 12 to be what people have to learn coming through the country?
If you
The
think
legal
that's what my
process.
point is, then you've completely missed my point. If you think that's what my
Then
point, do you
clarify.
seriously think that's my point? My point is, you said I was critiquing your point. my point was, you said that citizens that are in this country don't really know that information. That's just maybe up to, whoever is teaching them, or just the person who's interpreting that information, not studying the material that well. You're saying that my point basically is that if a citizen is mandated to learn that type of information, specifically just history, which I think you should know, that's why it's in our, or in, American citizens curriculum, why shouldn't an immigrant have to also know that basic information that is taught?
Well, I think that's a ridiculous way of specifically looking at education, because people don't have to learn mathematics to that degree. People don't have to learn biology to that degree. People don't have to learn any of the other elements, right, specifically of the context of our K through 12 public education system, right, in order to be able to get into the country through the context of citizenship. So obviously I'm going to view it differently than what we specifically have with citizenship, as we wouldn't have them take the entirety of sets of courses.
So okay, so let me ask you this then. Maybe you just, I mean, you've made me confuse my point, but I think my point was very, very clear. But so what do you think, as someone that's applying for a U.S. citizenship, what do you think they should do? Just keep it concise for me if you can.
Yeah, I've already said this. I think it should specifically be health screenings to help people get access to vaccines if they don't have access to them already, and then also specifically what's it called, a background check, and that's all I believe that there needs to be.
So just make sure that they're healthy and they haven't committed any crimes. Practically, that's it. And so they shouldn't know anything about the country at all. You don't think that should be like a prerequisite?
What's up?
You don't think it has to be a prerequisite to know anything about the country or go through any type of testing in that regard?
Nope.
Okay, well, I think that's a mad take, but I guess we'll agree to disagree.
How is it a bad take?
I said it's a mad take, but because I think that's something that citizens, as citizens, that's something that, as a natural born citizen, that's something that's an education that you receive. So I think someone that's for citizenship, that's also, that's something that you should also.
He's actually just going to make the same point. What was my response to that point?
Right, but you're speaking about K-12 and multiple different classes in a general point. I'm just trying to hone in specifically on this point.
So if you're saying K through 12 is the reason why they need to learn civics, because civics is within K through 12, then why don't you say that about all the other classes K through 12? Why is it just civics?
Mate, because I'm not because that's not what you have to. You don't have to go through a mathematics test for a citizenship.
Exactly.
So
exactly my point.
What do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly? That's not your point, mate.
That's my point.
What do you mean exactly? So then that point makes no sense. That's not what I'm
exactly. We don't use math tests, right? So it is the case that we shouldn't use a civics test.
No, what? That's not my point.
That's actually exactly what your point was. Your point was K through 12 has this, therefore we should also have it in the context of our immigration processes. And I'm saying that's a ridiculous point because we do not apply it to other classes.
No. But my point is because the reason why we should learn about civics is because it is what the country is founded on. It is that's how we operate. That's how our legal system works. Getting a basic understanding of that is what is needed. It is already inferred that you've maybe learned mathematics or whatever the case may be in other countries, and that I don't think is really necessary to realm about the country that you're in. If someone were to get into legal trouble, they can easily argue, "Oh, well, I had no clue about this. I'm just a citizen holder from a different country." Does that make sense? Like they can just argue, "Oh, I've just never learned this. Blah blah blah. Like I have no understanding of this going on." So how would you uphold, I guess, legal cases if that were to occur?
Repeat your question. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Let's say someone were to get, so if a civics, or let's say a citizenship is based on the two criteria that you named, a background check and making sure the person's healthy, and then they were to in the future get into a legal kerfuffle, and they turn around and they say, "Hey, like I never really learned about this. I didn't know that I had to abide by these certain laws or whatever the case may be, because I never learned about it, how do you think a court should approach it then?
How do I think?
Because the reason why we have a civics test, I believe, is
them not understand. Are you saying because they don't understand what the law is, it is the case that they shouldn't specifically be held accountable for the law? Okay, so then you can have prescriptions for people to have access to the connotation of the law, but there shouldn't be a specific test that they'd have to engage in, and if they don't specifically pass, that they should then be not allowed in the context of the citizenship. Because not every citizen knows every single law as well. There are plenty of laws specifically that exist in terms of citizens that they don't understand as well, and if they were to claim that they didn't know specifically, it still wouldn't be the case that we wouldn't hold them accountable, right?
Right. I mean, I think you're dismissing my point. I don't think. I mean, whatever. I guess.
Then you can clarify. You said not to assume things, so just go ahead and clarify.
No, I think it was pretty clear. Like, I mean, I think the premise of the civics test is just to understand the lay of the land and the rule of the law. Yeah, and I think that if you think we should completely extradite that, and someone were to get into legal trouble in the future, and they were to get in trouble with the law, they can easily turn around and say they have no, knowledge about that said law.
Okay, so how is that a response to anything I just said? Because I literally just addressed that.
Right, because I think that's the reason for the civics test, and you're saying
no, it's
I didn't really understand. What do you mean by that? No,
it's not a reason for a civics test.
It's not a reason? You don't think that's a reason for the civics test?
It'd be a reason to provide educational resources on how the law operates, but not specifically to test people, to say that if people do not pass this test, right, that they specifically will not be allowed into the country. You can provide resources for people, given that they're coming to the country, provided by the state. Be like, oh, here's extra information if you want to look through it.
And who's actually going to look through that? Be serious here.
Wait, I'm sorry. So you saying that people decided not to look through it? Well, then that's going to be based upon their own choices, right? That's their determination. You're cutting out.
I mailed you a 500-page manual on how you're going to sit through that and read that on your own. You're frozen on my screen.
Well, I think that when you're going into certain areas, you have to look at the different types of laws that could prohibit you from engaging in particular actions, and that would be important to look at. And that ignorance of a law doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to be held accountable for that law. There are plenty of people that don't know that certain things are illegal in the United States yet are held accountable.
Right. Well, because they're citizens, so it's already inferred that they know.
No, it's not.
Sweet. Was that your girlfriend just doing something?
What
do you mean it's not inferred?
It's not inferred that they know.
It is. As a citizen, of course it is inferred that you know. That's what do you mean by that?
Say that again.
What do you mean as a citizen it's not inferred that we are it's not inferred that we should abide by the law if we have knowledge of the law?
Not everyone in the United States knows this. There are people that can claim that who are U.S. citizens.
Right, but if they still break the law,
I would love for you to respond. I would love for you to respond to that specific point.
No, well, that point that you just made earlier, that rant that you just went on, my service cut out there, so I actually didn't hear it. It was sped up, so I couldn't actually hear what you were saying. To that point, if you'd like to repeat it, or if you just want to move on, I'm not making that up. You actually just sped up there, so I didn't hear a single thing that you made up to that follow-up point. But if you'd like to move on, that's fine. But if you want to repeat it as well, that's also fine.
Do you think that the civics test goes through every single thing in the context of our law?
No, but I think it does cover a general basis of it.
Okay. So if someone were not to know a specific law, would them claiming ignorance about that law mean that they shouldn't be held accountable?
Regarding a specific law, no, I don't think so. But like I said, I think it.
So then why are you applying this standard to me, but you're not willing to apply it to yourself when the same conditions are true?
Well, because you're speaking about a specific law. I'm speaking in general, right? I'm just speaking on a general sense.
What? If the civics test doesn't have that in it anyway, how is it a critique to my perspective?
Okay. Well, then maybe that's a fault in my argument. I think the point that I made was pretty clear. Maybe, my vocab, or I'm verbalizing it in a way that someone else maybe could to help you understand. So I guess we'll just have to move on. I don't know how else to explain my point to you, really, but I think it's pretty clear. You're saying that we should extradite the civics test, which I think covers some contents of how legal
Tell me, what's
mechanisms work in this
necessary within
country.
the civics test? Give me a specific that's necessary in the civics test.
Like knowing how many states there are, knowing like who your president is, like knowing, you know.
I don't think any of those are necessary to become a citizen. I mean, I've had
So what do
people
you
on my
think was
live stream not be able to answer those questions. I'm not trolling. There was someone on my live
Well, I mean, but that
recently that
doesn't mean
said
it
there were
hasn't
52
been
states.
taught. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been taught. Like maybe that's just there. That's just there. That's just there. I mean, I think you should know. Basically, I think you should definitely know like who the first president of the country is. I don't think maybe you should have to know. I think you should know.
I don't think that's
important
relevant at all. I don't
events.
care. I don't care if they know or don't know George Washington's name. Like, that's ridiculous to
So
me.
you think it should just be you should just have people roaming this country without having any sort of like connection to what it is that they're, to the country itself?
I don't have an issue with that. Do you have an issue with tourists being in the country that don't know these things?
No, but they're not like, they're not. See, that's just a crazy point. I'm obviously not. Obviously not. Like, clearly not. I mean, I think this is just
You asked if I was okay with people roaming in the streets, specifically that don't know these things, and then you said that you're okay with it.
Specifically citizens.
Why?
Yeah,
Why
I
does
think
it
you
matter?
know that's
Why?
what
Why
my
does it?
point is.
Wait. Why? So citizens are the only ones roaming the streets?
What are you doing here? We're speaking about immigration, so obviously I'm speaking about citizens. I'm not speaking about tourists. Can we, have a consistent
No, you said
dialogue here?
roaming you said roaming the streets, correct?
Right. It's inferred that I'm speaking about citizens if the context of our conversation is about immigration.
Okay, but you said roaming
I don't
the
want to play
streets.
this mental merry-go-round with you. If this
No,
is
I
what
don't
you're
know.
gonna
You're the
do.
one playing it. You're the one playing it. You said roaming the
How?
streets. You were trying to do that.
Okay. All right, mate. Sure.
Yeah, that was like a rhetorical tactic on your behalf.
Sure. It's just, I guess these are the debate tactics that you take up on. So I guess, your stance on abortion.
Okay, what about
I'd like
it?
to clarify what it is.
Josh, think of the galaxy. Actually, can I thank a few people real quick?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
For sure. I'm going to thank some people real quick. I need to catch up. It's been a while. I actually haven't caught up this whole stream, so I do actually really apologize, everyone.
Someone asked me who's our 34th president. I believe that would be Donald J. Trump, isn't it?
Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now? Jesse, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Holly, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Valerie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Valerie. Lexi, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Lexi. Juliana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Libby with the $50. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Libby as well in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Libby. Wendy, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Why are you cutting me off, man?
Sorry, I was just having a dialogue with you.
Cool. I'm going to kick you. Braden, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Kate, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Eugene, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Karen, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lewis, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Francisca, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. And Brandy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me check on YouTube as well. Catch up on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, one thing with the civics test is that, it wasn't actually a thing that it was being added to high schools until recently, right? It was actually something that was typically only in colleges, really, like a specific civics test, right? Civics class, I mean. Ishmael, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Dank, thank you for the $2. Vic, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Josh for the $5. Thank you. Libby with the $10. Fruit, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ron, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the $10, Carolina. Thank you. Chase, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Linus, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Linus. Saints with the $10. Thank you so much. Rand, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. As well as Jeff, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. One second. All right, all right. Santana is doing something, and then he was going to come through here in a bit, everyone. He's, I think he was going to the store real quick to grab some stuff. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, Parker, I got back in, bro. What's up, dude?
Have I talked to you before?
Oh, yeah, we did talk about it.
I don't know why you'd say that. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for actually. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you for letting me know. I actually really appreciate it. That actually means a lot because, you know, people have been lying to me today like crazy. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, but I support the Phillies.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Say that again, sir?
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July 31st.
You'd be 19. And by the way, for Ryan in the comment section, I would love for you to read the rules real quick, and then say the same thing that you're saying in the comment section. Read the rules real quick. Yo, what's about you?
What's up, Parker? How are you, buddy?
Good. How old are you?
Yo, I was born 2005, April the 20th.
And how old are you?
That's 20, you dumbass.
But I'm asking how old you are. I'm trying to make sure that you were able to do it correctly.
I didn't know
do
you were
support
that
Donald
dumb,
Trump?
buddy.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why
I
so?
love Donald Trump, buddy. Why so? Because he's the greatest president that has ever lived.
And why do you think that?
Because look at our border right now, bro. We are very good. No more, not as much illegals coming through, buddy.
Undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, we don't have that coming through anymore.
So the border that Biden inherited was actually less secure than the border he handed over to Trump. How do you feel about that one?
No. That is false, buddy. When Biden was on, there were so many illegals coming in our country.
Undocumented immigrants. Are you Canadian?
No, I'm not Canadian. Why?
What state do you live in?
Oklahoma.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 12.
12 what?
12:48, buddy. Are you dumb?
Okay, what's the capital of Oklahoma?
I don't know, buddy. Why don't you tell me since you're so freaking
Do you want your
smart?
own country to be annexed, bro?
You know what? I just know that Trump is better. Prove me wrong. Let's
Wait,
hear
I'm sorry.
from
Do you
Why
want
is-
Trump
why-
to
why-
do you want Trump to annex your country?
No, I love Trump.
So you want him to annex your country?
I don't even know what you mean by annex, bro. Talk normal language.
And he was trying to call me dumb. Come on, man. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, Ryan, did you read the rules yet?
You ready to debate, Parker?
Did you read the rules? Can you read the rules for me?
Question.
He didn't read the rules. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
July 27, 2000.
Okay, so if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I'd support Trump because I care about results.
Is there a way you can get a little bit
it's-
closer to your microphone? It's kind of really hard to hear you.
Oh, okay. How about now? Can you hear me now?
It's still kind of muffled, but you can try.
Yeah. So under his administration before the pandemic, he had like record low unemployment.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. What was your birth year?
2000.
And you said you were how old?
I'm 25.
Okay. I don't know why people are saying that would be 26. To chat, what? Okay. You were saying?
Yeah, like we had record low unemployment, like so Black and Hispanic Americans.
I'm sorry. It's actually
wages were
really
rising.
hard to hear you, man. It's actually like almost impossible. It's like really muffled. Maybe it's the phone or something.
Maybe. How about now? Is it working now? Is it good?
I can make out what you're saying mostly, but it's like kind of hard, especially if you like in general.
Yeah. How about now? Is it better
go
now?
for it. Sure, go for it.
Okay. So wages were rising. Energy prices were low because the U.S. was energy independent and inflation was under control. Compare that to today, we had higher gas and groceries and housing costs. So if I had to go back in time and choose between Trump and Kamala, it's not even close. Trump has a proven track record of putting America's economy and security first. So Kamala was never at that level, even as vice president. Kamala.
So wages are actually rising at a lower rate under Trump's administration since he got in office. We're actually less energy independent because he's got a lot of the funding for the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest in renewable investment in renewable energy ever. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we had the largest level of production of oil of any country ever, and the largest level of investment in renewable energy ever. And then in terms of inflation has gone out of control since Trump imposed the tariffs in April. It's gone up to 2.9%, and even the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, indicated that even though they're decreasing interest rates, that's going to put upward pressure on prices, but they have to do that because of the fact that the jobs report was so bad that it could lead to stagflation.
Okay. That's a good point. So you said wages are raising at a lower rate since Trump left office and we're less energy independent. And then under Biden, we had the highest oil production and renewables. So inflation was out of control because Trump put in tariffs. It hit 2.9%. And then Jerome Powell indicated stagflation risk, even if lowering rates. That was your point, right?
Yeah, even though he's lowering rates, so that's why he had to lower rates, because there was a greater risk of stagflation if he didn't do so, because of the fact that there wasn't growth in the economy to the degree that we would need. But then there was also a huge risk of inflation because inflation has been trending up since April. So they're willing to risk inflation going up even more than it would otherwise because the jobs report was so bad. So it's just really bad indicators across the economy.
Okay.
Y'all lying, bro.
And
You're
then,
lying.
okay, so
who just said that?
And then, I don't know. Somebody else got on.
Okay, you're talking shit, man. Why are you lying like that to people?
How am I lying?
The economy is doing great, man. Like, why are you telling lies all day long like that? Like,
I
you know what I mean? Like,
I just gave basic facts about how the economy's not doing well. Also, what state do you live in?
The economy is doing great. Miami, Little Haiti. Yeah, so you're telling lies, man.
Okay, I found him on the multi-guest thing. I don't know how he got on the live.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Go ahead, continue. What were you saying?
Yeah. So my rebuttal. Okay, so feel free to call me out or correct me or anything. So wages. So yes, nominal wages under Biden did go up, but like real wages, like after inflation, have barely budged or even declined at times. So under Trump, pre-COVID wage growth outpaced inflation, so people's paychecks actually stretched further. And then for energy independence, Biden presided over high oil production, true, but that was largely on the momentum of pre-approved Trump leases and private drilling. At the same time, Biden canceled Keystone XL, and that restricted the new drilling.
It was
on
actually
federal
approved.
lands.
There were more approved under Biden, by the way. There were more drilling permits approved under Biden. We can also point to the idea in terms of Trump. Just because his first term had good conditions prior to COVID, especially does not show for his next administration, especially because of the difference based upon tariffs. So tariffs are significantly worse, right? For inflation, for GDP, for unemployment, as so far. And we've even seen real manufacturing investment decline since Trump got in office, when it massively increased under Biden. And it declined under Trump's first term as well.
Okay. Well, makes sense. All right. And then, so you said there were more drilling permits approved under Biden than Trump. Tariffs worsened inflation, GDP, and unemployment. And then manufacturing declined under Trump, but has improved under Biden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what? Okay. So I would say that permits don't equal production. Biden did issue many permits, but he also restricted pipelines, federal leasing, and regulatory certainty. Energy companies themselves say approvals don't mean much if the overall policy environment discourages long-term investment. But under Trump, the U.S. became a net energy exporter for the first time in decades. So that would be the real measure of independence. And then on tariffs and inflation, Trump's tariffs may have nudged prices in specific sectors, but overall inflation under him averaged below 2%. Under Biden, inflation hit 9.1%. That's the worst in 40 years, crushing real household income. And we can't pin that on Trump's tariffs then. But for GDP and unemployment pre-COVID, Trump's GDP growth hit 3% in 2018, and then unemployment reached a 50-year low of 3.5%. Under Biden, post-COVID, the rebound was natural, right, after shutdowns, but growth slowly sharked by 2023 and 24 while inflation stayed high. So that's why Powell flagged stagflation risk in the first place. And for manufacturing, Trump brought in the U.S. MCA trade deal and reshored jobs. Manufacturing output dipped during the global pandemic, not because of his policies, but Biden's numbers improved, partly because of reopening and massive government subsidies. But factory construction has slowed again recently, so Trump's policies aimed at long-term competitiveness, but Biden's are short-term sugar highs funded by trillions in spending.
So Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. You said permits don't equal production, but the original point that I brought up was production, and then you brought up permits as a dispute to that. So not only was production at the highest level we've seen of any country ever, but permits were also approved to a greater extent. And then you brought up distribution in terms of the pipelines. That was actually Biden following through with a Supreme Court order from the Supreme Court. So that was for a Canadian-owned pipeline, XL portion of the pipeline, Keystone Pipeline, Canadian-owned pipeline. So Donald Trump would have actually tariffed the oil that was coming into our country. And that's also not production. That would just be distribution into our country from Canada. So again, we would have tariffed that under Trump's admin if it were actually in effect, but it wouldn't have been in effect because it was shut down by the Supreme Court and Biden just followed through with the order. And then next, and then net energy exporter doesn't indicate that we're energy independent to a greater extent. I don't know why that would be the specific measure that you're looking at. We would want to look at level of output relating to energy that the U.S. could produce, and that would take into account renewable energy production and oil production, along with other sorts of things. Inflation, you said it was 9% under Biden. Yes, but that was due to COVID, not specifically due to the Biden-Harris administration. Donald Trump's policies in particular caused inflation, whereas Donald Trump's policies, or Kamala Harris's policies, would not be the ones causing inflation. We would have actually seen rates decline at a natural rate because of the fact that the Federal Reserve can bring them down because there wasn't a risk of inflation. And then in terms of unemployment, it was 3.5% under Trump in 2019 prior to COVID, but it was 3.4% two separate months under the Biden-Harris administration. And Donald Trump's policies have increased unemployment since Trump got in office. It's gone from 4% to 4.3%.
4 to 4.2%. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, makes sense. So then you would say Trump signed off debt related to nonpartisan permits. Permits don't equal production, but Trump used it as a dispute. And then pipelines were Canadian owned, not U.S. independence. Energy exports don't mean independence. And then inflation did hit 9% under Biden, but Trump's tariffs cost us 2.35% pre-COVID inflation versus 0.24 under Biden. So Trump's unemployment went from 4 to 4.3%. That was your point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a good point. So my rebuttal with that would have to be for the permits and the production. True permits aren't production. That's correct. But Trump created a pro-drilling environment, opened federal lands, supported Keystone XL, cut regulations. That policy climate drove investment confidence. Biden's
Can I ask you a
record
question?
permits didn't stop. Yeah, go ahead.
What regulations did he cut?
Oh, what? For the permit? Okay, yeah. Are you saying deregulation or regulation?
Yeah, what regulations did he cut? Which means deregulation. You can ask ChatGPT
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, No, I'm just taking notes.
Oh,
I'm just taking
totally. That
notes on
was
the
totally you
SSM.
just taking notes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Even though I just said
yeah,
one thing.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I would say he was focused on rolling back the Obama era regulations across energy and the environment and business.
Which
So like
specific
a few,
ones?
yeah, for energy and environment. So he repealed the Clean Power Plan, and then he replaced it with the Affordable Clean Energy Rule, and that gave states more leeway instead of strict carbon caps. And then he approved the Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines later. That was
So what
challenged
did
in
it do
court.
that bettered the conditions? Because the regulations were important for reducing pollution, right? Those particular caps were actually one of the most effective mechanisms for increasing social welfare, right, and reducing the negative impacts from pollution.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Um,
Great
well,
point.
let's separate intended outcomes from actual results. So, air and water quality still improved, even with Trump's rollbacks. U.S. emissions of major pollutants like sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides
Not because of Trump.
that kept declining.
Not
Well, that
because
was
of
thanks
Trump.
to but that was because of technology upgrades and state standards and market forces like the natural gas replacing coal,
Due
right?
to
And then the
investments that
U.S.
already existed under the Obama administration. Plus, we can even look at the regulation standards that exist in the context of California, because California is such a huge aspect of the market. It can actually create conditions for producers in the very first place where they don't want to produce two different products for the market, so they'll just produce one product that relies on less pollution
Okay.
because of
Okay. Makes
California.
sense.
So there's plenty of different
Yeah.
aspects of how regulations are actually beneficial for the societal welfare, right, of the conditions. So when I mean societal welfare, I just mean, like, for example, if a company pollutes into a river, right, it would save them money because they get rid of the waste that they had, they offload it, and they wouldn't have to go through a more expensive, costly mechanism of getting rid of the waste. So they save money. So from their perspective, they would want to do that. But it harms the rest of society, meaning that people who specifically use that river, all right, their health is going to be negatively impacted. So overall, there's going to be more costs in terms of people's health than there would be benefits, right, specifically for the company in terms of them having lower levels of waste removal costs.
Mm.
Parker versus ChatGPT.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you, so yeah, I mean I mean, you make a good point. Nobody argues companies should be free to dump toxins, right? There's like environmental laws like the Clean Water Act, that already forbid that, and then rolling back excessive regulations is different from eliminating basic protections. So, Trump's approach targeted redundant, costly rules, not the core laws that stop river pollution. There's also the cost benefit balance. It's true. That's unchecked policy pollution harms society, but overregulation has cost too, like higher energy bills, fewer jobs, slower growth. So Trump's position was keep strong safeguards in place, but cut rules that add huge costs with minimal extra benefit. And
We would
then,
agree. We would agree if that was actually the case. Like if it was actually not providing a benefit and it was just imposing a cost, then we would agree with getting rid of it. But you'd have to be specific with which ones they are, because most regulations do not operate that way, and that's why we have the regulations in the first place. No one wants a just like useless regulation. Why would we advocate for that?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no one wants that. And which ones actually added costs like without clear benefit, right? And then Trump targeted those. Like the Waters
Which
of the
ones were
United
the
States
ones?
rule. The WOTUS, Obama's EPA expanded federal authority to regulate even like small ponds, ditches, and puddles on private land. And then farmers and landowners face thousands in compliance costs. So Trump scaled that back while still protecting major waterways. And then there's the methane rules, right? Obama
Those
era
small areas affect
limits.
larger waterways. Even if they're
Oh,
on private land, they still are going to affect other types of water systems. They're going to affect the environment in other ways that affect agricultural conditions, right? So there's plenty of different things that we could take into account in terms of the safety regulations as to why they should even exist on private lands, right? That would be important as well. Everywhere in the country these should exist because it's going to negatively impact other people, right? There's downstream effects. There's so many different things we can take into account.
wow. You make a good point. You make a good point, Parker. Um, yeah. Um, anyways, I just wanted to really level out the atmosphere because like there was just a bunch of weird things with the other people going on. But it's really good to have good dialogue on this, Parker. I think you really have good talent. So keep it up, man. You got this. You got this.
I appreciate
I
you
don't
coming
care
up.
about any sides. I don't care about any sides. Politics will always be politics. So, but yeah,
Well,
keep it up.
You should care about my side. You should join the light side, man.
Okay, then. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Parker.
We'll see you later, ChatGPT. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Rami, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, I should have. ChatGPT would have had no response. That's so funny. All right, I'm gonna thank some people here real quick, and then we're gonna go on to the next person. Feisty, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ryan with the £2. Thank you so much. Feisty, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Josh with the $2. Julie, thank you so much for the $10. Rachel with the $5. Libby with the $10. Thank you. As well as Libby, thank you for the $5. By the way, I just want to clarify. Some random guy that just has no idea about politics, looking things up on ChatGPT, did better than like 99% of the guests that come up on my stream. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, man? Dude, hell. Oh my god. Oh. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Joe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. No clue. I think it depends on the individual on how many points it gets to be able to convince them. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Sammy, thank you so much for the $5. Steph, thank you so much for the $1. Emily, thank you for the $5. Yes, I absolutely have. Definitely thought about it. Crystal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, the YouTube, people can't join up on YouTube. So the rules are only on TikTok because people can only join up through the multi-guest on TikTok. There is no option on YouTube, sadly. As well as Samantha, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Samantha in the comment section right now? Barbara, thank you for the $2. W's for Samantha, thank you so much. W's for Samantha, thank you. Absolutely, that's so important. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. We get my main account back, I think, like in an hour, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not totally.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for?
I didn't vote for either.
If you could go back in time, who would you vote for if you could?
Neither. That was the point.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next person.
Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, January 2nd, 2007.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, but I have like 2 questions about like what you think we can do.
I do apologize. I am just looking for some debates. Thank you very much for coming up. I do appreciate you, though. Blair, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're awesome.
Thank you. Let's go on the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump? Do you support Donald? No? Okay, nice. That's great. That's great. That's great. Incredible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm just doing my psych homework. I just thought you could give me some motivation.
You're gonna be the very best that no
Thank-
one ever was. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
April 4th, 2007.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I would say Donald Trump, but I will say this. Over the past couple of weeks, Donald Trump has, kind of made poor decisions. I will not lie. He's not living up to the standards that the Republican Party needs or what the Democratic Party needs either, I believe. It's time we get a new candidate. We need a new candidate pretty badly. With everything that happened to Charlie, I just don't think he handled that properly whatsoever. I don't think that they have done what they needed to. But I do believe he was a better choice than Kamala. Just at the time.
Okay, why do you still believe that to this day?
Well, I guess I would say I feel like he's done more for our economy than she could have. I mean, with the Biden administration, our economy was constantly in debt. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, Trump hasn't put us in some weird spots as well, because he has. But I think for a money standpoint, we've been better with Trump. I do believe that our country has sort of grown with Trump, but I don't believe he's done the best job of what he needs to do. I'm still trying to figure out who the Republicans need to nominate in 2028, because I don't know if it should be Vance. I really don't.
But you could turn off the TV in the background. Also, so as it relates to this, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. He actually signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending compared to the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, the reason my beliefs are in Trump, and I mean, I guess at this point, it's kind of fading away, I guess you could say, is I am a Christian, just like Charlie was. And so I thought he reflected our views the best. But the further it's gone, I feel like he hasn't, supported that community as much as he could. And also, as a whole for our country, just the people around, I feel like we need somebody better. I don't know. Who do you think it should be in 2028 for the Democratic nominee and the Republican nominee? That's my question.
Well, I don't have a say on the Republicans because I'm not a Republican. I don't like any of them, to be totally honest with you. But if we want to talk about the Democrats, I would prefer like a progressive like AOC. That'd be fantastic. Now, in terms of, or even James Tallarico, I think he's really cool. I don't know if he'd run for presidency though. But for being Christian, Kamala Harris is also Christian. I would argue that Donald Trump isn't actually as much upholding Christian ideals as Kamala Harris. I think that Donald Trump said that he specifically never asked God for forgiveness, right? Which would actually be antithetical to the idea of repentance. He couldn't name his favorite Bible verse. He didn't know the distinction between the New and Old Testament. There's plenty of things we could point to there.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think he's reflected my views as good as he should have. And I thought he did a phenomenal job in 2016. From 2016 to 2020, this has been a letdown compared to what it was, in my opinion. A huge letdown. Do I think he's been absolutely terrible? No. But I do think we need a change on the Republican side. And I think the Democratic side also needs to start going through some changes as well. I think that they need to handle things a lot differently than they have been. But the last thing I was going to say is, and I know you're big on this too, you're a big free speech guy, right? Freedom of speech for both sides, correct?
Yeah, I believe in a general freedom of speech.
Right. So I think when they canceled Jimmy Kimmel, that was not the right move. I thought that was stupid. He should not have got canceled for what he was canceled for. And the same thing with what they're trying to do with, what's their names, Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. Both sides, it makes zero sense, okay? I don't care what you say. You should have the freedom of speech. That's what America was built on, right? So on both sides of the aisle, you agree generally that freedom of speech is okay as long as it's not hate-related, right?
I don't think the president was the one getting YouTube to do that. I think YouTube did that themselves. Do I support YouTube doing that? I have no issue with YouTube doing that. That's not against freedom of speech. That's actually their own company protocol, and you can do that with a company. You can have your own setup. And do I think that Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes should be able to like grow huge platforms? No. Like I think that's bad. Right?
I got you. But
I think
do you believe
Nick Fuentes is a huge threat. Like he's a really bad person, right? He's literally he's a white supremacist, right? So I definitely don't think that like he should be on these platforms. So the private businesses should specifically not do so. But do I think that like freedom of speech from a legal perspective should be taken away? No. But like I mean I do think that like these private companies, right, have their own policies, and their own policies should restrict them.
Right. And so you think that it was okay that ABC, suspended Jimmy for the amount of time that they did?
So it's okay from a legal perspective. Do I agree with them doing that would be a different sort of prescription. I would probably agree with it with the context of Nick Fuentes, but like someone like Jimmy Kimmel, I don't think he should be taken down. But from a legal perspective, can they do it if it's their choice? Yes, they can do that. Mm-hmm. That's totally their 100% decision. Now, my issue would be the government, like Donald Trump and the Trump administration, then getting them and forcing them and coercing them into circumstances where they take them down. That's a big issue because it seems to me like they're stepping into it, stepping out, kind of letting things happen, and then they're just going to go and clamp down on everything. And Trump's even said himself, if he could make TikTok 100% MAGA, he would. That's problematic. You know what I mean? Like, he shouldn't even be saying that.
But I will say, after the whole Charlie thing happened, I don't know if this was just me that noticed this, but for some reason, both sides of the political parties, they both seem like they're big on censorship right now. And I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, I guess it's because they want to protect our country. They don't want people saying things that are out of the way about the situation or about any other situation. But to me, it feels like the Republicans and the Democrats have both seeked censorship for whatever reason, which, again, like you said, like if the companies want to do that, like YouTube, ABC, whatever, that's fine. But like from a general like censorship standpoint, like Gavin Newsom, he came out and said he wants to pass a bill that you can be charged if it's like put as hate speech or claimed to be hate speech. So my question for that is, what is specifically classified as hate speech and freedom of speech? Because if someone's like what Charlie,
I didn't hear Gavin say this. I'd have to see the conditions. I mean, I agree. That's a question that everyone would ask: is what qualifies under the context of hate speech? Because Donald Trump's definition of hate speech is going to be radically different from Gavin Newsom's definition of hate speech, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because
I'm assuming it's relating to threatening speech. Like if there's threatening speech, well then that's definitely something that shouldn't be allowed. And currently under the free speech laws, that's not allowed.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago when he had the speech about it. He said he's pushing for the bill to be passed, but he said that there was no context behind it at all. That's what I'm confused about. He just basically said if it's hate speech, he wants to make it where a bill can be passed to where you can be charged like in prison for whatever amount of time. But there was like no context behind it, which kind of confused me. So my question is like exactly what you said. The Democrats have a different point of view than the Republicans do and vice versa, right? So what would be classified as hate speech? Because I'm not going to agree with some things you say. You're not going to agree with some things I say, but we don't hate each other, right? So what are they trying, like, what are the Republicans and Democrats, like, why are they trying to censor us so much? Like, why is it's not just one side either. It's both sides. They are seeking censorship for whatever reason. It's either the Democrats way or the Republicans' way, and it feels like there's no choice anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that it's because people have different perspectives on what they think is like harmful rhetoric and what they think shouldn't be allowed in terms of speech, and that's a conversation that's already existed. And I think that, you know, like that people are just having greater conversations about this because of Donald Trump imposing restrictions on free speech, right? Especially through the context of putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. So I think actually Donald Trump right now is actually, this conversation wasn't as prevalent until Donald Trump started doing this. Like, does it make sense? I think it's Trump's.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I can see where you're coming from that standpoint. I do feel like we got to get back on the track in our country to where everybody has a choice, right? And I feel like whoever's in charge, whether Republican or Democrat, it's either their way or the highway. There's no in between. I feel like politics as a whole right now, they're all crooked. That's where I'm looking at it right now.
So then here's my point, is that Trump is the one that has corroded our system from being able to engage with each other and meaningfully create like legitimate and good compromise, right? And being able to, you know, put the country towards a better perspective. Trump is the extremism that has limited us from being able to do that, whether it be what he's done on January 6th, with denying the results of the election, his anti-science rhetoric, the fact that he was specifically held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that he brags about walking in the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they're in changing rooms. All of those things are such extreme perspectives, right, to support and to defend. So if we want to like be against the divisiveness, the polarization, right, then we wouldn't want to support someone like Trump. And that's why I advocate every single day against someone like Trump, because he irreparably has harmed the discourse in this country.
Yeah, I got you. And I think your opinion should be, you know, out there. And I feel like talks like this, debates like this is what makes America great. That's why I'm happy to live here, is that we can talk like this. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, this is so
you're very
important.
respectful,
I agree.
but
It's
there's
really
a lot.
important.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Democrats and Republicans that are not like this. They cannot have civil debates. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just constantly yelling at each other. And that's not what our country needs, especially in this point after what all is going on. But I appreciate you, you know, answering my questions. I hope you have a great day and you continue to debate and use your ability of free speech, because that's what our country needs.
Appreciate you, Michael. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. I'll be praying.
Oh, thank you. I just heard you. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you. We love those conversations. Those are really important. You know, I'll also have conversations where I end up yelling back at people. That does happen. There are people on the internet that, you know, do make me respond that way. But I always appreciate having conversations like that. I think it's super important. I think that's the bedrock of a functioning society, is to have civil discourse and debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
05/16/2006.
Okay. 05/16. Okay. Yeah. So you said you're 19. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I really
Are you
did.
driving?
To be honest. No, I'm in the passenger seat.
For sure.
I really supported him because of you know, the wars going on. Obviously, he was really good with that back in when he was president 4 years ago. But the biggest thing that I kind of want to talk about is I've obviously been watching everything that's happening. I'm not really that big of a political person, but I am a Christian, and I see a lot of people come on here and try to use that as a source of, you know, debate or anything like that. The only thing I'll say is this, is that, you know, Christianity and following God, I think, are two different things. People use Catholicism, especially our president sometimes, to debate, and I feel like that shouldn't be a main source of debate half the time, because following God and Christianity itself are two different things.
So he's actually not a Catholic. He uses prescriptions and denominations of Christianity to try to influence people. I don't think he actually upholds the ideals or values. And Kamala Harris believes in more of a separation of church and state, where she isn't utilizing it to like control people's values. So would you say that's a preferable way of looking at Christianity?
I mean, yes, but like I said, I don't think that Christianity should be used in debates at all. Like, I feel like it is more of a, I think people use it more often than time just to get Christians appeal when a lot of times they don't practice. I think there should be, if there's going to be preaching about it, there should be practice.
That's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. Kamala Harris doesn't bring it up as much, so wouldn't you support her then?
No, I mean, like I said, it's not, I don't know. It's back and forth. So, I mean, it's either way. You know what I mean? Do I think he's doing a great job? No. But I don't know what she would have done either. So, you know, it's I'm not trying to come on here or cause a problem or anything like that.
She didn't use Christianity as much.
Correct. She didn't use Christianity as much. That is correct. So technically, you're right about that.
Yeah. So wouldn't that be more in accordance with what you'd like?
Yeah, I guess so. Technically.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of talking here. I'm not really trying to argue with anybody, obviously.
Sure. Well, I do just want to let you know this is a debate panel, but like the point I am trying to do is I'm trying to show you at least that it seems like based upon the things that you already believe in yourself that you would align more with Kamala Harris.
All right. Thank you. Hope you have a good day.
You too. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Carolina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Chase, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Layan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Christina with the $5. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not only do I support, I love Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Just everything he's done.
Such as?
Well, you know, everything. Such as what got him to become our president.
Such as?
Well, answer this. How do you become president of the U.S. if you've done nothing? You know what I mean? It can be as simple a question as that. You know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't make it hard. Like, he's done a lot. So that's what got him here, right?
Could you tell me what he's done?
He's done a lot.
Could you tell me what he's done?
I mean, where do I start?
How could we go almost 10 years and you don't know a single thing that he's done?
Like I said, where do I even start? Where do I even begin?
First thing that comes to mind.
First thing that comes to mind, become U.S. president.
No, like what's something that he's done as president?
Done as president, or what got him there?
No, what he's done as president.
Let's see. What he's done as president right now, or whenever he first became president. He's back to back now, Parker.
At any point when he was president.
He's back to back now. We didn't only get him once.
We
got him twice.
Do you know that you don't have an answer?
No, but look how simple this can be, right?
You want to ask another clarifying question?
How do we get him? How do we get him the first time, and then he comes back as president? Isn't that crazy?
What did he do?
If somebody doesn't do anything,
by the way, I have a question. If he wins, loses, and then wins, was that back to back?
That is back to back, actually. not like back to back. You know what I mean? Like he had to come back. You know what I mean? Like he proved people wrong. People got to see.
So not back to back.
This guy. Like, how do you get somebody back in office if they've done nothing for the country? You know what I mean? Like, just think about that.
Well, because people who are ill-informed vote for them. So could you tell me what specifically?
How's that ill-informed?
Okay, well I'll show you.
They had 4 years. He had 4 years of presidency.
Yeah. I'll show you how ill-informed. I'll show you how ill-informed people vote for him. Name one thing that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you support.
Let me think. Not everybody can just like you, Parker. Hold on 1 second. Let me think. I would say probably that he pops out the UFC events. I think that's pretty amazing.
So you can't say anything he's influenced to get passed.
Probably our borders.
Our borders is not something he influenced to get passed.
But he made America great again.
Okay, when did it become great?
As soon as he took office.
Okay, so what did he do to cause it to be great? Just existing?
What do you mean? He secured the border. What do you mean, Parker?
What did he do to secure the border?
He did everything.
So this is why. Okay, so
the border is
so your first question was how could he get elected if it is the case that he hasn't done anything? Well, it's because there are ill-informed voters, such as yourself.
I don't think that's it, because like I said, he's back. How do you bring somebody back? How are people that ill-informed? Where, like, so were people ill-informed when Joe Biden took presidency?
Mm-hmm.
So what is not being ill-informed? Like, who is the perfect candidate for you? Is there like just nobody right now in your opinion, or is there somebody like for the next presidency that you're looking at? Or?
I'm saying right now in general politics, right? It is the case that there's not a common idea that people need to inform themselves radically, critically think radically in order to be able to come to the perspectives they have on politics. I think it's too common for people to have views on politics where they treat it like sports teams. And that's actually something I do think has led to the level of, to Donald Trump getting elected. Now, specifically, were there ill-informed voters when Biden got elected? Absolutely. Right? But we have to acknowledge that the main reason in terms of the exit polling, based upon why Trump got elected, like the number one reason was inflation under the Biden-Harris administration. But that wasn't even caused by them. And Trump was actually advocating for inflation, like through tariffs. And that's what we're seeing right now. So, like, if people actually critically thought about the election, Trump would not be president. I'm serious.
I don't know, because I mean, I think the most recent voting for our president was the most intense and most interactive for people that I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know. I think people took critical thinking and actually wanted to, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I think he won. I think it was a fair race,
Okay, who won in 2020?
Who won in 2020? Sleepy Joe?
Okay, so Trump lied about the 2020 election, right? It was safe and secure?
How do you lie?
He said that he won the election. He still says to this day that he won the 2020 election.
Oh, he should have.
No, he said that he did. Not that he should have. He said that he did.
Well, yeah, he should have.
So you think that he rightfully won?
I think we should have had him back to back to back.
Okay, so then you think that he should have won even though he didn't get enough votes?
I think it was rigged.
Oh, okay. Now you think it's rigged. Okay, 60-plus courts indicate no sufficient...
What do you mean now? I never said it. What?
Okay, well then I'll ask you this. Let me ask you this question. Explain to me how they could rig it in 2020, but they could not rig it in 2024.
It was rigged. What do you mean? And then now it's just like, you know what? They got caught, and he actually won by fairness, all fairness. It was a fair race. There's no way we can get a guy like that in office again. What?
Explain to me how they could steal it in 2020 when Trump was in office, but they could not steal it in 2024 when Biden was in office.
2024 when Biden was in office?
Mm-hmm.
I just said they rigged it. 2020. How does a country get a guy like that in office? Like, and then we realize, okay, you know what? This is not what we want. This is not what we want. That's why he dropped out last second, because he knew what was coming.
So he did get the 81 million votes. That's a fact. right? You're just denying that because you can't accept reality.
Yeah,
I
no,
understand.
I didn't deny that.
I understand that. I understand that
I
you
didn't
can't
even
accept
deny that.
reality and you can't accept facts.
Did he
but
drop
that
out?
doesn't
Yes
mean
or
that you
no?
should drag everyone else.
Why
into
did he
this.
drop out? Why did he drop out, Parker?
Because he didn't think that he was going to get enough votes in 2024.
And why is that?
Because it is a case that people understood that he has gone through cognitive decline.
No, he just knew that, it was his time. And he knew what he was up
Yeah.
against.
Do you understand there's a distinction between 2020 and 2024, right? Can you acknowledge that there's a distinction between 2024 Joe Biden and 2020 Joe Biden?
Parker, who is your U.S. president right now?
It's currently Donald Trump.
Exactly. So
that's embarrassing. I'm not trolling.
No,
that's embarrassing.
From now on, Parker, that is your president.
I'm serious. That's embarrassing.
But that is your president. Like,
yeah, and that's
whether
embarrassing.
You like it or not. And
and it's embarrassing.
Sometimes, whether you like it or not, that's just what it is, baby. You just gotta kind of.
I acknowledge it, and it's embarrassing. Like, I'm actually actively embarrassed that Donald Trump is my president.
You can't necessarily. So, like, from the outside perspective, right? Like, what are you? If somebody were to come up to you and say, Parker, why don't you like your president? Like, what would you say to them?
Held civilly liable of sexual abuse, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, said his daughter was voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill will cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average per month. Right. It will also cut 2.5 million people off their food stamps and over 10 million people off of their health insurance through Medicaid, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. He also added significantly more debt, $4 trillion more than the Biden-Harris administration. Right. You can also point to the fact that he's an absolutely atrocious person trying to undermine our Constitution and democracy. Said the 2020 election was rigged with absolutely no evidence, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Right. And literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Is that it? No, play.
Oh,
I just have going. Do you just have this all like on notes or something? That's crazy.
No, you want me to keep going? This is all off the head. All off the head.
That's crazy. You sound like you were freestyling. Damn, that's crazy.
Want me to talk about him being anti-science and saying that like Tylenol is causing autism when actually the evidence indicates otherwise? There's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooked, and when accounting for things such as genetic factors, right, and maternal factors particularly, it literally got rid of the association. So there's absolutely no association between the usage of Tylenol during pregnancy and autism.
So tell me this, Parker. Is what you're doing a mission? Like, are you trying to inform the ill-informed, or are you trying to just like what is the?
You got banned for civic and election integrity. Yes, I want to inform people. I want to educate people. I want people to critically think. I want people to be more involved with politics, to get other people to be more involved as well. I think there's so many different things that come from this type of dialogue that I think is important. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
What's good? How you doing today?
Good. I heard you debating ChatGTP earlier. That was wild.
I'm not gonna lie, he actually had better responses than most MAGA. So
I heard it. It was insane.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Storm, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
In all honesty, I don't support any political party.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Boundaries have been an issue today.
Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
92.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump twice over.
Okay, why so?
And then I would travel in time again after I knew everything about today and vote for him again from that very day.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Also, I came here for two reasons. One is you're spreading misinformation and lies, so I want to debunk that first.
Okay, what misinformation and lies?
Yeah, the general consensus that Tylenol, there is actual studies that show that there's like 3 or 4 times more likely to cause autism.
No, give me a single study specifically that shows that it causes autism. Secondly, if you want to look at this, again, the Swedish study that I particularly referenced that is literally the gold standard of science indicated that there is no association when taking into account factors such as genetic factors and family.
I want to be very clear, when you're referencing the Swedish study, you talk about the Swedish cohort, the Civic analysis.
What's up?
Are you referring to the Swedish cohort or the Civic analysis?
I'm referring to the analysis from Sweden that most doctors are referring to. I haven't read it myself.
Just stop for a minute, okay? The study you're referring to, I've looked over it, okay? Because it's my job to do so.
What's your job?
Doctor of medicine.
You're a doctor?
Yeah, I can pull up my actual credentials too in just a minute. My name is Grayson Botticini.
Doctor of medicine. Wait, hold up. I have a few questions for you. Doctor of medicine. Are vaccines safe and effective?
Yes.
Okay, they are. Is the COVID vaccine safe and effective?
The evidence that we have as of now shows that for the most part it is.
Okay. All right. Well then, tell me, Doctor of Medicine, what do you think?
Yeah. So if what I think you're referring to is the Swedish cohort study, because the issue with Tylenol is not that it actually causes a direct correlation to autism. However, the studies that we did do in that actual study showed that I believe it was 2.5 million children. They were born between the years of, I think it was 95 and 2019. There was 2.5 million children. The problem with this is that we were looking at children whose mothers used acetaminophen during pregnancy, and then we also looked at ones who didn't. Okay, the problem was the sibling control analysis was the problem. Okay, so we were trying to control for genetics and family environment. So the reason you're saying that genetics coming into play doesn't play a part is because of the sibling control. So when we looked at the actual models in total, okay, we showed that if we actually took the siblings out of it, there was an increase of 3 to 4 times for the risk of autism or intellectual
so you're saying when not taking into account these factors that are incredibly important to take into account, then there is a greater association. That's exactly what we've already acknowledged.
But here's the problem, okay, is that we have to cross-reference. So we did a sibling analysis here. But are you do we have things like the we have the Boston birth cohort. That was an NIH funded.
Wait, why are you shifting onto a different study while trying to explain this one?
Because when we have a singular study, we have to cross-reference other studies to show if there's actually a pattern recognition here.
Sure.
Okay,
I'm not disputing you there, but like this is a gold standard, right?
This was a large one, correct? But we've used since then other studies. We have the Danish national birth cohort. We have the actual Boston birth cohort. We have a whole host of other ones we've used.
And why would you say that those analyses are better?
Yeah, sure. The reason why they're better is because the one that was actually from the Boston birth cohort, okay, they followed up with the children to see how many got diagnosed with ADHD or ASD, okay? There was persistent follow-ups, okay? Now, the thing here, let me be very clear, okay?
You're saying there's no persistent follow-ups for the Swedish study?
There were singular follow-ups, and they left it at that. So they followed up one time, but for other people, they followed up throughout the life on numerous occasions, okay? Now, listen closely, okay?
Can you give me a single media source that reports on that?
Okay, do me a favor. Are you familiar with like methodology in terms of like studies, things like that?
Yes.
So please look up Boston birth cohort and look up also the actual Swedish cohort. You're going to see how the methodology was carried out. Okay. Now with the Boston birth cohort, okay.
In the Boston birth cohort, did they account for genetics and for siblings?
Correct, they did. Okay. The thing is, there was a limitation. Wait, correct, but there was a limitation to an extent. Okay. And obviously the limitation was it's observational, but it's hard to separate whether the acetaminophen itself was the issue or the underlying.
That's not true.
Wait, listen.
That's not true, Grayson. Because I've been reading along as you were speaking, and I was waiting for you to get to that point, but yeah, you didn't. And no offense or not to your own point, but you never got to get to the full the actual comparison that they completed with the siblings, and when they actually gave one the acetaminophen in the womb, and the other one they didn't, and they verified that there was no discernible correlation. They also did additional follow-up studies, and they found that the major factors are genetics, health conditions, and underlying issues, more so rather than the actual drug itself.
Okay.
There's no complete connection. And
Can
then
I-
also outside of that, there were additional follow-ups that were completed by health services within in the UK, and then also studies like American College of, I'm not even gonna try to say that, gynecology, and they re-emphasized it's the most safe and effective pain and fever reducer for pregnancy. So like literally there's been multiple studies to follow up on the Swedish study that you spoke to, but the comparison with the Swedish study doubled down on the fact that it's not Tylenol. So Grayson, what are we talking about, bud?
Yeah, sure. I can respond to that quite simply with this. Okay, when we are using in terms of like medical ethics, okay, when it comes to like certain types of medications, there's a couple distinctions that need to be made. Let me ask you this question, Santana. Actually, let me ask Parker. That's his live here. Parker, why don't women?
Wait. You were wrong. I'm looking at it right now. Follow up was through 2021. You just like are
That's
wrong.
what I was just about to say. Before he pivots, can you address the fact that I just literally called out the stuff that you were saying was incorrect, and there were multiple follow-up studies?
I'm trying to respond to that. The conclusion of the studies is not that the actual Tylenol causes autism. That is an infactual statement. We don't have evidence to suggest this, okay? What we do have is we have studies that show that there is a higher likelihood. Now, likelihood does not equal causation. My question for Parker
there's an
is
association.
Parker,
correlation doesn't equal causation. We just need to clarify that.
correct.
Yeah.
So, Parker, my question for you is why do we recommend in medical ethics that women do not drink alcohol when they are pregnant?
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look.
Okay,
like
there is no
negative outcomes in terms of health. Like I don't know the negative outcomes in terms of health.
Listen, the reason why
I know
is
it fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yes.
Listen, there is certain
it can cause additional medical issues and birth defects within children. But just to follow up again, the studies it proved that there is no discernible connections, and there's other factors that play way bigger impacts as far as autism than anything else.
I'm trying to get to my conclusion here, so I can make you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
Go ahead.
The reason why I asked the alcohol question, okay, is that we don't actually have evidence that alcohol in and of itself causes fetal alcohol syndrome. Now there is
You're saying we don't? You're saying we don't?
No. We call it fetal alcohol syndrome because we associate alcohol with the cause of these deformities, okay? But Parker, the issue is that there are many...
Are you really saying that alcohol doesn't cause fetal alcohol syndrome?
No, it does. The issue is that we
okay,
call
you just
it
conceded.
Wait, no, I did not concede. Can I finish, please? What I'm saying to you is that we attach the term fetal alcohol syndrome to mothers who drink in a correlation with drinking in deformities or intellectual disabilities. The problem is, Parker, let me finish, please, okay? There are plenty of women, many women, who drink and do not have any issues whatsoever. So the problem is that we now have women that have this. So the reason I'm tying this in together is that with Tylenol,
I'm sorry.
we have no way to
the Cleveland Clinic indicates that it is caused by it, right? So like there is
the medical consensus is that alcohol does actually cause deformities or intellectual disability.
So it's not just a correlation.
What do you say?
Exactly, Grayson. You tried to paraphrase it as if there is enough examples to justify that it's not a direct correlation. Where there are outliers, yes, there's outliers to every rule, but the actual standard is it causes it. So that's not true.
Wait. I'm not saying that's the standard. I'm saying that with Tylenol, though, we do have evidence that there is a correlation of you have a 2 to 3 times more likelihood of actually. This is why Tylenol has statements about taking during pregnancy. Why does Tylenol?
Tylenol statement. What's
Tylenol has made open statements on their actual black label that it says do not take while pregnant. We recommend you do not take this while pregnant.
That's absolutely not true.
Hey,
why we know it's not true, Grayson? Because Tylenol recently had to come out and double down on a tweet that was taken. A tweet that was taken out of context back in 2017, and they had to reiterate that not only was it safe and effective for pregnant women in 2017, that standard has not changed. It is still safe and effective today.
Hey, what I'm referring to is the black box label. You know what a black box label is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, sure. So although they don't say that it can actually cause certain things, okay, because we don't have the actual direct evidence, they can recommend against certain things because there are still ongoing studies that show there could be a correlation between one thing and
Did he get yaptured?
Oh, okay, I thought that was me for a second. I was like, oh shit, did I mess up my audio? What happened to him?
No, I'm still here. I think he got yaptured.
I didn't even see that he got banned or anything. He just left.
His phone might have went dead or something. Then Grayson is insufferable, so like that. He wouldn't just leave. There had to be something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like
his phone might have went dead. He's insufferable. He wouldn't just leave.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe he accidentally swiped out or something, or he got banned.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. Let's go on to the next person here. I do have a few people to thank. Drew, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Drew. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Drew. Tammy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Toonie, thank you so much for the $44 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Toonie, I really appreciate the $44. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much. Christina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Chase, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Lan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Zach with the $20. Good to see you, Zach. Thank you. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it seriously does. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carolina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
I have 3 really quick. Alex, thank you for the 5. Yeah, guy was unserious. Vanity, thank you for the 5. No way he could have proved that he was an MD. And also, Priscilla, thank you for the 1. Yeah, we know he's not a doctor.
Tabad, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $5. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. Spencer with the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Justin, I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you. Twin, I really appreciate the $5. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. I am okay. I'm doing okay. Joe, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Again, thank you. And Barbara, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me catch up to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Christina, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. By the way, everyone, we probably have another hour or so, a bit over an hour left. We have another hour left on the debates, just letting everyone know.
People are so weird sometimes.
I think I get my main account back here in like 15 minutes or so. So I'm definitely going to go there for sure. Oh,
Really?
definitely going to go back to the main, yeah.
Okay. Remember, you can't crash out, though.
I know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I got banned from misinformation on the last one, and I didn't get it back. It was for 3 days. Dean got the same ban. Really weird.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I told you, I got one for hate speech for reading off a donation.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
52.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
Okay. 52. Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I mean, that's a stupid question. Obviously, I support Trump, so Trump. I mean, why would you even ask that?
Hey, I'm just making a clarifying question because a lot of people will say they support Trump and then won't answer the question in the way you just did. So it's fine. So why do you support Donald Trump, Grandpa?
Well, that's pretty condescending to call me a grandpa, considering 52 isn't really that old, but it's cool,
Hey,
man. You want to be
that was just a
whippersnapper.
joke. That was just a joke. My parents are older than you. I was just making a joke, dude. Chill.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool, dude. You want to be a young whippersnapper? We can both throw those around. It's all good. Let's have fun with this.
You can't say anything about, someone calling you a grandpa and then use terminology like whippersnapper. Like you're
Well, I
setting
thought I was
yourself
just
up.
making a joke too, saying Tana or
Dude,
whatever
I'm
your name is.
serious.
I
By
thought
the way,
was
I just
making a
want you to
joke,
know.
too. Is that okay? Is
Hey,
it
dude.
okay to make a joke just like Parker did? I mean,
Yes,
let's
yeah,
be
dude.
honest here.
Yeah, dude.
If we're gonna make jokes and you're
I
gonna
don't-
criticize me for making a joke, that's just
Dude,
ridiculous.
hey, dude, it's okay.
Let's get back to the
It's
point.
okay.
Let's get back to the point. What do
I'm
you want to talk
serious.
about
I'm
with Trump?
serious, dude. I was just trolling because both my parents are literally older than you. Both my parents are over a decade older than you. Right? My parents are both on Medicare.
That's great. God
Okay,
bless 'em.
like, so
God
like,
bless 'em.
okay, all right, like.
That
I'm
really
not.
struck a nerve.
I was just messing with you, man. It was supposed to be serious.
No, I was just shitting back, dude. It's all good.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
because I think he's doing the right thing for our country. It's really that simple.
Okay. How is he doing the best thing for the country?
Well, I mean, we had a borderless nation for quite some time. We had a lot of people coming in that shouldn't have been here. And I have no issue with people coming in legally. I think that's the right thing to do. I think when you open up a border and say, come on in, and you let these people just like run amok in our society, that's not good. And the Democrats had a chance to shut it down. They lied about a bill. We didn't need a bill to shut it down. We just needed enforcement and a strong leader. I mean, it's clear as day. Like, you can't even refute that fact.
How would they change? How would they change the enforcement of the law without a policy?
They just did it. He didn't put a policy in place. He told them, stay in Mexico. And they're doing that. If you come here, we will deport you. And they're doing that. That's what he did. That's what Biden did not do. That's what Kamala Harris, the border czar, did not do. These are the things that cause
She wasn't a border czar. That was actually completely a lie by the right wing. She specifically the authority that she was. I'll tell you, the only authority she was given at the border, specifically by Biden, was to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, which she did. She raised over $5 billion in private funds to do that. Secondly, I want to acknowledge, like, what was the Biden? What did they do to open the border?
Not send people back, not deport anyone. They basically said, come on in, we'll give you a credit card, we'll give you a phone, we'll give you a place to stay.
That's not true.
Well,
the federal government was not giving people social services who are in the country undocumented. That's just not true.
Well, that is true. It is true.
No, it's not.
They're on welfare.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
What's your source? What's your source?
I don't have sources per se. I just know that. Okay, I know.
Whoa.
You can't cite the source.
That was
wow. I could have never expected that. He doesn't have any sources. Really?
That's a hot take. Holy crap, that's a hot take. You got me.
Wait. So, Paw, are you admitting that you are just speaking from the fifis in your tum tum?
The fifis in my tum tum?
Yeah.
Dude, that is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I mean,
That's
if you don't have sources, then you're going off vibes and feelings. So you're definitely speaking from the fifis in your tum tum.
I think the Democrat Party goes off vibes and feelings nonstop. Everyone's a racist. That's the vibe. That's the feeling. Everyone's a Nazi. That's the vibe. That's the feeling. Everyone's
if you do racist stuff, then you're a racist. If you do Nazi stuff, then you're a Schnazi. If you do fascist stuff like Donald Trump, then you're a fascist.
How is he a fascist? Tell me. Go ahead.
He meets all 14 tenets of fascism.
No, he doesn't. But go
Literally
ahead.
all 14 tenets of fascism. I'm not going to play the fascism game with you. If you want to know the 14 tenets, then look it up, Paw, and tell me that he does not meet all 14. He does.
He does not.
Does.
If you want to go under that criteria,
hey,
then
Paw, what are the 14 tenets of fascism? Can you name 3?
Then our founding fathers.
1 second, Paw, can you name 3 of the 14 tenets?
I'm not here to debate the tenets. I'm here to
seriously. Just question. Can you name 3 of the 14 tenets?
I'm here to talk to Parker because he says all this crazy shit.
Can you name 3? Okay, so if you can't name 3 of the 14 tenets, then how do you know that he doesn't meet the 14 tenets of fascism if you don't even know what they are?
Oh my God, I don't know them verbatim per word.
Just name 3 in general. Name 3 in general.
Consolidation of power. Stifling people's speech, not allowing them to talk. Oh God, there's so much. I can't remember them offhand. But whatever, 2 of them. Okay, that's good enough.
Okay, you named 2, so it seems like you've heard of them at least. So now I just know you're being disingenuous because if you know the 14 tenets of fascism, then Donald Trump actually exhibits all 14. He checks the list. So now you're being disingenuous.
Okay. With that criteria, then go ahead and tell me: do the founding fathers meet those same criteria? Because they did the same things. Are they fascist?
We'd have to run through.
I mean, you could definitely run through them. Each individual, you could definitely.
Was Joe Biden?
I don't think Joe Biden's a fascist.
He did all the same things about these tenets that you're talking about.
No, he didn't. Let's go through them.
He stifled speech. He had the White House stifled speech. He had the White House stop people from talking on YouTube.
Hey,
come on,
Paw, shushies. Parker is speaking. Let him talk.
Stop I just want to establish the basis for this. What are the 14 points? We can go through them. I'll tell you what they are, and then we'll talk about whether or not we agree with them, whether it's applicable to Trump or we don't agree it's applicable to Trump. Because I just want to let you know, Donald Trump also called Kamala Harris a communist, Marxist, fascist. So that's also something that Donald Trump has done. Now, if we want to look at number 1, powerful and continuing nationalism. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia. Flags are seen everywhere, as are flag symbols on clothing and in public displays. This is totally true with Donald Trump. Make America great again, using the flag everywhere. That's obviously true. Do you agree with that one being applicable to Trump?
Parker, he's on mute and he doesn't know that. He's probably still trying to
Oh, I accidentally hit it. Sorry. But okay. So we're gonna go through the first tenet. That's fine. Is it wrong to love your country? Is it wrong to put a flag on your porch in pride? Is it wrong to do these things?
Okay, hold
How
on.
is that fascist?
Hey,
You're
dude.
just talking about nationalism. Nationalism inherently is not wrong. It's not
Hey.
wrong to be take pride in the things you love.
Let me clarify. So
Yeah,
if
please
one of these points is applicable to you, that does not mean that you are a fascist. But
Correct.
Most of these points applicable together that would then make someone a fascist. So
correct. Also, sorry, go ahead, Parker.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say he said overwhelming nationalism, not pride in your country, but overwhelming nationalism. Donald Trump is perpetuating the myth that it's quote unquote America first, that America is the greatest country on earth. He is propagandizing it's not by multiple measures.
Name a better country.
Hey,
Name
no, we're
one
not
country
gonna
that's
spin
better.
off, Papa. We're not gonna spin off.
No, we're gonna spin off because you're making a claim that's not true. Name one country that is better than America. Name one.
Sweden.
Name one country where you can speak your mind and not get shot or put in jail. Go ahead.
Sweden. Anyway.
Okay,
like I was
Sweden,
saying,
the country that's falling apart because of its immigration
that's fine.
policy,
Again, I don't want to talk about
because of
other
its
countries,
drug
and you're
use?
trying to. Hey, Papa, you're running. Stop it.
I'm not running. I'm pointing out
Stay
things.
on point.
No,
Papa.
dude. I'm on point. You're
Papa.
trying to bring up bullshit, and it's
Papa.
not true.
Shushies, Papa. No. Papa. The fact is, it's overwhelming nationalism in multiple ways, including the flags, including the perpetuation of the United States being the, America first and the #1 country in the world at the detriment of other countries.
It's
That's
not
what
the
we're talking
detriment
about.
of other countries. Stoop. Here's the thing. Stoop.
All right, Papa.
Having
Go
pride in your country does not mean other countries are suffering because of it. Every country should have pride in their own country.
The whole point. You're not listening to the whole point.
Well, make a point then. That makes sense.
If you stop talking while we're talking, then you can hear our points,
Stu,
Papa.
I was listening to you, Stu, and it was terrible.
Then what
Go
did I
ahead.
say, Papa?
Stu, you said that basically if you have supranational pride in your country, it's at the detriment of other countries. That's
not
stupid.
what I said, Papa.
That's pretty much what you said.
You know it's not. You're
Okay,
not
say it
listening.
again
Hey,
then.
listen,
I'm gonna listen
What I need you to do
clearly.
right
I'm
now,
not gonna
Papa.
talk. Go ahead.
Hey, I need you to put your
Don't tell me what
listening
you
muffs
need to do.
on.
I'm gonna stop talking and you go ahead
Sure.
and talk. Go ahead.
Are you gonna stop talking now? Cool.
I just said I was gonna stop. Go ahead.
You're still talking, Papa.
Well, you're asking dumb questions and I'm giving you dumb answers.
You just said that you were gonna. You just said you were gonna stop
Stu,
talking.
say what you're gonna say, Stu, and stop spurging.
Gosh, you're being so emotional. Why are you so emotional right now? What's happening? Did he just get yaptured?
I kicked him.
Oh.
Let's go on the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen.
Guys, while Parker works on getting the next person up here, keep hitting the like button. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. We can do 1 million likes, and if you're over on YouTube, get the likes up there as well. Don't let TikTok outdo you. And if you would like to support Parker, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. And if you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. Make sure to show Parker some love.
Hello?
Yo, what's
Dad,
up? How old are you?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hey. Yeah, I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Well, not as much as lately, but I would rather him than Kamala. Did I say it right, Kamala?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's like reading the transcript from like the judge, him saying how she withheld evidence and how she shouldn't hold public office.
Wait, who withheld evidence?
Kamala, when she was a prosecutor.
It's not true.
There's a transcript from the court that you can read.
Okay.
Was it relevant evidence?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it was relevant evidence. I'm not sure what the evidence was. I just know what the judge said.
If it's not relevant evidence, why would that matter?
Well, it's just what the judge said. It's not what I said. I didn't make him say anything.
Yeah, just to correct this misinformation, then you can keep going. It's not that she withheld quote unquote relative evidence. She did not actually pursue additional evidence that she didn't feel was necessary in order to prove the case, which she won the case without the additional evidence, and then she doubled back around and got DNA evidence and then verified the proof. So that's what it was. Anyway, you can keep going.
Why did the judge say that she was that dishonest then?
What judge said that she was dishonest?
The one in the court case. I would have to get off my phone, and am I able to look up the transcript while I'm on the live?
You keep going and talking to Parker, and I'll look it up. I got you.
Yeah.
Why did Donald Trump withhold evidence in the sexual abuse case? And why did the judge call him dishonest?
Are we talking about Donald Trump, or are we talking about Kamala?
Well, I said
Donald Trump, he's the president.
Yeah, you think that that's specifically going to be something?
Well, yeah, but I heard you ask everybody else why they would, why wouldn't they go back and change their vote? So that's what I came in here saying, was basically wanted to base it off that, why I wouldn't come back and change my vote. Because the judge
I think you misheard. The Parker's question is, if you could go back and vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for? And people say Donald Trump, and then he says, why so? So not why wouldn't you change your vote?
Well,
why would you still vote for Donald Trump today? That's the point.
I've been a Democrat my whole life. I mean, I'm only 29. It's not like I've been around a while, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel dishonesty from her. I wanted to vote for her. I really did. My girlfriend voted for him. We kind of canceled each other's votes out. But I don't know. I don't know, a vibe kind of thing. And after reading that a couple years ago, of how, I know I sound like a bird just repeating everything, but that stuck out to me, her holding the evidence back. And Parker, you said he withheld evidence from sexual abuse case, his sexual abuse case?
Yeah, and the judge said that he was dishonest. So if this is irredeemable on behalf of Kamala Harris, for your view, then why wouldn't it be irredeemable on behalf of Trump?
Well, what was his what word you used? Was his evidence that needed to be what evidence would he withhold? I don't know what you mean.
His DNA?
From what? From the dress?
Yeah, so that could be tested.
Well, yeah, his lawyers probably talked him out of that, right?
Why would they tell him not to give up his DNA? Because wouldn't it have proved that he's not at the scene of the crime if he's never met her?
Well, you never know what could happen with the dress for the last, how many years was it? 20 years. You never know what kind of evidence they could have placed or anything. If I was a lawyer,
you think they planted Trump's DNA?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if I was a lawyer, I'd say do not do that. 100% would say don't give your evidence, because anything could have happened. We don't know where this dress has been for the last, how many years was it? Like 30 years or something? It was in the 90s, right?
Yeah, so like, again, explain to me how they would have got Donald Trump's DNA if they've never met.
I don't know. I'm just
Donald
saying
Trump
that
claimed they never met.
If I'm the lawyer, there's no way I'm letting him do it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, let's talk about dishonesty, because in the context of that case, Donald Trump said that he would have never sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
I don't know which ex-wife she could have looked like.
He said Marla.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that
he lied. He lied there. He was proven to have lied.
Yeah, there was nobody around, right? Wasn't it like it was like upstairs, and like, how do you not see Donald?
There were people that worked there at that time that testified to say that would be normal conditions for that store at that time.
For like the biggest celebrity in the world not to go unseen and walk in the building?
Yeah, because there was no one on that floor.
But it's still Donald Trump. Nobody's seen him downstairs?
People would see him all the time.
I know, I'm saying of that day though. Nobody remembers anything from that day.
This is like right next to this is right next to one of his buildings. You know that, right? Like right across the street.
So you're saying nobody's seen him at all? Zero people seen him, and he's the biggest celebrity, one of the biggest celebrities in the world.
People have seen him, but like in this context, it was often the case that there weren't people around on that particular floor. Therefore, that's what would be expected at that time.
And he just randomly walked up to E. Jean Carroll, I guess the best looking woman in the place, and just said, "Hey, come here." You
need to actually look at the case. It's clear you haven't looked at the case. So why are you making a determination that it's false before you even look at the case? Well, no, I brought up
I know that
I brought up Trump's
I do know that
blatant.
nobody's seen
I brought
the
up Trump's
biggest celebrity
blatant.
in the
Wait,
world.
hold up. I brought up Trump's blatant dishonesty. That's what I did. And I want to wrap in Santana. Santana, what were you saying?
I just want to bring up his blatant dishonesty. So I just want to kind of take a whole step back and say you're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong. Literally, the actual quote from the judge in the decision listed said, at the highest level of the district attorney's office knew that Madden was not a dispensable witness at the trial, and there were serious concerns regarding the crime lab. This goes back to the actual DNA, where they did not actually accept the DNA for testing. After this came out, again, like I said, they tested the DNA and it confirmed what they already had. The judge is saying that people had concerns, and instead of actually pursuing and giving that initial DNA evidence, Kamala Harris thought that she had a strong enough case, and so she didn't do that. And the judge is saying she should have actually just given that information from the jump. So she wasn't withholding any information. She wasn't withholding any evidence. They're saying that she should have put the evidence out in the beginning, because it would have actually cleared out any type of concerns. But once the evidence was placed out, it reaffirmed what she had already did. She did not think that she needed the evidence to make and win the case, which she didn't. And then even after the evidence came out, it just doubled down the case. So you're wrong.
So you're saying that the judge didn't say she's dishonest. You're saying that.
No,
to
the
me.
judge did not say that she was dishonest.
There's
I
a
just
whole
read the direct
transcript of
quote from the
whole day.
judge.
Yes, she did.
I literally just read the direct quote from the judge.
You read the whole transcript top to bottom of a whole court case?
This is the point that she was speaking directly about
You're reading
Kamala
what
Harris.
you want to read. You're reading this is what you do. This is what you kind of people do.
Sure, go get the whole transcript and read it out then. Because
I don't have
again,
a computer or anything.
You're
and
on a supercomputer right now. You can swipe
out.
out. You're on a supercomputer. You can swipe out. This is literally the part directly speaking about Kamala Harris. Literally, this is the only part in the decision that speaks about Kamala Harris. So unless there's some other imaginary part that you took away from it and said, well, she's insinuating that there's Kamala Harris, like this is the part that directly speaks to her. Also,
By the way,
thank you so much for the 10. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Parker.
Oh, no, you're good. Restate that because I think I cut you off.
Oh, no, I was just saying, Libby, thank you for the 10. Yes, Paul was very unserious. I appreciate you.
Varelin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Probably, honestly. Angela, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. William with the $40. Thank you so much, William. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for William in the comment section right now. It's so nice of you. W's for William. Thank you so much, William. W's for William. I know that. Thank you so much. It really does help. Thank you. W's for William in the comment section. Jen, thank you so much for the $60 on Cash App. Thank you. Get some W's for Jen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $60 on Cash App. W's for Jen. Thank you so much, Jen. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for William and W's for Jen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. So kind of y'all. So kind of y'all. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick as well. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube as well. Rhonda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I am fully caught up. Yeah, actually. Thank you so much, everyone. Alrighty. Everyone tap that screen if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think for the rest of the day, I'll just stay on this account, and tomorrow we'll come back on my main.
I was just about to say, I don't think you should risk it.
Yeah, we already have 5,000 people here on TikTok. We're fine. Oh, he just left.
Oh, man.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that meet the contents on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007.
2007. What month?
February.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Like when back in time?
Like if you could go back in time and vote, would you either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Oh, Trump.
Why so?
He has more things he's done than Kamala. Like
such as?
making the country better.
Like doing
What has Kamala done that Trump hasn't? Like, what has she done better?
Yeah, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and it was also deficit reducing, and it had a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare.
Okay. I mean, I feel like Trump's done a lot better. I mean, he's found what causes autism, and he's only been president.
That was not it. Yeah, there's no evidence that Tylenol specifically during the context of pregnancy causes autism. There's no good evidence of that. The Swedish study that we were specifically talking about earlier with 2.5 million people, when taking into account genetic and siblings, genetic aspects and siblings, it is the case that there's no association with Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism.
Okay. Well, why do you support Kamala?
Because Donald Trump has worse character and policy.
Like what?
He denies climate change, says the climate's going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. He's anti-science in terms of Tylenol. He said that there were no downsides specifically to not taking Tylenol, which is ridiculous because untreated fever can be extremely harmful to the person who's pregnant and their pregnancy. Right, we can also point to the fact that Donald Trump, his big beautiful bill, cuts 420,000 children off free school lunch and breakfast, right, every single month on average, which is definitely negatively impacting in terms of health. 2.5 million people off of their access to free food stamps on average per month. Over 10 million people off of their health insurance in the context of Medicaid, and it still adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. While simultaneously, under his tax policies, there's a net increase in taxes for low and middle income individuals because of his imposition of tariffs, when Kamala Harris specifically would have kept all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year. I can't hear you currently, just letting you know.
Oh, my bad. I was muted for a minute.
Okay, I hear you now.
All right. Okay.
Do you have any response to that?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Let's see if he's calmed down.
Is that Paul?
Hey, what's up, Stu? How you doing?
Hey, man.
Good,
hey, man. I'm just
Paul.
trying to see if you calm down. I just want to let you know the reason why I kicked you was because the term that you used is specifically harmful towards people who are autistic, right? It's historically speaking.
What was the term?
Historically speaking, an ableist remark, right? So you were.
What did I say though?
It was only using part of the term of Asperger's, particularly, which is an outdated term, right? It's now just autism.
I didn't say
autism spectrum
Asperger's.
disorder. So you said specifically part of it. You said part of it, and you said that Santana was engaging in that with an ing at the end, which is an ableist slur. I just want to let you know that. A lot of people don't know it's an ableist slur. It is.
I wish I knew what you were referring to because I don't remember saying anything ableist.
I literally just clarified 100%.
Any way to clear it out? No, I really don't know what you're saying. Because I didn't use the word autism. I didn't use word Asperger's.
I just want to clarify. Yeah, you used the term without an A, and you added ing to the end, and you said that Santana was engaging in that action. You were using it as an action, and that's specifically an ableist slur. Okay.
Using what with an A? Can someone spell it in the chat so I know what the hell he's talking about?
Why? You're literally just telling people to use the fucking slur, dude. What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm
telling you exactly what it is.
You're not, because I don't know what you're saying to me right now.
You do. I'm sorry. No, don't forget about it. I'm sorry. Listen. You use the term specifically, right, without an A in the beginning, right, and with an ing at the end.
Without an A at the beginning? Assholing? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry.
I really don't. I'm sorry.
For example, okay, let me clarify. You were talking about people specifically with autism. You were using an outdated term.
No, I wasn't.
Let me clarify. You were specifically talking about that because it's a lot of people don't know the association. A lot of people in conservative spaces will utilize this term. They take the A off of Asperger's, particularly, which is again an outdated term, use autism now specifically, right? And they use the entire term, right? And they put an ing at the end. They say that people are engaging in that, which is an autistic slur, or not autistic slur, ableist slur towards people who are autistic. Does that make sense?
Oh, you mean when he was talking and I said you're doing this. I didn't say it. You're doing this. You're doing this.
Yes.
I had no idea that was an actual bad word of any kind. So if I offended anyone in that, I apologize. I did not know that.
Thank you. That's all it was. That's all I was looking for. That's originally the reason I kicked you, because what I was eating, so I couldn't explain that to you. Along with the second point is that I was gonna do that to get you to like sort of calm down. I think that we were not in a circumstance we were having productive dialogue as well.
Well, not really, because I truly just wanted to talk to you about this whole he's a fascist thing, and I got this guy that I don't know. No offense to you, sir. I don't know you.
You're good. It's all good.
And you're coming at me, and you're not the one I want to talk to.
Well, let me just say this real quick. First and foremost,
help? I don't know.
Yeah, 1 second. Parker, thank you for explaining.
Oh, did they just both get kicked for hate speech and hateful behaviors? No, my live access just got restricted. That's great. So that's fun. TikTok just restricted my live access on guest requests. That's amazing. Hopefully I can appeal. It submitted the appeal. So, oh, no, it didn't. It didn't submit the appeal. Okay, it doesn't even let me submit appeals now on TikTok. This is ridiculous. I guess we can go to my main account. We got to be extra careful on my main account, everyone. For the 5.5 thousand people here on TikTok, I would recommend to go over to my YouTube channel, join the 3.1 thousand people over on my YouTube. We're going to keep staying live. We're going to go onto my main account, Parker Get a Job. So you can also go onto my main account, Parker Get a Job, but also make sure to follow me here. This is my second account. Just letting everyone know this is my second account. The main account is Parker Get a Job. If you go to YouTube, you don't have to deal with any of these restarts or bans or anything like that. But, you know, that's just if you want to. I know a lot of people like prefer to stay on TikTok. So if you prefer to stay on TikTok, just go over to Parker Get a Job. I will be there in literally a second, everyone. I love y'all so much. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll be right back on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. It helps get it out to more people. Alrighty. Let's log out of that and go to my main account real quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps push out the live to more people. I think you have to close out the chat to be able to hit the thumbs up, but it really helps push it out to more people. I think some people were saying I was on like a featured page the other day, and it increased the likelihood of that happening. Oh, Kimberly, I would love to just do it, be able to do it that way. But I mean, I've spent so much time building up my TikTok, and you know, it's honestly one of the best ways to get guests. It is pretty hard to get people through the context of YouTube because there's less people that are coming through the YouTube. There's more like dedicated viewers on YouTube, if that makes sense. TikTok brings more people who are just like typically scrolling. That would be more likely to come and debate me. Does that make sense? I would love to be able to run it through YouTube only. Like, to be honest, like dealing with TikTok is definitely a struggle. It definitely is. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. And thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. As well as Mike. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Mike in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Mike. W's for Mike in the comment section right now. And Marie, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. W's for Mike. Thank you so much. W's for Mike. I really appreciate it. It's incredibly kind of you. They said go get him. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to get the debates continuing to go, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Vincent, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Santana just sent me a tweet from Trump saying, at the request of the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, I am directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland. What? And any of our ICE facilities under siege from an attack by Antifa? What are you talking about? What? and other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Okay, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking nuts. There's no request button. I have guest requests open. It says that I can, but it doesn't let me accept anyone. That's so weird. Chat, I don't know what's going on here on TikTok. I think what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna end the stream and then go back into TikTok. So I just need to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I apologize. Give me 1 second on TikTok. I'd recommend to go over to YouTube. And also in general, I'd recommend to go over to YouTube because we don't know what's gonna happen with TikTok. Trump oftentimes will like dip his toes in, not do something, and then like randomly later on go and do it. And he's talked about like turning TikTok 100% MAGA if he could. So I would definitely recommend to go to YouTube. I definitely recommend to go there. But I'll see y'all in a second. I'm gonna hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Yeah, TikTok's already been brutal. Like, it's been horrible. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's go to the analytics. How many likes are we at, chat? How many likes are we at here on YouTube? It looks like we are 1,700. Based. We're on the way to 3,000, everyone. We got another hour or so at least on the stream. I'll probably go until Dean gets on live, to be honest. I still need to get that mix amp. I really need to do that. I keep not doing that. Sheila, thank you so much for the $1, by the way. Thank you. Keep liking the stream if you're here on YouTube. Seriously, it helps push it out to more people. I really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. So very much. So very much. And also, if you're here on YouTube after the stream, you should check out the short I posted, ranking MAGA stupidity from my live stream. I think a lot of people would really like that, who join the lives a lot. It's like a categorization of all of them, all of the streams. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's get this next person up here. Here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. There we go. Looks like the guest requests are working now. I think what it was that I just didn't turn off my TikTok. That's what it was.
Oh, makes sense.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes for the 3,600 people here on YouTube. Make sure to do that. Make sure to do that. Love from Parker Raid based. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? You're currently muted, sir. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, alrighty. Moment, hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $4. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, but I wanted to get some things cleared up first. You said you're a supporter of the trans community, right?
Absolutely.
So let's say you were single, right? And you found one of these transitioning man compatible.
Hey, can we not be weird? Hey, can we just not be weird? Like, can you actually just address the prompt?
You saying it's
not
weird?
Be weird?
A training person?
No. What I'm saying is you're coming up here on a weird premise instead of actually engaging with a debate. Please stop trying to, for some reason, go after the transgender community and use them for some type of whatever point you're trying to make. Like, don't be weird. Just like transgender people are people. Like, stop it.
Community is weird now.
Yeah, no, I think that you're trying to actually use them for whatever talking point that you're trying to get off is weird.
No, I'm gonna kick him in. Also, like, here's a general thing. When someone's in a relationship, and especially a monogamous relationship, you shouldn't like go up to them and ask them about like different people that they would date and whatnot. I don't know. I feel like that's genuinely, like, for me at least, I don't want to be answering those questions. I think that's like weird, especially for my girlfriend to have to like be scrolling on her page and seeing something like that. That would be really weird. Yeah. So just realize I'm a human being. I'm a person, and especially my girlfriend is a person, right? And you shouldn't just be doing stuff like that, especially given that it's going to be something that's relative to like my relationship and not just me. Like, go after me as much as you want, but don't go after things that I really care about, like my girlfriend. Like, I care a lot about my girlfriend and our relationship, and that matters a lot to me. So please just don't go after that. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I just feel like he just aligns with where maybe I believe that the country's the strongest. I definitely think that there are issues with both candidates at the time. But I definitely think that Donald Trump was just kind of more gauged to where I morally was.
How so?
I just feel like it was very much, I think it continues to be more down the middle of the street. I don't see him actively, just catering to one subset of people, where I think
pardoning the January 6 rioters and calling them patriots?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to agree on that. I'll be honest, we're not.
Is that not him catering to a small group of people, or like him going to big fossil fuel companies and saying, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts? I mean, that's clearly specifically him catering to a small percentage of people, plus also him cutting taxes specifically for millionaires and billionaires and increasing taxes on people whose income is under $400,000 a year to a greater extent than what would exist under Kamala Harris because of the imposition of greater percentage tariffs, which disproportionately raise taxes on low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that we can't live in a land of like, it would have been worse than Kamala Harris. For one, we don't know that. For two, we've seen how fiscally irresponsible the previous administration was, and we've seen the kind of money that Kamala Harris ripped through just from campaigning. I mean, the financial aspects is not relatable on either side.
Trump spent significantly more money, if you want to look at, especially throughout the context of the different admins, she was catching up. Secondly, if you want to talk about fiscal irresponsibility, Donald Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending compared to... Wait, can I please finish? Can I please finish?
Because she didn't... Well, no, well, you can't, because let me address one thing at a time. I know what you like to do, man, and I get it. It's very strategic tactic, but you can't say 4 different things, the first one being the most outrageous, and then closing them in tighter and tighter.
I'm sorry, literally Donald just responding to what you said.
Yeah, you said multiple things, and I'm responding to the multiple things. I let you say multiple things, but apparently it's an issue whenever I say multiple things.
Well, what did I say that wasn't true?
Fiscal irresponsibility being to a greater extent under Donald Trump compared to Kamala Harris. I was disputing that, and I was showing you that Donald Trump specifically... Donald Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending, meaning he's less fiscally responsible.
Than Kamala Harris would have been? That's what I said. We didn't get to see what Kamala Harris would have done. So just saying that it's worse than what it would have been, that's not true. We can't say that.
Yes, we can.
That's what I said.
One, we can look at the first we can look at the first admin. Secondly, we can look at the campaign promises that they made, and we can make estimations based upon that, which is what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget did, indicating that not only was $4 trillion more signed into law for the first admin, but this next administration would be $4 trillion more as well.
But to where?
People keep saying you're a child. How old are you?
I'm 36 years old. I'm not a child, I promise.
What's your birth year?
1989.
Yeah, child. Why do we think he's a minor?
Hey, you said you were born in, you're 36, you were born in 89. What's heads up, 7 up?
That's where you put your head down on the desk and you put your thumb in the air and classmates would go around and put them down. Yeah,
Before there were the electric pencil sharpeners, what did you have to do to go sharpen your pencil in class?
I remember this
You
too.
get up, walk to the cabinet, put it in, and crank it like a fishing reel, man. Like, come on, guys. Let's be real. Come on.
I think he's 36.
I do too. I think he's 36 too. Like
he just passed the vibe check.
Yeah, dude. I remember rocking a Zune before there was a, you know.
Did you just say a Zoom?
Yeah, come on, you know.
Yeah, he's 36.
Yeah,
he's
let's
36.
ride. Let's ride.
He's 36. You got it.
Just because we don't agree politically doesn't mean we can't agree on a lot of stuff. You know
no one's just dropping Zooms. You got it.
Yeah, all right. All right, cool.
That reminds me, because I think like when I was younger, we were like I don't know if they still have them, but like the purposeful ones. We didn't have any electric ones. It was all crank 'em. Maybe it was Iowa. Was a bit behind too.
That was your time to shine. Walking up to the front of the class to sharpen your pencil. That was the time to shine.
Yeah, we played 7-Up too.
Extra slow. Yeah.
All right, you got it.
Go ahead. Yeah, you were saying. I apologize.
No, you're good, man. Yeah. If you're looking for somebody that's just gonna just blindly like agree and be that patriot, be that, like, I'm not that. I'm not. But I do believe that so much of my issue with the Democratic Party comes from just the catering to such a large minority of groups. Like, I get where a lot of it, like, I'm very much pro-choice. I'm very much for like certain social aid to a certain extent. I think that I know that it's largely abused. I'm definitely way more down the middle of the road than most Trump supporters. However, I do believe that he just is going to be better for us as a whole. I think the representation of even the voting was probably right where most of the country is. Aside from that, I do believe that the Republican Party is a lot quieter.
Can before you go too far, can I address something really quick?
Yeah, of course.
So you said that you don't like the fact that the Democratic Party focus on the needs of the minority, right? Like the different marginalized groups versus okay. Do you understand why it's better to target making life better for the most marginalized of us versus, you know, the ones that are least marginalized?
I don't. I understand that. Yes, that's your question. I don't want to, you know, walk around in a circle on it. I don't believe that the threats to those groups are as big of a deal as what they're made.
Well, no. That's not what I'm saying. So I'll speed run it for you. The fact of the matter is, if you actually target making life better for the most marginalized groups, then it's like a water lifting all boats. If you can make life better for the most marginalized of us, then it in fact makes life better for the least marginalized, because you start to remove those barriers. So if you think about it, like if you know anything about intersectionality, and the most marginalized person in the world is going to be a Black transgender woman with disabilities, right? And if you can actually focus on making those people's lives better, and subsequently you're going to make other people's lives better. So if you target them, you lift everybody up, instead of saying, well, I'm going to target the majority of people, and then you leave others out, and then you widen like a gap that's already there. So that's why you would do that.
I agree with that 100%. But the effort and resources dumped into that does not, it doesn't equate. I can 100% agree with these people that are underrepresented and don't have the same opportunities and don't have the same resources and are hated by another very small, loud group, whether it's on the right or left. I don't care. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that there are these people that target and aggressively go after these for they have that hate in their heart. I am not even thinking of a specific group. I'm just saying these smaller groups in general.
But your point is that it's not, you don't see the overall benefit from the attention that's been put on it so far. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's a benefit. I'm saying that the benefit does not represent how much effort is put into it.
You know why?
I don't think that. I just don't think.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The
Well-
reason why is because every time that there's some type of benefit that is put in place when there's a progressive in office or in power that actually does things to help the minority, then there's either Republicans going along and doing things to either try to negatively impact it or trying to completely reverse it. The best example of that is the ACA, right? So the ACA was supposed to be something that was overwhelmingly beneficial to everyone. Well, the poison pill that was placed into the ACA was because of Ted Cruz, right? The Republicans did not want the ACA passed, and so they wanted to put a poison pill in that fined people for not having health insurance. And then even more so after that, the Republican Party tried what I think was 60 times to repeal the ACA. So literally anytime there's something that's put in place by progressive to actually help marginalized people, the right targets those actual efforts and tries to dismantle them at every turn. So you can't get progression if you have another side of the party. As soon as they get a little bit of power, they completely dismantle anything that is supposed to be progressive.
I understand what you're saying there, but I think that you're thinking that they go in and they try to dismantle and tear down. I believe that I think, and I'm not speaking for you, I just get the vibe a lot that people say essentially that, hey, they're doing this because they just don't like you or they don't like them or they don't like us, right? I think that it's such a personal thing. When in reality, I think that a lot of these people are voted into these positions because they've made these promises to trim down on this and trim down on that and allocate money differently. And they're voted in there by a majority. And so them doing that, I don't think is as personal as it always seems. I think that they're going in and wanting to strip resources and funding and representation of these different programs because that's what they campaigned on and that's what they believe is better.
And I'll let Parker have this, but I'll just say literally that's exactly what happened. Like literally that's exactly what happened. That's what's happening this term with them stripping away resources, fundings, dismantling social safety nets, dismantling any type of services that, like, Donald Trump has an active war on DEIA, and anything that it can kind of be considered DEIA, he's completely trying to dismantle it. But that's literally what they did. They leaned into the hate. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Parker.
Oh, I wasn't even going to say anything.
No. I was giving you the floor because he was talking about the actual financial aspect of it. And I think the thing that he's missing is the impact that the Republican Party is having when it comes to the economy and the overall financial impacts, like the negative impacts that they're instituting.
Yeah, so I definitely do have something I can say. I was just saying that I didn't have any
No. I wanted to give you the floor.
specific that okay, yeah, you're good though. Don't worry. So in terms of fiscal irresponsibility, I kind of want to bring us back to that point, right? You said that was one of the driving factors for why you specifically don't support Democrats, was that they were less fiscally responsible, correct?
I said no. I said during campaigning. That's what I had said.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the campaign plans.
Okay. Well,
yeah, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget analyzed Harris's campaign plans to Trump's campaign plans. And they didn't even take Trump for everything that he said. There were some claims that he made on the campaign trail, like get rid of income tax entirely. Okay? That was clearly not going to happen. And that would be an extremely expensive proposal, right?
100%.
So we didn't take everything for 100%. We even did less than what we would have expected there.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And like I said, and that's why I preface. I don't think Trump is a saint. I'm not that guy. I find those people 100% I question them. I can respect the fact that they are patriots. I think that there's something to be said about that. I think that word being such a mix, that's being used as derogatory. As somebody who does love America, the fact that the term patriot or the label of a patriot meaning such a negative thing in certain circles, that's heartbreaking to me. I'm from a small town in Arizona, and I'm a blue-collar guy, and I'm sorry, I see both sides of the coin. I have family in California that just thinks that anybody in a pair of steel-toes boots is just a 100% bigot, and
and it's just so crazy. Like I work with such a diverse group
specifically
of guys.
what you do. It's what you do that we would critique. It's not specifically we think that people with certain types of boots like are gonna be racist or something. Like what?
But that's not true, man.
Like again, you're supporting.
Like being a Republican, being a white Republican, there are people who judge me without knowing me or my positions.
Well, I mean, you
an
are
American
like
flag in my front yard.
Respectfully, you are voting. You do support Trump. Like you're supporting a racist over someone who's not racist.
Yeah, but that's man.
Yeah, but it's crazy.
I get it. I get it. I get where you're saying that. But if our only goal was to put somebody in office that's not racist, I agree with you 100%. That would be great, but there are people who aren't racist that are
such as
could be
like Kamala Harris. How would Kamala Harris be worse given that she's not racist and Donald Trump is racist?
Well, for one, I'm not convinced that Kamala Harris isn't racist to a certain extent.
Okay, explain to me how Kamala Harris is racist.
Well, first, before you do that, can you tell me what race is?
In my opinion, race is
not your opinion, but what it actually is.
People of different color and creed, I guess.
No.
Oh,
race
okay.
Race is a social construct that was created in order to justify racism. Racism is a system of oppression that was used, created by Gomez de Zerara to justify chattel slavery. It was actually used in justification of the Catholic Church to verify that black people were subhuman, and it was justified to actually enslave them and use them as property and capital. And it's continued to perpetuate through different social systems, including education, medical, different things along those lines. So, like, yes, it's a social construct, but it's being upheld by racism, and racism and capitalism are intimately intertwined. The reason why there's a pushback on black people being able to be racist is because of the patriarchal system, where black people can never be at the top of said patriarchal system. So there's no way we could take advantage of what racism allows. Also, you have to come back into the app in order for us to hear anything you have to say.
Yeah, we won't hear anything as long as you're out of the app.
No, you're good. I was just letting you talk. I can.
Yeah, she can't capitalize on racism. She can be a bigot. She can be prejudiced. She can be xenophobic. All of those other things, but not racism. That's not how racism was set to work.
I applaud you on that, and I hear what you're saying, and I have no doubt that it's 100% accurate. I just don't. I think that most people that use the term race and racist would definitely, by a large majority, they know what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to argue that. Very well put together. Thanks for educating me on it. But it's definitely not to say that she couldn't be a bigot, I guess. Maybe that's what
I mean. I can agree with that. I mean, you just have to substantiate it, but I can agree.
100%.
She has the ability to be a bigot, but like, what thing would you say that made her a bigot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not saying that she is or would be. I'm saying she could be. I know that.
Okay. So we know that Trump is,
Donald
and
Trump
you're saying she could be
racist. Is yeah. Well, for one, you said who could be. I said her. With her, I think that outside of race, I just feel like
hold on. Let me clarify.
Go ahead.
So Trump, is a racist, and is a bigot, and your response to that is Kamala Harris could be a bigot. It's possible.
No. For one, I know that I'm not going to go back and forth with you on whether or not Trump is a racist or not.
Okay.
I've heard that. I've heard you say it. I've watched people get into it with you on it. I do know that he's done stuff like a lot of them have, as far as politicians have said stuff and done stuff it's not a hill I'm about to die on.
Okay.
And then when you defined racism, how would you define racism?
Wait. We can get to that in here in a second, but I just want to acknowledge this first, right? You do acknowledge, right, that under your perspective, you're voting for someone who is racist over someone who is not racist. So do you at least understand why people have these preconceived notions about you, given that you're willing to support a racist over someone who's not racist?
Well, to me, voting for somebody who's racist and voting for somebody who's a bigot that's a tied race. Like, I don't want somebody who's a bigot, especially against somebody who looks like me, representing me.
But you just said that you think that she could be, but you can't give us any examples of her being a bigot. But we said Donald Trump is a racist, and we can give you specific examples of Donald Trump being a racist. So it sounds like you are putting up the fact that you know that Donald Trump is a racist versus something you made up in your head about Kamala Harris possibly being a bigot.
I've seen Kamala Harris support people who are bigots. I've seen her support people who hate people like me.
Okay, sure. Can you give us a specific example?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the people who endorsed her, and she took their money.
Okay, give us a specific example.
Okay, well, P. Diddy gave her money.
That's not true.
Rihanna, what? Yes, it is.
Wait, by the way, who is friends with Diddy? Didn't Donald Trump say that Diddy was a good guy and that he was going to stand up for Diddy?
Yeah,
exactly. Diddy was in jail while she was running for president.
He was? She was?
Diddy was in jail while she was running for president. That's not true.
I don't believe he was.
Yes, Diddy has been in jail for, I want to say, like, maybe closer to 2 years than anything.
What?
Yes.
For real? That's wild.
Where did you get this claim from? Seriously, how'd you even get that claim? You just made that up, dude.
No, I'm not saying that I didn't. Well, for one, I didn't like make it up. I'm pretty sure that he did. I don't want to close out of the app and search
while in prison.
I don't think he was in prison. I didn't know that.
I apologize. So yeah, he was in prison.
No,
but it was like
wasn't,
right
bro.
after she.
He was not. When she was campaigning, he was not.
Hold on, let me finish my sentence. He was in prison, but it was like he went right after she started campaigning. So, but he didn't have time to endorse her.
He did endorse her, dude.
He
did.
literally went to.
You guys are sitting there laughing at me, like, you know. You just said he's been in jail for 2 years, bro. Stop.
I said, yeah, okay.
Right?
Technically,
Like,
he's been in jail.
like,
I
you
said
guys are laughing
maybe
at
close to
me,
2
like,
years. He's been in jail for over a year now. That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, but
he was
hold on, give me a second.
campaigning before he went to jail.
Wait. So you're saying that Kamala Harris is a worse candidate because Diddy supported her?
No, I'm saying that people that were bigots supported her. That was
really,
the
because
question.
who did the KKK support?
I don't know. For one, he's denounced
Victoria,
the
thank you
KKK
so much.
numerous times.
Wait, no, hold on. Respond to this. Who did the KKK support? Since they're accountable for who supports them, who did the KKK support in the 2024 election? Take a guess.
He didn't take any money from the KKK, bro.
Wait. You're saying that she took
He did not
money?
take it.
Wait.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
how do you? Okay, so how did you even get the idea that Diddy gave her money?
He did donate to her campaign. It was
How
on
much?
Charlemagne. It was on the Breakfast Club.
How
What
much?
does it matter? How much does it take?
Oh no, here it is. It's because it's a lie. Reuters literally has an article fact checking all of this, and there was altered photos showing that Kamala Harris was with Diddy, and they also put out spread the rumor that Diddy donated $5 million to her campaign, which none of that is true. literally none of it's true. So no, he didn't endorse her. He didn't donate to her campaign. You've been propagandized. There's a full fact check article from Reuters on October the 18th, 2024 about it.
What about Beyonce and Jay-Z?
I'm sorry. I'm confused. What your point is? What's your point with this?
I'm answering.
You want to know who supported Donald Trump? January 6th violent rioters who beat police officers. That's who also supported Donald Trump.
Parker,
they gave money to his campaign.
Question.
What's up?
All I'm doing is answering your question.
Also, you said the Triple K actually he disavowed the Triple K. He didn't. But question for you: who do you think the Triple K? Sure. Who do you think the Triple K voted for? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Enough said.
So then
Right.
would you hold Donald Trump accountable for that?
100%. Like, what do you mean hold him accountable? I already said he's a dirtbag for that.
Okay, so then why do you support him?
Because as a whole, his visions, I believe, are more in line with mine. I don't have a racist or a bone in my body. I think it's disgusting.
Okay, so then why do you support? So then why do you support a racist over someone who's not racist?
Also, you said his vision, and also you mentioned your morals. So you're saying that the visions and his visions and morals are racist, and they're sexist and classist and fascist. So all of those things align with you?
100% no. I've already.
Okay, but wait. To clarify, you are closer to a racist than you are to someone who's not racist.
Well,
you're ideologically closer to a racist.
Well, that can't be true, right?
Oh, okay. So then you don't support Donald Trump.
Different things, and only one of them can be it. That's a trick. I mean, I can't be closer. I mean, when only one of them can be racist.
Wait, so
you can't
explain to me.
You can't
Are you
say that.
wait to clarify? In an election, would you be ideologically closer to a racist or to someone who's not racist?
There can't be when only one of them can be racist. How is that a question that can be?
What does that have to do
correctly?
with you? Parker saying
right.
Parker saying you. What
can't answer this question.
What do you closer associate with? Someone that is racist or someone that is not racist?
Someone that is not. If we're just talking about
there you go.
Racism?
Wait, so if you're ideologically closer to someone who is not racist, then that would entail that you support Kamala Harris, right?
Well, no, because Kamala Harris cannot be racist, so you can't use race.
Wait. How about this? How about this? In what way are you ideologically more similar to Trump?
I think the fact that he looks at the nation as a whole rather than, an individual.
What?
He literally doesn't support.
What?
He literally doesn't support blue states. He literally is targeting blue states, and he also didn't want to send funds to blue states, and he had to be convinced because they had to tell him Republicans are there as well. I don't know what he's talking about, Parker.
Well, a lot of
also hold up.
He's got to
you
follow
said
through.
so.
With
He thinks that Donald Trump has more of a collectivist method of thought.
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes,
dude, he thinks
100%.
Donald Trump's thought is more collectivist. What, for rich
but
people?
You're laughing and trying.
Yeah,
to
it's collectivism for rich people, and it's rugged individualism for everybody else.
Yeah, but you got to think, man. What's wrong? What if people prefer that? Like
we don't. Name what? Is there anyone in the comment section that agrees with that? With rugged individualism for everyone else, but for rich people, it's collectivism. That's called oligarchy, dude. That's literally oligarchy. That's oligarchy. You were like, do you know some people want oligarchy, right? Like, dude,
I wasn't talking about just that. I'm talking about his premises in general.
What do some people want? Tell me. What? Ideologically more similar to oligarchy?
No, I believe that more people want common sense in politics to move forward and put America first in certain aspects and put the large majority of a society on more
I'm sorry,
of a pedestal.
you think Donald Trump has common sense? You think Donald Trump has common sense? I'm sorry. Let's start here first. He literally was just proponing the idea that not taking Tylenol during the context of pregnancy had no negative impacts, as if untreated fever isn't going to be negatively impactful to someone's health and the health of the pregnancy. Hello?
I don't
he said
think
that. He said that
was saying-
Tylenol
no, he
usage
didn't say
in
that. He just
come on.
He said, bro, you can't. It's context. He
But,
said
yeah,
that
let's talk about
he
the
didn't
context.
say let it go unchecked completely. Stay keep having a fever. He said don't use this type of medication.
What? So what? Use what else?
There's only one medication that can be used for a fever.
Tylenol is the leading prescribed, not necessarily prescribed, but the leading medication to take for pregnant women as far as fevers. Like literally, it's the gold standard. They've tested it.
Yeah, tell me. Wait. You tell me right now. Wait. What else? Wait, actually, tell me right now. What else should they take?
Well, for one, I know a lot of holistic doctors, or not even holistic doctors, say that you should just
oxygen and IV. Like that's big right now.
That's dude. I'm sorry. Oxygen and IV is not going to get rid of fever, dude. What are you talking about?
Dude, what are you talking about? You want to talk about?
Wait, so you want pregnant women to go to a witch doctor? Like, I'm so confused what's happening.
Yeah,
right
like
now.
I'm sorry. You want them to like? What do you want them to do?
100% O2 and a salient is a witch doctor?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bro,
wait. You're saying just to do that? Wait, you're saying to do that for a fever? Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, man. That's out of this world to you? I'm not gonna sit here and talk with two dudes who aren't doctors about medicine.
Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, do you want me to play
it's three dudes that aren't doctors. It's
three dudes.
It's
well,
not
that's
two.
why I
It's
said
three dudes that's not
That's why I
doctors.
said I'm not going to.
Hold up. You want to hear let's hear what doctors have to say on the matter. Let's hear what doctors have to say. You want to hear what some doctors have to say real quick? Watch this.
During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
Okay, so Trump, with the help of RFK Jr., has officially announced that Tylenol, which is a brand name for acetaminophen or paracetamol, greatly increases your baby's risk of autism. And this is the answer RFK Jr. promised by the end of September this year. And I have to say, this is complete garbage. Time school. Whilst it's true that some observational studies do report associations between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and certain neurodevelopmental outcomes like autism, you have to remember that pregnant women who take acetaminophen don't just take it for shits and giggles. They take it because they are unwell, for example, with a fever, pain, infection, chronic illness, or something else. The indication or reason for taking the drug can often be linked to autism, not the drug itself. So when you look at well-designed studies like the gold standard Swedish sibling study on almost 2.5 million children, at first they found that mothers who used acetaminophen versus those who didn't, their babies had a 5% increased risk of autism. But when researchers performed a sibling control analysis where the researchers compared brothers and sisters where one had acetaminophen during pregnancy and the other didn't, and thus controlling for genetics and maternal factors, they found no increased risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability. And this is why the UK confirms that acetaminophen or paracetamol is safe to use during pregnancy, and there is no evidence that it causes autism. Oh, and this is the same as Canada, Singapore, Australia, and basically the rest of the world. And now here's the most important part. Maternal fever or hypothermia in early pregnancy is absolutely linked to various birth defects. And acetaminophen is one of the few options to bring down a fever safely in pregnancy. Avoiding it based on misinformation like this can severely harm both the mother and the baby. So maybe don't take your health advice from RFK Jr. and Trump, who can't even pronounce the drug he's talking about correctly.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Class dismissed.
He said, well. He also can't say origins. He says oranges.
Thank you for the galaxy. So, I mean, come on. That's just one example. I can also show you Trump saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. And he was saying carbon emissions don't exist. Like,
yeah, man, I'm not fighting back on that stuff. Like that's so much of those are party positions that there's a mountain of anecdotal stuff on both sides that.
Oh, let me keep going though. He also said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, right? I mean, like, dude, the point that I'm getting from this is that the idea that you have in your head that Donald Trump has common sense or brings about more common sense is the most radically insane take I have ever seen ever. So the fact that you said that without that second thought kind of is a little bit concerning to me.
Also, my favorite thing to call out
on that because
hold on. My favorite thing to call out. Hey, do you remember when Donald Trump stared at the sun during a solar eclipse without glasses? Like, who does that?
Bro.
Tell me what type of common sense person with common sense stares at a solar eclipse without glasses.
He wanted to nuke hurricanes to get rid of them.
Yeah. He wanted to take it in, man. I don't know what to tell you on that stuff. Like, you're not gonna find me standing on a stool for him on that. It's not gonna happen. But at the same time, we can all be real here. Like, imagine, look at the people inside the party on the other side that you guys represent, and let's not act like they didn't say a bunch of crazy stuff to you.
I'm sorry, nothing comparative to this. I'll give you another one. He said that if Jesus were the vote, no, I got you. He said,
you to stop.
He said, hold on.
Biden, who's up
hold up. One more. Come on. Let me do this last one. This last one's really funny. This last one's really funny. He said if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won.
Yeah. Hey man, the guy believes he's that guy.
He also fantasized about Arnold Palmer's junk. Like, that was the thing. He talked about Arnold Palmer's junk. So, like, it's a lot. It's just a lot. It's a lot.
I hear you. I wish you guys, man. I'm telling you, I hear you. I hear it all. It makes me. I roll my eyes every day on some of this stuff. I do, and that's what makes it hard. It does make it hard. And it was a hard election. It was a hard choice because there's a lot of stuff that I just didn't get. But you got to, from where I'm from and the position that I'm in, man, like, I've seen what.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because so you sound like you're a blue collar worker from a small town, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I can respect that. I'm from a small town in the South, and so I understand your position. And I also understand why people tend to vote Republican because, one, they've been told that liberals or the left are coastal elites, right? They say they're hobnobbing with the ultra wealthy and they don't care about people and all this other stuff.
Right.
Question for you. How many of the richest men on earth showed up to Donald Trump's inauguration?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure.
I think it was top seven of the top 10.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
how many billionaires are in Donald Trump's cabinet?
I have no clue, brother.
18.
No clue.
18 billionaires, the most ever. So how much money has Donald Trump made since he's been back in office this term?
I'm sure it's disgusting.
Over $4 billion since getting back in office in January. The point that I'm trying to make is that people in small towns think that voting for Republicans because they say that they're family first and they're Christians and they believe in small business and all this other stuff, it's a lie. You've been propagandized, and the right literally continues to take care of big business while the left is continuing trying to protect people like you, but you for some reason think that the left is evil because they also care about marginalized people. Like, that's the disconnect. You like, literally, you're voting against your own best interests. That's why farmers, farmers across the country they're literally, they just had a prayer circle praying for help when Donald Trump took away the subsidies that Joe Biden put in place. And also, for the last quarter, they haven't sold any soybeans to China because Donald Trump started a trade war. Like, literally, Donald Trump and the Republican Party are actively harming people like you, but you guys keep voting for him because you think that, like, the left is all about the marginalized people. And we've already covered why focusing on marginalized people would be a good thing.
I'm not saying that it's not, man. I'm not. And I'll be honest with you. So much of my voting power is not through influence. I know you said that because I do relate and I do see that a lot, but I can personally tell you that's not my experience. I've seen, we went just on a governor's level. We had Ducey for a long time, and I'm a state employee, and so we had a Republican governor, and he made me want to rip my hair out a lot too. But we get Katie Hobbs, and I like Katie Hobbs. I think I got the pleasure of meeting her. I think she's cool, but I seen what she did from a fiscal spot, and it was detriment, man. Like, it was detriment. The money that had been earmarked from the previous party on certain things, and we were in a surplus financially as a state, and she ripped through a lot of money, and a lot of it, I mean, it was like over $90 million in like 3 months to homeless aid efforts in Phoenix that I just think there's a better way to deal with that. I think that we're man, it's like cart before the horse on so many of these problems. And so a lot of that stuff is what influenced my voting, even on a larger scale. And so that's where it's at for me personally. Like I said, there's a lot of things from the Republic. Go ahead.
The only thing that I'll say about that is that conflating local politics or state level politics to national level politics is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Understanding what has direct influence on you in your everyday life versus what has long-lasting impacts on society as a whole and the country as a whole, right? So while you may have disagreements with your local and state level government, putting Donald Trump in power has been detrimental to the country his first term, and it's actively being detrimental to the country in his second term. So there's a huge difference between what you saw on a state level in Arizona versus what's happening in the country. Donald Trump is actively harming the entire country, which is going to harm not only Arizona, but everyone else.
Yeah, and I can differentiate those two things. I'm just saying from a party standpoint is where I was going at with that. And I'll be honest, and I only say this about Democrats because I often feel it as a Republican. And I can tell you from a Republican standpoint, or at least if voting Republican this last time around, there are I'll preference my point with this. There are Republicans that stand in front of microphones and stand in front of cameras that make my stomach turn, that say stuff that doesn't align with me and that I couldn't disagree with more and that I don't want representing as a part of my party, right? And they're the ones who get the most clicks and views. And I'll be honest, and that's something that I had to come to and realize to check myself because I found a lot of my emotions and my voting power leaning farther right than they probably should for the same exact reason on the other side. Like there are people in the Democratic Party that it's like when people think Democrats, they don't think the teacher and the nurse and the engineer down the street with the Volkswagen in the driveway and the mowed lawn. They just don't look at it like that. They look at it as the most scary part of what they think society could turn into. And I'm not going to go into like what those specifics look like because I believe it's different for everybody.
I mean, I think you're right. People on the right have been propagandized into being scared. The right is good as far as creating boogeyman's. Like I get it, but I guess the last question I have.
You your flowers by saying it goes.
No.
Let's
I mean, I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about the right.
Okay.
Like literally, they always have a boogeyman. Whether it's transgender people, whether it's migrants coming from the southern border, whether it's black and brown people in general. They always have a boogeyman. But the question I have, and then I'll give it to Parker, is can you name one bill in the last 60 years, just one bill within the last 60 years that the Republican Party has passed that overwhelmingly benefits the majority of Americans? Just one.
Man, I'll be honest with you. I'm not the right guy to ask that stuff. Although
I'll give the answer. There hasn't been one. There hasn't been one. Like
I think that could be such an opinion-based question.
No, it's not. If there was one that overwhelmingly benefited all Americans, I would absolutely stand on it and say, yes, this has been something that they passed and it's been substantial. If they had passed, let's say, the Chips and Science Act, or if they had passed the Affordable Care Act, like in the last 60 years, the Republican Party has not put forth any legislation that's overall benefiting to everyday Americans. Now, you can talk about Project Warp Speed and things that happened during the pandemic that they did and they reacted really well. But I'm talking about just legislating when they have power, not when we're in an actual crisis. They haven't done anything. That's my point.
Yeah, and once again, I'm not going to argue that. I would like to be more knowledgeable with my party and be able to give you something, but I couldn't do it the other way either. And like I said, I do believe that a lot of that is opinion based because I know even with, like you said, like the Affordable Health Care Act, I think there's a lot of people that were so far against that. And I understand that a lot of that is on Big Pharma and also the insurance companies not wanting that to happen. So there's a lot of emotion and money involved in those types of things. And so that's why I think they're dangerous to argue about, especially from somebody who just isn't to that point. And that's why it's so hard for me to,
say this is my guy and that's why. I can't jump in with both feet on it. I do believe in, and I would say the most sensitive topic that I can say that I do back of his, and with just what I've seen, is the immigration thing. I know that it's such a hot topic right now, and although I back it, I'm not, inhuman to it. It's heartbreaking. I watch these videos and it does suck. I wish there was a better system. But once again, it's not for lack of trying, I don't think. We didn't arrive, where we're at in the last 4, 8, 16 years, right? It's a growing problem. But once again, the approach that they took, as extreme as it is, I just don't know how he makes an impact without going this hard. And I do believe that
Donald Trump oversaw the border crisis, and he's also not doing anything productive for the border or immigration at this time. Sorry, you said a lot to say nothing. He's not doing anything.
Well, and I think that there's a lot of people that would disagree with that. I think that, from a number standpoint,
he's deporting less than Joe Biden.
As hard, but when you see that there is an influx,
he's spending more money, he's violating more rights, and he's deporting less.
You believe that there's more people being deported now than a year ago?
No,
or less people being,
yes, the numbers actually reflected. It's verifiable
then why
information.
Are people so upset with it?
Because he's violating human rights.
If Joe Biden was deporting more people than Donald Trump,
because Donald Trump is violating human rights. He's literally he has a privatized police force in ICE who is militarized. And they're running around with masks on, grabbing people and not actually, giving them due process, throwing them in concentration camps, like it's sending them off to Venezuela. Not Venezuela, but
concentration camps is a tough comparison, bro.
Alligator Alcatraz was a concentration camp. Yes,
that's such a tough comparison.
It's not. If you saw the conditions and got the reports back from what they said about this, it's absolutely a concentration camp.
Man, I just can't. I hear you.
He was also sending people to CCOT.
Yeah, I just from your party standpoint, wouldn't you guys be backing that then? Because I do know that you guys are for
Wait, backing sending people to CCOT?
No, no. We're off that. That was I not at all. Not at all. I wouldn't say that about people. I don't believe. I don't think anybody. I'm saying.
Did you know there's 1,200 people missing right now from Alligator Alcatraz? There's 1,200 undocumented immigrants that they have no idea where they are.
I thought I saw a guy talking about that with Parker on 1,200
Thursday. Missing people.
He made a pretty good point on that. I think he said that a lot of those numbers were because they were in transit, and so because they just weren't.
No. That could have been one of the explanations. Right,
yeah,
but it's not categorized.
Yeah,
it's not categorized. It's still based upon the definition of missing. They are missing. Now, could the explanation be that they're in process of being deported, that they are in transport, or plenty of different other things? Yes, for some people that's true, but we don't know. They're missing. Their family have been looking and trying to find them, have been asking around, and they haven't been able to find that. So that's really important. That needs investigation.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. We can't. Yeah, the humanity inside of this process.
That's 2/3 of the amount of people that were there.
Right. I want to say I did look into that when you guys were talking about it, because I think I hopped on while listening and was like, "Holy crap!" I want to say that I did. There was some resolve to that, but maybe I mean, like you said, there's certain things that could have been impacting that number, but who knows for sure how much and. If it's one, it's too many. So the 1,200 is crazy, right? So, yeah. But, yeah, if that's true, which I don't think it is, if it's true that there are more people being deported a year ago than today.
Go look up the numbers. Well, whenever you get time, go look it up. It's
I will. But then why the big attack on him for it being
because
he's undermining the Constitution. He doesn't care about due process rights, right?
Yep.
He's actively saying that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He's calling media organizations illegal.
Yep.
He's ramping down on people's human rights, and people are just responding to that. That's all we're doing. We're saying he is violating core fundamental human rights, individual freedoms that we think America should, want to support, right?
Yeah. But I just think it's the minority at this point that are saying that. That's the scary part.
That's even if that's true, that doesn't mean we're wrong.
100%. I'm not saying that.
Right, but I don't think that we are. I think a majority of people are calling this out. Have you seen Trump's approval ratings on the economy as of recently?
Down.
No, I haven't, because the economy. But then again, he was very upfront about saying it's going to get worse before it's going to get better.
He wasn't. Before he was elected, he said that everything was going to go way up. He said that he was going to immediately reduce grocery prices, gas prices. He said that everything was going to be sunshine, rainbows, and puppies. And Parker, I don't know about you, but I haven't gotten my puppy yet. I'm still waiting.
No, I hear you, brother. No, I get it. I have seen it. I don't know about. I know it's regional, it's different, but our gas prices did go down and have been down. And I'm not saying it's by this huge amount, but it's definitely not like it was from his first term. We didn't get the hike like we did from his first term to when it went to Biden. That hike, that's where it was really tough. And once again, I know it's going to say, well, that's because of what he did before Biden got there, and that might be the case, 100%. I'm just saying. All I could think of when there was a change in party is that my wallet could not take the same jump, and it hasn't. I haven't felt it personally. I don't know about other people. I'm not saying that I got extra. I'm not saying that I'm saving it. That it's a lot better. I'm just saying it didn't get worse, and that's huge for me.
What didn't get worse, sir?
Just as far as the increase in commodities and goods.
They did. They understand that since April, it's gone up from 2.3 to 2.9%, and it's going to trend up continually, and it will be up higher. When are you going to blame them? Is it going to be at 3%? Is it going to be at 4%? Seriously, at what point is it going to be that Trump caused it? Is that Trump is responsible?
Hopefully it gets, like I said, hopefully it gets better quick.
Well, I'm just going to let you know, we know that's not going to happen. Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve indicated that's not going to happen by reducing interest rates, because that's going to put upward pressure on prices to a greater extent. But he had to do that because the jobs report was so bad, and we were literally having practically no new jobs, right, comparative to what we were. Literally a year ago, it was 7 to 10 times more per month.
Right. Yeah. No, I do know that. I agree with that. I'm hoping that ramps up with the tariffs. I don't know where it's going to go with that, but it would be nice if we do get some more manufacturing here in the United States for multiple reasons. We'll see if that happens, but that's a scary subject too. I know that I could see us having bumps in that. My position on the tariffs is more from an environmental level than anything, but yeah, we'll see what goes on with that.
So tariffs are definitely worse. I mean, how do you feel about him not releasing the Epstein files?
Man, I knew that wasn't going to happen. We all know that wasn't going to happen. There's too much money involved in that for the people.
Do you want him to release the files?
I guess. It doesn't matter to me. I can promise you.
It doesn't matter to you?
No, it doesn't, because at this point, I think they're all like that, man. I just do. I think they're all bad.
He doesn't want the files to be released. That's a wild take that you don't care. Why?
Because at the end of the day, I
don't
know
you
what
want it to be exposed?
At that level. To me, it already is.
No.
What happened to these people that were?
It's not fully exposed. It's not fully exposed. You understand that if we had the list, we would be able to see. I want to wrap in Santana as well. I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, he had his hand up.
I was just gonna say, I only have one other thing because I'm getting ready to take off. I'm taking my wife and my mother-in-law out to eat, so I'm gonna take off here in just a moment.
My man.
I just want to say, like the premise that you're making, it doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I know we jumped to the Epstein thing, but your idea as far as like tariffs, Donald Trump has like negatively impacted our economy to the point that we are literally engaging in stagflation, right? You talked about him bringing back manufacturing jobs, but there's been over 70,000 manufacturing jobs lost since he started implementing the Liberation Day tariffs, right? Manufacturing was up under Joe Biden, and now it's on a downward trend. He hasn't done anything to positively impact the economy. And again, he's hurting everyday Americans. And also, fucking release the list. What are we talking about? Like, yes, Leah, put the Epstein list out. Yes, hold everybody accountable. We don't care who's on the list. We want everybody held accountable. Like,
But
none
they're
of that
not
makes sense.
gonna hold them accountable. That's where I don't care. They're not
going
gonna
to hold anybody accountable if they're scrubbing the
No.
list with the FBI and then not putting it out. Like, we should hold all of these people accountable. The victims deserve justice.
100%. So they're gonna scrub the list and they're gonna get all their homeboys off of it, and then everybody else.
You mean
is
Trump?
gonna
You
go.
mean Trump?
FBI would
So
do Trump. Yes.
you mean also like let's address this. So like you're saying that like in terms of the release, would you want it to be released? Yes, you probably would. You just think it's going to be
Yes.
changed. Would you want the actual like files to be released? Yes.
Bro,
Well,
if
Trump
I could
well,
snap
then
my
Trump doesn't
fingers
want your
and-
support.
Yeah.
Trump said that he doesn't want
Yes.
your support. Then he said that anyone who wants them to be released, right, that he doesn't want their support anymore, and that they actually never
Well-
supported him in the first place.
Right. Well, I mean, once again, we could do that all day long. I mean, Biden said that if you don't vote for him as an African American, you ain't black.
Yeah,
Like,
he went back and he went back and said that he shouldn't have said that. He apologized for it, and he moved forward from that point. Like
Well,
literally,
and-
the
and-
difference
and-
between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is yes, Joe Biden has had many gaffes, he's had many fuck ups, but he has never been too big or too prideful to say, you know what, shouldn't have said that. I fucked up. I'm sorry. I will not do that again. I will fix that. There's a huge difference between that and Donald Trump saying, I've never repented because I've never sinned, or him just like doing all the other things that he's done and never actually saying sorry.
Yeah.
Also, really quick, Christina, thank you for the 20. You're freaking awesome. And also, Emily, thank you for the 5. You know it. You absolutely right. Parker, I got to get out of here. I appreciate you having me up.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Have a great
Hey, thanks, man. Good
dinner.
job.
Yep.
Alrighty. Yeah. So what else were you saying?
Well, just if I wanted to talk about, like I said, from the tariff standpoint, like I said, one of the biggest reasons on why I'm for the tariffs is not from a financial standpoint. I think that will be more of like a ramped impact. But I would like to see tariffs for more of like an environmental impact. If we can manufacture things in the United States where we do have some more legitimate regulations on how hard manufacturing is on the environment, where it's going on in these third world countries, they manufacture with reckless abandonment, man. Like, it's really tough on the environment.
That's crazy for your prescriptions there. Wouldn't you then advocate for greater levels of regulation around the world, not less regulation?
Well, I'm saying less manufacturing in those areas. If we
By the way,
buy rubber ducks from
he's
China,
willing to say that about countries around the world comparative to the United States, but not Trump comparative to the Democrats. When the Democrats were actively advocating for better sorts of regulations and standards to then be able to literally sell our technology to the rest of the world, to be able to then incentivize everyone else to engage in that policy as well. The largest investment in renewable energy ever happened under the Biden-Harris administration through the Inflation Reduction Act. Trump pulled us out of all of those conditions, right? He also pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords, defunded the World Health Organization, defunded the CDC, right? Trump has actively advocated against the usage of literal science, not only in the context of climate change, but also in the context of, like, for example, with Tylenol, right? We can point to plenty of different things. During COVID,
once
it was
again,
atrocious.
he didn't. I don't think he pulled us out of those things because he was against their position. I think he pulled us out of them because he thinks that he could have made a bigger impact with less. Like that Paris climate.
Okay, so then what did he do? What did he do to replace any of them? So what did he do to replace any of them? Nothing.
No, he did. He's got there's gosh, what's that girl's name? See, and this is where it's tough for me, man. Like, I don't know to that point. But you're telling me that he's not doing anything from an environmental standpoint. Like, I can't hop on.
He doesn't even believe it exists. He believes it's a hoax. He's the biggest hoax of all time. I promise you that it's the biggest hoax. I know I'm denying the scientific consensus amongst all scientists. 97%, I think more, maybe, possibly. But I think I'm smarter than all of them. They don't know what they're doing. I'm educated more than them. I tell you that. Like, dude, are you serious? He thinks that he's smarter than this medical community, than the scientific community. Like, he's actually insane. Come on, dude.
I'm not saying climate change. I've heard his opinion on climate change. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about from an environmental standpoint in general. You're saying that he doesn't care at all. He has nothing in place for environmental control.
No, literally has like absolutely nothing comparative to Democrats. Obviously, to some extent, he does. Like, it's not like there's zero regulation in place, but he is literally not doing anything comparative to Democrats. He's doing worse comparative to Democrats. Does that make sense?
I bet you dollar for dollar he's not. How much was that Paris climate? What was it? It was an outrageous number. You know it. Come on, help me out.
I think it creates greater levels of social benefit. Dude, when you reduce pollution, that increases social benefits in the long run, especially because you understand that pollution harms people's health.
100%, but you can't stand on this table on this side and scream for it on that side. Like, once again,
it doesn't even make any sense. What'd you just say?
You can't say that you care about the environment while encouraging us to buy from these places that are bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean
when it comes to
bottom
environmental
of the barrel?
control? When it comes to environmental control.
What places do you want to cut off trade with?
I'm not saying cut off trade. I'm saying that if we can
by the way, if you want to incentivize there to be better conditions in terms of the climate, why wouldn't you agree with the Paris Climate Accords?
Because there was so much money being distributed outside of the intent there that it was insane.
No, it wasn't. That was like one of the most bare bones agreements ever. It was one of the bases, very bases for getting us into international agreements associated with dealing with climate change. And Donald Trump has undermined that because he literally believes it's a hoax.
We were funding like 95% of that, dude. We can't fit the bill on that stuff anymore. Like, you go to some of these places, we got to work on ourselves a little bit.
One, the 95% number is actually insane. You don't know what you're talking about. Secondly, as it relates to this, again, we want to, get people to work on an international standpoint to address climate change. And now you're arguing against that. Donald Trump's also undermining and dismantling the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. You understand that's incredibly important for ensuring environmental standards in our country. And you're effectively arguing that because standards are not as good in other countries around the world means that we should have worse standards?
No, dude, that pales in comparison. Our standards are far and above better than other countries. A lot of other countries, especially the ones that are leading in manufacturing.
Name the country.
China. You believe that China has stricter manufacturing?
So your comparative analysis, by the way, his comparative analysis his comparative analysis for determining what policy we should have is by looking how China operates their government. Are you serious? That's your standard for comparison?
No, you asked me.
No, yeah, I'm asking you. That was your standard for comparison.
Your position was that we are worse than them, correct?
No, you're saying because China operates a certain way in terms of their government, that means we should operate that way. Would you do the same thing with COVID? Would you say that we should have China's COVID policy? The authoritarian COVID policy, do you agree with that?
No, I think Trump did good during COVID.
Wait, so then do you want to use that as a baseline for comparison, how China's government operates? I don't think you should use any specific government and be like, this is the specific way that we should operate just because of that. You'd have to give like a reason why it's better, right?
I don't believe that Trump believes that we should operate our environmental policies the same as China.
You don't think we should? Okay, so then why'd you use it for a basis of comparison?
No. I said I don't believe that Trump thinks we should. I don't believe that Trump thinks that China has a good environmental policies.
Okay, so then what's your point of bringing it up?
Because you asked, dude.
No, that's
you
what
said
we were
what
talking
country's
about in
worse
reference
than
to.
us?
Yes, because you were talking about there being countries worse.
100%.
And that being justification.
Manufactured here, from an environmental standpoint, if we manufactured those goods here, it would be safer for the environment. And I do believe that if the tariffs go that way, and it does become to be more cost effective to manufacture here, where there is better environmental standards, that it would be better for the environment.
So you want to cut off trade with China?
I'm saying that it's not. He's not threatening to cut it off.
Wait.
It's going to be more expensive.
Okay, so
wait,
how does that make it better? How does that make conditions better in terms of the environment?
Because if things get to that point and it's cheaper to manufacture it here rather than ship it here, then that's one more rubber ducky being made in Minnesota than it is in Bangladesh.
Wait, I'm sorry. What would be the issue specifically in that context? I don't think that's what's causing carbon emissions. What? And also, like, again, in terms of this, you're now saying that you want
on our carbon footprint?
So one thing, you want all production. You want all production.
No. Let's tackle what you just said.
No.
You're saying that maybe
you want all production to happen in the United States, but it is the case that literally, one, that's not actually economically feasible. Two, it is the case that you didn't want to incentivize countries around the world to better their climate standards. And then three, as it relates to this, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. You're bringing up things that are irrelevant to this, right? And this is also not addressing the fact that Donald Trump has undermined environmental standards in this country. So if you're arguing that they should have more environmental standards, how could you argue we should have less?
Damn, you muted me, dog.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it because I was talking to you.
If you're arguing that it's better or it's worse for a country around the world to have less standards for regulations for the environment, why are you arguing that it's better for Donald Trump to have less?
I'm not arguing that it's better for him to have less.
Well, he does have less, and he actually believes that it's a hoax.
So you believe that the standards in the United States for manufacturing and for the EPA are less than what China has to comply to?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't know how the comparison in terms of China. I'm not 100% familiar with their policy on the environment, but I can understand that. I don't think that should be my basis for comparison, or I have to specifically use that as a basis for comparison.
Well, that's all I'm saying. So if you're trying to argue what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we can manufacture some of this stuff in the United States, that it will be better for the environment than buying it from China, where it's being manufactured with reckless abandonment to the environment.
Manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office because it's made domestic manufacturing in this country more expensive, because the imposition of tariffs universally, which apply to all different goods, as an aspect of the domestic manufacturing process in the United States.
100%. You're not going to find me disagreeing with that.
If you cut the EPA, we won't have the same types of regulatory standards as what we've had historically, especially in a bunch of different countries around the world. And Donald Trump's goal is not to reduce the emissions. Donald Trump's goal has nothing to do with that, because he thinks that climate change is a hoax. So your idea that you even care about that in the very first place is so disingenuous. You don't give a shit about it. If you did, you would support Kamala Harris.
Don't do this, bro. Don't bully people. Like,
I'm not bullying you. I'm just telling you that I disagree with you, and that's not the position you have.
And what I'm not, and who
that's not bullying.
Bro,
me telling you the conditions of your position that I think are true about your position and having an opinion about that is not bullying. What are you talking about?
But you're telling me that Donald Trump wants to get rid of the EPA. That's what you said.
Oh my God, I'm bullying you because I said that Donald Trump wants to gut the EPA. Oh my God, look at the bullying. How dare you bully me like that? Oh my God. Are you serious? Me just acknowledging a fact of reality is not bullying. What are you talking about, dude?
I'm saying in the sense of, like, you just keep talking over me, that type of stuff, and telling me what my positions are and what they should be. It's not. I mean, if I use the term bullying and it messed with you, I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have said that. I just more of meant tell me who I am and what my positions are, just because they oppose yours.
No, I'm saying it seems like this is the case.
I apologize if I called you a bully. I shouldn't have done that.
Well, all I'm saying is it seems like this is the case, and you can clarify any misconception and explain it.
But that's what I'm asking you. I'm saying, but you just said, like, I don't believe, you said Donald Trump wants to get rid of the EPA. I don't believe he wants to do that. I've never seen him say that. I've never seen any ounce of paperwork or reporting on that. He wants to get rid of the EPA. Those are your words. And somebody is popular and is smart and intelligent and that has the following of you, Parker, like, you got to be careful saying stuff like that because, yeah, and I know you're on fire right now trying to find an article with an excerpt that says he wants to XYZ the EPA, but that's not the same as saying he wants to get rid of the EPA. Like, people hear you say that stuff and they really take it to heart, man. They go to work and they talk about it and they tell people that because they trust you. That's where it's dangerous.
If I said that, I did not mean to say that. I never said he, to my knowledge, I never said that he would get rid of the entire EPA. I said he would gut the EPA.
Said that. No, you said he'd get rid of it. That's what you said.
Okay, well, he's engaged in an aggressive rollback. I was never saying that there were zero standards. I don't think that's how this conversation went. Me saying he's gutting it is not saying that he's getting rid of it entirely.
All I was saying is that if there could be anything positive coming out of the tariffs, if we could manufacture
hold up. Can I do this? I have a PBS article about Trump's EPA announces aggressive rollback of environmental protections. That's from PBS News.
Yeah. Once again, though, but he's not looking at getting rid of it completely, disbanding it.
Just the proposals include to upend the basis for the EPA's climate change actions and impact rules on emissions limits, wastewater regulations, and air quality standards.
I believe that was regarding personnel across those different. I think context was a little bit foggy in that because I do believe that had more to do with personnel resources across those different surface boards.
You mean to enforce the enforcement of them? Yeah, that's the rollback
I don't
of
think it was
environmental protections.
I don't think it was the
But
compliance
these are
parts.
it's on the basis of rules, by the way. It's not just the enforcement, it's the basis of rules.
Right. But once again, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that he wanted to get rid of it. Like, that's where it's scary. Like, you say stuff like that and people, man, like, that's where it could get bad. Like, that's somebody goes and says that and then it gets scary.
What? I've been saying what's factual this whole time. I was framing it as like there's going to be some level, but it's going to be like lesser than Democrats. That's what I've said the whole time. I don't think I once said that he would get rid of the entire EPA.
That's what you, but it, and you've already apologized if you did say that, so I'm not fishing here. I'm just saying that is what you said. Like, it is what you said.
Sure, if you think, like, I genuinely don't remember saying that, but like, again, if I did do that, like, I can acknowledge that, but I didn't mean that. That's not my intention.
Okay, and that's fair enough. And I appreciate that you clarified, because I do see where you're coming from, where that's conflicting positions by party. For me to say that, I think
when I say if I say cut the EPA, that doesn't mean cut the entirety of the EPA as well.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm off it, the semantics part of it. Like, okay, I can tell you, I think a lot of people would have taken those words and ran a different direction with it. And that's where I just give a lot of respect to you, because you do have a lot of people that, listen to you and appreciate you and really reflect your beliefs. And I think that's healthy. And that's where it's scary to hear people of your, reputation say stuff that could be considered to be outside of pocket. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Accidentally? Like I clearly didn't mean that. That's obviously not my position. My position is that it's reducing it. Like, I genuinely accidentally did that, if I did say that.
And that's why I'm saying, yep, 100%. No harm, no foul. It is, yeah. I think nobody in listening right now believes that that's the way you said it or meant it when you said it that way.
Okay. Well, I mean, just the point that I'm getting to with that is that how is that like an impact on like a, I don't know, whatever. We can get past this point.
Yeah.
Do you understand the point that I'm generally making with this, though? That you cannot say that it's worse for countries around the world to have lesser regulations in terms of the environment, but it's also better for Donald Trump to have lesser regulations on the environment.
Worldwide.
What do you mean?
Correct? Because he can't really do anything about other places.
He can't do anything about other places. Yes, we can.
Yeah,
We had
and
the
their
Paris
environment.
Climate Accords. You can uphold different international agreements.
China was never involved in that.
I mean, they were involved to some degree, but there's not a binding
No,
aspect
no.
of the agreement.
No, they were not. Yeah, search it up. China was never held accountable by the Paris Climate.
Yeah, I never said there was I said there wasn't an enforcement mechanism.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
when
they
you
were a
like,
part of
yes,
the Paris
we can.
Climate Agreement. Yeah.
Right. But that had little to no impact on manufacturing, correct?
What do you mean that little to no impact? You said that it was going to have such an impact. And also, again, manufacturing investment declined under Trump's first term. It's declined since he got in office, and it heavily increased under the Biden-Harris administration due to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
100%. Which, and like I said, I think those will be more of ramp numbers when it comes to that.
What do you mean?
I believe that when he said it's going to get worse before it gets better, that manufacturing is going to be one of those ramp things. I think it's very early on for any data to come back positive on any of that stuff. Especially when we're still trading and when tariffs have been buckled back and forth a couple of times. I think that a lot of these places are buying when tariffs are low. I think they're buying super, super high and they're stocking. And then I feel also like when that stuff's going down, tariffs suddenly go the other way, and I believe they re-up.
What are tariffs?
What do you mean?
What is a tariff?
I believe in a sense it's money that is charged for trade.
No extra add to that? That's, I mean...
Well, I'm not going to sit here and do it's a tax, it's a this, that. Like, I think it's funding that is had to be paid in order to do business with somebody.
Okay, so...
that's wrong? I mean,
yes, actually, that is wrong. That is wrong.
Okay,
so a tariff is a tax on an imported good. So it's specifically on imported goods, right? And it's paid by the American importer that's importing the product, the business importing the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution.
100%, but you're acting like that's exactly what it goes. But if you're China and I'm buying tires and I have to pay the tariff...
But like if me and you were engaging in a trade, the tax would not be in place. There's trade between me and you in that context, yet it is the case the tariff's not implemented. So it's on specific goods, not all goods in trade.
Right, and that's why I said if you were China and I was purchasing tires from you, there is a tariff on tires. Correct?
Okay.
Okay, and so our agreement is that it is $50 a tire, but now there's a $10 tariff on that tire. That tariff comes out of my pocket because I'm the one purchasing the tire. So that's where the conversation starts, where being in business, that's not where it stops. I still tell you, hey, I'm your biggest buyers of tires. You're going to supplement me on this tariff if you want to keep doing business with me, and you're going to pay $700 or $775 of this tariff that I have to pay. So you're going to cut the price of your tires that you've been selling me down to $32.50. Let's not act like that doesn't happen.
Even if that did happen, that would still cause prices to go up. But it would also incentivize them to reduce standards for labor in their country because it is a case that they want to be able to compete given the same market conditions.
Man, I think that it's so bottom of the barrel in some of these places. Like, I can agree with that. I'll agree with you on that.
Oh, so then so you want to make labor conditions worse?
No, I don't. And that's why I'm not saying that it's going to happen overnight, man. Like, I don't believe, for one,
worse is scary because I think it's already so bad. And labor conditions is a tough ask. I don't like talking about that or thinking about it because some of those places are so scary over there when it comes to labor conditions. As far as an environmental standpoint, I don't know how much more corners they can cut after looking at some of the articles that I've read from the working conditions over there. There's places where
so if you want to incentivize better working conditions and labor conditions, and you want to incentivize better environmental conditions, well, then things like the Paris Climate Accords would be an incredibly important thing for you to do to start with that. Not saying that that's perfect. It was definitely non-binding. But the point that I'm saying with that is that you have to have some level of agreement on an international basis to at least work towards a common goal, to at least start, right? Getting people to come together to do something about climate change.
But we have that over here already. If you're making...
We don't. Donald Trump has just got that.
Oh, man. Yes. It pales in comparison to the way we manufacture to them from an environmental standpoint. Some of these countries are so harsh on the environment. I'm not saying that we're perfect because we're not, especially somebody who cares about the environment, but it pales in comparison. To compare how our manufacturing standards from an environmental level to theirs is not a comparison I have. I mean, I'm not going to concede anything on that.
So what you're not understanding is that, again, you're saying that we should have worse environmental standards because it is the case that other countries have even worse environmental standards?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we are light years ahead of where they are. So even if we keep the status quo where it's at right now, and we can manufacture here, and if they're doing a million tires overseas, if we can do half of that,
wait. Based on what measure? We're light years based on what measure?
So you think it's close?
Wait, I just want to ask, based on what measure do you use?
Common sense. Like, it's so much better here.
Using what measure? What measure does your common sense tell you?
Manufacturing, that we have a lot better labor laws and environmental standards here than China does.
Can you just give me an example of any of them that you're referencing? No, I just want to hear like an answer of that without you saying, do you disagree with that? I want to hear an actual like specific point that you're making, because like I don't even think you know.
Our air quality is very good.
Our air quality is what?
Better.
Okay, so you're saying it's better to have better air quality. So then why do you support Trump, who I just told you, right, was literally getting rid of regulations for air quality standards?
That's not what you said. You said that he cut resources. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. I read this off earlier. I said that the proposals include a call to upend the basis for the EPA's climate change actions and impact rules on emissions limits, wastewater regulations, and air quality standards. I read that verbatim. And it was specifically on the article, Trump's EPA announces aggressive rollback of environmental protections, specifically from PBS.
But not in standards and resources. Not in standards and resources.
Resources to specifically enforce those particular regulations.
No.
Okay, then what was it?
That he was cutting personnel and resources to those, not standards.
Both. It was both, actually.
So they're being more lenient on the standards? Where's that from?
I told you the article. Look at the article.
It's from PBS, right?
So it was literally quoted, the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. Give him a second to look this up. In the meantime, let me say thank you to some people. Let me catch up real quick while he looks up and tries to find this information. Mutant, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Charco, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Patient Stacks, thank you. Barbara, thank you for the $25 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Barbara. Feisty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mactastic, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Mactastic. Thank you. And for the $2, thank you so much. Rudy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Visionary, thank you so much for the $5. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Stringless, thank you so much for the $2. Patty with the $10. Thank you. MJ, thank you for the $10. Stringless, thank you again for the $5. Just a Rancer, thank you for the $2. Thank you, thank you. Ryan, thank you for the $2. Libby with the $10. Barbara again with the $25. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If I didn't catch anyone's donation, I do apologize. Thank you, Ron. I really appreciate it. Torjo, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm caught up there. M, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, M. I really appreciate it. George, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, George. I really appreciate it. Consider W's for George as well in the comment section. Shauna, thank you for the $5. Christopher, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Paul with the $50. Thank you so much. Can we have W's for Paul in the comment section? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Paul in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, don't worry. I got you. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Alex with the $5. Thank you. Josephine, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you, Josephine. April with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, April. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Trudy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. I apologize. Dr. Sonia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Again, Josephine, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Ken with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Stacy, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I don't know.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Did you find?
So I looked into it. It sounded like from what I seen, the rollback was coming from like a economy standpoint. Like he was rolling back regulatory pricing and taxes on it, like the hidden fees. Once again, that's which I said.
You're cutting out. I currently
as
can't
far
hear you.
as from.
You're cutting out.
Oh, what about now? Is that
hear
better?
you now. Jeanette, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, nothing from a enforcement standpoint or a regulation standpoint. It's not like there's more leniency to be able to pollute.
What do you mean? It said they said the quote unquote biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
Yes, from a financial standpoint, they're not.
What do you mean from a financial standpoint?
The taxes that go into hydraulic damming and nuclear power.
Those are a few things that could be relevant, but I was
No,
talking
that's what
about.
it is.
No, it's not.
I'm talking about. Yeah, it is. I'm talking about the standards for it.
No, it's literally climate, air pollution rules. It's air quality standards, wastewater regulations, emission limits.
Not according to the EPA website itself.
That's what PBS says themselves. So would you like to tell me what the EPA says? Because I'm giving you things directly from what the EPA said themselves. Like I'm saying this is specifically what the administrator Lee Zeldin said.
Sorry, brother. I can't read it and you hear me. But it's right on the EPA's website. From what the EPA article says, it's...
Okay, actually, the Environmental Protection Agency themselves said the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. How are you going to deny that? That's directly from the EPA. I can't hear you when you're out of the app, just letting you know.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, and they were saying that it's going... It's... From a financial standpoint, that it's going to be cutting taxes on those things. That's what they're bragging on it for. It's deregulatory as far as from a fiscal standpoint.
So again, what does that mean? Because it would still be a deregulation on the environmental standards that I just mentioned.
Well, once again, I'm not saying that it's not deregulatory. It's cutting back and slashing all the hidden fees and taxes on energy, but it's in no way
that's what regulations would impose.
Financial regulations, not compliance regulations.
You understand that financial regulations are how you enforce the compliance of the regulation.
They're not saying that they're going to do away with sanctions.
Fees are how you enforce the compliance with the regulation.
No, they're saying from the consumer. If the Hoover Dam is turning, 8,000 watts a minute, and they're charging UNS or CHP money for these watts, and those agencies are turning around and putting a tax on every single one of those watts, the EPA is coming back and saying that we're cutting the taxes on those against it. They're still sanctioned. If they find them doing dirty things or stuff outside of actual physical compliance, they're still sanctioning those areas.
Yeah, but again, they removed the specific climate change actions, impact rules on emissions limits, water waste regulations, and air quality standards. So they are limiting the enforcement of it. They got rid of the standards for them. Are they upholding other standards? Sure. But yes. They are upholding less standards.
I see it from only a fiscal level. You're saying beyond a fiscal level, from a physical level.
What the fuck does that even
from
mean,
a physical
dude?
level,
I just don't get this.
I know you don't, and that's what's scary, man. Like that's it's.
How is it scary?
Because you're acting as if they're saying, "Go ahead and pour the sludge into the pond."
I'm saying that they're deregulating it, so it's going to allow them to engage in more risky behaviors that harm other people's health.
Where is that coming from that you think that they want to do that? That's wild take.
I just told you. They're
that
these companies will do it because it's profitable. Yes, they will do it because it's profitable. They have a fiduciary responsibility to engage in the profit maximizing condition for their shareholders.
Man, like I'm telling you, in that field, it's the risk is not worth it. The sanctions that come down
because of the fact that because of the regulations being imposed. If the regulation is not imposed, then there's no losses that they would incur by engaging in that particular behavior, therefore increasing their likelihood of engaging it because they want to engage in the profit maximizing condition.
But once again, they're not saying that the teacher's not going to come in and check in on you. They're not saying that. The thought that there's going to be no more compliance checks and things like that is crazy. There's still going to be a due diligence.
I'm saying they are reducing limitations. They are impacting the rules and the regulations and the standards. So yes, they are limiting how much they're going to involve themselves in the affairs of businesses impacting the environment. That is what they said themselves. They said the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
Yes, but I think that when people hear that, they think that it's at a level of like we're going to lower standards of what's okay and what's not. And that's a false representation of what they're saying.
That is exactly what they're doing.
They're not, man.
It's exactly what they're doing. I'm sorry. You can't deny reality. It's exactly what they did. They're lowering standards.
So what they're saying is yesterday you couldn't... You're wrong. You're dead ass wrong on this.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry. I've given you your flowers when you've earned them, Parker. That's not the case in this. I think that the depth is lost. Like I respect you, and I'm not but that's the context there is wild. So, but I got nothing for
I'm
love
not wrong.
for you.
I can give you another Associated Press article that indicates that the EPA targeted rules could prevent an estimated 30,000 deaths and save $275 billion a year. They are in effect, according to the Associated Press examination. So, like, that's literally what Donald Trump is undermining to a greater extent.
Well, once again, like I said earlier, I don't think that he's doing away with it or altering his position to the point that he doesn't care. I think that he believes in his mind that it can be done better and cheaper, and that's where efforts are going to go.
No, the regulations get it done better and cheaper because, for example, according to AP, 5 rules together were estimated to have had more than 200 billion a year in net benefits based upon EPA documents that estimated reduced illnesses and deaths and the cost for companies to comply. And in 17 of the 20 rules with explicit cost-benefit analyses, AP estimated benefits are larger than the costs, sometimes far larger. So you would only have an argument for 3 of the 20 for getting rid of those, not for any of the others, which is not specifically the only ones Donald Trump's going after. So why don't we do it based upon that effect? You look at like what the net benefits would be, and if it doesn't have net benefits, then you say, oh, we might not say that this is like something we'll put into place. But given that it does have net benefits, you obviously should keep it in place.
I can respect that take.
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, just letting you know.
My bad. Once again, I do believe that it's still a fire. I don't agree that there's going to be, deregulation from an actual pollutant level, but I do still think that we can at least agree that our standards currently are a far cry better than what we get a lot of the times overseas. Correct? In manufacturing specifically.
Again, you keep claiming that we've already had this conversation. I don't see how this is beneficial. Like, if you're going to argue,
and you haven't conceded at all. Like, you're saying that it's better.
Comparative to some countries around the comparative to some countries.
Well, let's say China. Let's just say China.
Let me clarify. Comparative to some countries around the world, we do have better environmental standards. But if we want to incentivize a greater context for environmental standards, not only do we have to uphold that to an extremely greater extent here within our own country, we actually have to believe that it's something that needs to be addressed, whereas Donald Trump believes it's a hoax. But it is the case that we have to then engage in international affairs, specifically to be able to get other countries to do the same thing as us, like the Paris Climate Accords that Donald Trump pulled us out of. So on every front that you point to, we are worse off in terms of being able to address climate change because Donald Trump literally believes it's a hoax. He said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He actively denies science. He's not utilizing the basis for what leads to net benefits or not. He's gutting the EPA in circumstances in which there are net benefits.
Once again, climate control, where he's at on that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about from a manufacturing standpoint, because we got onto this topic through the avenue of tariffs and bringing manufacturing over here. Now, that being said, as far as the fact that he is aiming to bring manufacturing over here, even if you're saying where he's trying to deregulate, which I still believe that he's talking about deregulating it for the people who voted for him from a constituent standpoint of he wants to lower prices for energy. That's what, and even the EPA site references that they're cutting these so that it's cheaper on the American people. That he could not deregulate us to the point over 4 years.
When they say cheaper for the American people, that is completely and totally false because there is a net loss for society as a whole. It is more expensive for the American people for the regulation to not be imposed. So that is actually like, it might be less expensive to buy something, but it is going to be more expensive for society as a whole and health costs, right?
And like I said,
let me give an example. Another rule the EPA updated last year set standards for pollutions permitted in the air called the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. The update required the Clean Air Act cuts allowable soot particles by 25% to reflect new science on the harms for such of a pollution. The EPA in Biden's time calculated the change would annually save as much as $46 billion, 4,500 premature deaths, and 800,000 asthma incidents. But the EPA new fact sheet only mentions the estimated cost of the change being about $614 million, and not the benefits estimated at 76 times that amount.
Where is that coming from?
That's specifically from an AP News article.
Okay. Well, there's no bias
I'll
there.
tell you that. Well, they are independent, exactly. Trump's EPA rollbacks would weaken rules projected to save billions of dollars and thousands of lives. I do look at independent media. That's why I specifically go to AP News.
Yeah. I think that for a lot of people, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze on a lot of stuff. You keep referencing the Paris what is it? Help me out, Park. You know what I'm talking about.
You're cutting out. I can't really hear you, man.
Oh, I said help me out. What's the Paris climate exchange?
Paris Climate
correct?
Accords?
Is that what it is? Yeah. I said 95%. You said that that's outrageous. From what I understand, I heard it was like way over that we were paying.
You're cutting out a lot, man.
And like, wasn't it like an insane number? Oh, my bad, man. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
So how much were we paying for that Paris Climate Accord? Because I said 95% and you're like, that's outrageous. But I remember it being like the far majority.
I'm not quite sure. 95% is outrageous, and I asked for a source. So if you'd like to go look it up yourself, you can. I don't think any costs imposed are going to be less than the benefits. So that's the point I would make there. What do you mean that's crazy?
Man, like I just feel like it was an outrageous number.
Then go find it. Go look up the source. Why don't you look it up yourself? Do some critical thinking.
And I will.
You know what? I'll let you do it right now, and I'll thank some people in the meantime.
Okay.
I'll give you time. Let me thank some people in the meantime, everybody, while he tries to find this information. I am crushed. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I am crushed. Thank you. Jonna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And as an environmental scientist who works for the USDA, it is a fact that standards are being slashed and less inspections will be happening. Thank you, Jonna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Naya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For a Hi Parker, sorry, I'm a bit late. I just got off from work. You deserve the 100 and then some. Lol. Anyways, the build off of yesterday. What is your favorite band? I actually don't like specifically have like a band like I like listen to a lot. I'm honestly like not someone who really listens to like music all the time. I like listen to my girlfriend's playlist that she made for me, and that's it. So it's literally just like all her music, and they're always like, I feel like individual artists and not like bands. So I'm sorry that I can't really answer that, but thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm caught up there. Christopher, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ayana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mayflower, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for everyone there. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What would you do if you got in a tickle fight with Michelle Obama?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Someone said Parker get off so he can get on. I was kind of waiting till Dean got on to get off. Dean hasn't texted me he's getting on yet. Or anything. I don't know where Dean is. And I still got some time, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
January.
You said what? January?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be 19 then? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Did you find a source?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's a couple of there's several that are out there that are all claiming different things, but it's like $100 billion to $300 billion is what the total overall agreement was. And from what I read, we
Over
were
how many
paying
years?
roughly, I believe that's since 2016.
Okay, so that's like 1 to 300 billion over like a decade. That's like $30 billion a year, dude.
Yeah, that's is that not a lot of money?
Oh my god, dude, that's a very small portion of the budget, dude. Our military budget is $900 billion a year, for example.
Right, but once again, that doesn't make $30 million a little bit of money.
Well, it is from our federal standpoint. Like relatively, like you understand it's a comparison, right? Obviously, $30 billion is a lot to me. For example, $100 million is a hell of a lot to me, but to the government, is $100 million a lot?
No, I said
the federal
billion
government.
with a B.
What's up?
It's $100 to $300 billion.
Yeah, that's over like a decade though. So $30 billion a year.
Yeah, but I believe that it ramped relatively fast. Like the last 4 years was.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me where you got this from. I want to hear. And I just want to let you know that's investment in like renewable energy like projects. I think we need to be doing more investment than that. I think that's not enough, dude. I think that is not even close to enough, dude.
I agree with that 100%. I'm not saying that it's
listen
too much.
Please listen to climate scientists.
Right. I am saying that we can't be paying. It has to be representative. We need other people paying into it as much as we are. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying we just can't be carrying the whole load, right?
We can want to incentivize more people to pay more, but we have got to be the ones to like do it first as well, right?
Yes, but when that doesn't work, then it's not reciprocated, we can't keep going.
Yes, we can, and we should, because it still helps people here in the United States. Did you know that?
I do, but it doesn't give us the overreach without any buy-in from other countries. It doesn't give us the overreach to regulate it. If they have no skin in the game, we can't. The goal to get the opt-in is not necessarily for operation, but it's more of a promissory that if they have to show that they have some investment inside of this direction as well.
Okay, and they were to some degree some other countries around the world.
No,
right? Yeah, they were, and
not
it is
the
the case.
Not the ones that are
now they didn't do it to the degree that we.
Offenders did.
Now they didn't do it to
not
the
the
degree that. Now
did.
they didn't do it to the degree that they would like, that we would like, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't any move in that direction.
The worst offenders were not opting into it.
Okay,
there was such a surplus.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude. What is your goal to get closer to that? Do you even have a plan? Do you have any goal, or are you just sitting here and you're gonna say I'm not gonna accept any of them? Do you have a plan? What's your plan? Tell me right now.
Hopefully, we can get to where we're manufacturing here where it is healthier.
So your only plan is to reduce trade with other countries and to increase costs here in the United States? Wouldn't that increase costs more than any environmental regulations that you're referencing?
No, I think that when the pocketbook starts to get felt on both sides, that it would reduce cost even on the far side and maybe also help them do some of the things to move in the right direction.
When some of these particular rules that you're getting rid of have net benefits, how could it be a positive for society to get rid of them? They have a net benefit being in place.
From certain aspects, but not from all aspects.
What do you mean not from all aspects? Net is overall.
Right. It could be a net benefit from a financial standpoint, but it could be a net negative from an environmental standpoint.
No, net benefit is taking into account overall. Net means overall.
So then it's a way out of what's more important to you, the economy or the environment. And that's where it's different. A lot of people look at those things
No.
and hold them in
The societal
different
benefits, in terms of the economy are more. You're not understanding.
Than the environment?
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. Having these regulations in place increases how much money we have as a society because we spend less on health, right? Because there are negative impacts on health from air pollution, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna see eye to eye on this. I do appreciate it, Parker.
I'm using science though. Like you should use science. You should use factual evidence. You shouldn't just like believe things based upon your feelings.
Right. You definitely never do that.
Give me an example of when I've done that specifically relating to science.
Yeah. There you go. So I appreciate you.
Okay, no, give
Good
me any circumstance of me doing that. That was just like an offhanded comment that wasn't true.
I think you've said several things that weren't true.
Such
You
as?
apologize for them. I apologize for saying that about you. It's cool. It's good. We're square.
So I accidentally said something, and you're comparing that to like things that I don't see how that's comparable to any of this. What are we?
I believe that I value things different than you, and I believe that that's across the board. You're trying to make everything a checked box and not, and I don't think that's right. I think that some people do better with operation off of emotions and where they're at personally.
Wait, that's not me believing something with emotions and not facts. That was me missaying something.
Like I just said.
And that was an example of me lying either. I misspoke.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. You're good, man. I appreciate your time. It was a healthy conversation. I learned some stuff, and thank you.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I think we're going to do like one conversation, maybe more. I don't know. I think that's what we'll do. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. That's where my Linktree is. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Everyone, if you want to support me, I'd really recommend to go over to my YouTube. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. We're on my main account again, so make sure you're following here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up, dude? I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump? I can't hear you covering your mic, it seems.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, yeah, I like him better than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
I mean, just because I want to make money and not be broke as hell.
Okay, what makes you think that Donald Trump is going to make you make more money?
Well, he's raising all the stuff for inheritance tax.
You cut out. I can't hear you currently. Hello? Oh, he cut out. It looks like caller must have bought Trump Mobile. Hello? Oh, he cut out. He just left. CK, thank you so much for the you're amazing. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
You driving?
I'm pulling into my parking lot right now.
I'm sorry. Send a guest request back. I'll look for you in the guest box once you're done driving. Just send a guest request back and I'll be able to debate. Let's go to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24. How old are you?
23. Do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say I support him, but I support him over the opposing party.
So you would vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, I didn't really like how over the past 5 years it seemed as if Joe Biden was degrading while he was in office. And I think that the administration wasn't transparent about that. Now, I agree there's a lot of deceit on both sides, but at that current point in space-time, I believe that Joe Biden and the Biden administration, including Kamala, were very bad.
Okay, so you can't really mention when she lied, right? It was just the case that like she wasn't agreeing with people saying that like he can't do his job, which I mean I agreed that Joe Biden could do his job. So I mean he obviously had like cognitive decline over time, right? But I'm confused what your point is. What did she have to acknowledge, or what was she dishonest about?
Well, I guess there are things I just don't like about her character as well.
Such as?
I personally don't think she's very much of a critical thinker or comes up
really?
with solutions. Yeah.
What tells you that Donald Trump is more of a critical thinker than Kamala Harris?
Well, I would say that he's able to speak on like without a teleprompter, just like when he's rambling. I think there's a little bit more cohesiveness to his thoughts. Even if he says a lot of bad things, he's also saying a lot of things.
But you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
What's your response to that one?
I would say that it's not very intelligent. I just think it's that he talks a lot. So you can obviously nitpick many of the things he says. He's clearly misinformed about a lot of what he says. But given the 2 options, I would still like a guy who.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests, and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually. I met so many of them.
Actually, I think he's making a great point at the end there. Science really doesn't know most things.
So I think one area.
Yeah, wait. He said the climate's going to start cooling, and that science doesn't know that yet. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think science doesn't know that the climate's going to start cooling?
No, I don't think it knows. It depends what you're talking about. How precisely do they know that?
Oh, come on. Come on. He said the climate's going to start getting cooler, and science just doesn't know that it's going to start getting cooler. That's literally what he was saying.
Well, I mean, what period of time is he talking about? He's just making one small comment off the top of his head.
What period of time is he talking about? It doesn't matter. The climate's not getting fucking cooler. Okay?
It sometimes is. I mean, clearly weather goes up and down.
What does climate mean? Weather is different than climate. Do you know the distinction between weather and climate?
I'm assuming weather is on a smaller time scale. So where do you draw the line between weather and climate? See, everything has a certain degree of arbitrariness to it, or nuance.
So we're talking about the overall, like if average temperatures go up, right? For example, at the specific times during the year, you wouldn't be like, dude, you know what? He was just talking about winter. He was just saying that winter was going to come by, and that scientists just don't know that winter was going to come around.
So obviously there is science that currently is pointing towards an increase in the climate temperature over time.
Is there anything indicating that it's decreasing?
Yeah, well, I would say that a lot of what is being implemented Well, first off, let's just say that the models for these climates, it's a very complex thing to come up with. So I do like the discussion in a sense of this is not absolute truth. I would definitely say more scientific evidence points to it going up right now, but I just don't think the magnitude of the problem is as great as people make it seem.
There's no evidence of it going down. There's just literally none. There's actually none. So what is Trump's source for this claim?
Well, I'm just saying over billions of years, the climate has a lot of changes. And whether or not we're influencing that, I don't think it's the scale of the backlash on it is as great as it needs to be.
Oh, there needs to be more backlash for this. I'm sorry. The idea that you have even the thought in your brain that Donald Trump is more of a critical thinker is fucking insane. It's actually nuts. You think Donald Trump is a critical thinker?
How do you get on a podcast and speak for 3 hours without speak for 3 hours cohesively without I haven't seen
he's
Kamala
not speaking cohesively.
Yes,
literally
he is.
Give me one podcast where he's ever for the entire podcast made sense the whole time.
Why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan?
Well, she actually wanted to. She said in her book that she wanted to on the day that Trump was going to go, and that Joe Rogan chose to pick and go with Trump over her.
First of all,
she was extremely busy. She had 107 days.
Well, Trump is just as busy. In fact, if you look at the amount of time
he had more than 107 days.
And she didn't? Apparently they put a bunch.
No, she didn't. She had 107.
I heard they put a bunch of contingencies because they're, afraid to be in the open debate era.
You know what Trump's busy doing? He's playing golf. He plays golf more than professionals at the PGA Tour golf. He said that about Barack Obama and then golfed more than Barack Obama.
Yeah, I do think Trump still works harder when he's not golfing. And at the same time, when it comes down to it, he's a diplomat, right? I mean, he's delegating the country and probably golfs with some important people. Same with Obama.
He golfs with important people. That's what he's doing. He's cheating while golfing.
So he can't have any sort of enjoyment in his life, is what you're saying.
No.
See, that's crazy then. This is where
I'm trolling, dude. Of course he can have enjoyment, but he's doing it more than every other fucking presidential candidate, ever, dude. And then you guys blame Biden. You guys were like, Biden, where's Biden? Is he even controlling the country? While Donald Trump golfs all the fucking time. Is he even controlling the country? You guys were talking about Biden at the beach, and he spent 2 or 3 days at the beach, dude.
Yeah, so both have been misrepresented, and whether or not we have the data for the amount of time they're entertaining themselves is something that we should have, I guess, gathered before we make such big opinions on whether or not who's golfing more. I don't know, but I'll tell you what, Trump is definitely trying to do more things, whether he's doing things wrong or right. I didn't see Biden for 4 years when he was I didn't see him.
He's trying to do more things to destroy the country. The things that he's doing. Wait. Let's go over the things that he's doing. Let's go over the things that Donald Trump's doing. What is Donald Trump doing? He's acknowledging that he was wrong with Russia and Ukraine, and he's now full pro-Ukraine, and he says that we can take back the entirety of Ukraine that we took prior. He passed the big, beautiful bill that cuts 420,000 children per month off of free school lunch and breakfast, 2.5 million people off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their health insurance, while adding trillions of dollars to the debt, 3.4 trillion, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. He's not dropping the Epstein files. He called them a hoax and said that anyone who wants them to be released, shouldn't support him, and never actually did in the very first place. He specifically has gone after people's free speech by literally saying that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He's actively saying that we should send the National Guard to areas in which governors said that they didn't want them in the very first place, and saying that right now Portland is a war zone.
Yeah, he says a bunch of crazy things, but he also does a lot of things. At least is my. That's
Go
the
ahead,
point
tell
I'm
me
making.
what is he doing that's positive? Because everything he's doing is bad. That I've just mentioned.
I'd certainly like what he's doing with, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and think I have all the facts on me, but I do like what he's doing with regulation for U.S. businesses. I like his support of the U.S. businesses. I like his boldness and his strength. Let's see. He's got a lot of executive orders going through. I like to see things being done. I like to the transparency of him on X. I like what he's doing. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with
the transparency in saying the Epstein files were a hoax and saying that anyone who wants them to be released shouldn't support him and never supported them in the first place, and not dropping the Epstein files. Incredible transparency. I've never seen transparency such as that before.
No,
oh my
okay.
God.
Like,
you know, the boldness and strength required to go up against his own base and tell them that they're full of shit and that everything they're saying is conspiracy true is actually a hoax and bullshit.
No, I agree with you on that. I don't understand what the hell's going on with the Epstein files. I don't know why they aren't releasing it. I think he's probably listed on the files, but I don't understand why you weren't pushing
He's
this
on
so
the
hard
files,
during
but I
Biden
still
days.
support him. Oh my God, he's such a great candidate,
Okay.
greatest candidate we've ever seen.
No. First of
Businessman. He's going
first of all,
after
you can't say
regulations.
that
He's good for
someone's
businesses. I
guilty
tell you.
by association. You can't say someone's guilty by association like that. You can't drag a guy's name through the mud because he's on a list. We've all been face to face with the devil unknowingly. So maybe he was associated, and then maybe he's a piece of shit. But I can't
just his best friend for 15 years. That,
yeah, but that's an insane thing to say. You don't know that he was his best friend. Have you seen their text message?
He actually did. He said that they were closest friends. So that's one
He's
thing.
He's a hyperbolic guy, dude. You're gonna take one thing he says. You know he is.
Okay, so want to know something else? He said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
All right. Well,
he also said the 90s were a different time and that we just didn't understand the 90s.
I think that he says so many things that I could probably train an AI on all of the data that Trump has said and say, okay, I'm trying to slam Trump for X or Y. Give me, something that he said that's really, there's a lot of crazy coincidences out there, man. I'm just saying you can't you don't know that they were best friends. That's such a crazy thing to die on that hill.
He said himself.
He said that with many people.
Oh, name one other person he said that with.
All right, would you give me a chance?
Yep, give him a second. Belzian, thank you for the $150. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Belzian in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $150 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Absolutely. Look at that. Who's this? Who's this? Oh my gosh.
Yo.
Wait, who's that?
Yo.
What's up? What's up? You got mac and cheese?
Yeah, it's in the microwave right now. So I heard that we're talking about Epstein?
Yeah.
Hey, Hardware, I have a question. Why the fuck does Trump not want the files released, man? You know he's fighting tooth and nail to prevent it right now. In the House, they have 217 votes for the release of the files. The Trump administration has already called that an act of hostility against their administration. And in fact, Arizona last week held a special election to get a new representative to secure that 218th vote. And the representative won the election. Her name is Alicia Grahova, I believe. And she said that once she is an official member of Congress, she will release the files and be that last vote. In response, Trump's loyalist, Mike Johnson, is now preventing her official entry into Congress and is now delaying it until mid-October. Why is that?
Well, I would say it's because the Republicans are in power now, so they have the spotlight. So I do agree with you. My only concern is why are you not worried about it when it comes from the other side?
Well, I don't think that you really answered my question there. So before I entertain
I did.
your question, which would be a deflection, I want you to respond to what I just asked you, because you just said, well, I think it's because the Republicans are in charge. I'm so sorry. How does that sufficiently answer to my question detailing how the Trump administration is fighting tooth and nail to prevent the release of the files, to the extent where now they even have the Speaker of the House delaying the official entry of a new representative in
No,
the
I
Congress
answered
that
you
pledged to
completely
be that
because
last vote?
both sides are reluctant to have the files released. So whoever's in the spotlight.
Actually, what you just said is wrong. Every single Democrat in the House is voting for the release of the files.
While they're not in the
GOP
spotlight,
members.
while they don't have control of the
They had to
House.
convince 4 GOP members to come over to their side, and they got them. And now they're one vote short, so they held that special election. You're wrong.
Why didn't they hold that vote when Biden was in office?
Why you're not answering my question once
I
again?
did. I answered your question
deflection.
fully. You can ask it again, and I'll answer it straight
Wait,
up.
are you just saying that the reason Trump doesn't want the files released is because he's in them? Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that you should be just as passionate about the files being released right now as you weren't 4 years ago.
Once again, like all these questions in response, all these statements in response that are just not responding to what I'm saying. I
am
understand
responding to you
that you want to
because I
attempt to
agree
turn
with
my
you.
argument
I
around
said
on
I
me by
agree with
saying,
you.
Dean, why weren't you calling for the release of the files in the Biden-Harris administration? Dean, why didn't Biden release the files? And it's like, I swear to God, we could have good dialogue about all the questions that you're asking, just not when they're serving as a deflection away from the substance.
It's not a
that I'm reporting
deflection
to you.
because I told
It
you
is a
again, I
deflection
answered
because
you.
I asked you straight up, are you just simply saying that Trump doesn't want the files released because he's in them? And you didn't respond.
No, I already told Parker that I think Trump is in the files.
Whoa, can we agree that Kamala Harris wasn't in the files? Because if she was, then she would have been a 20-year-old girl in the 90s when when Epstein was doing his thing, meaning that she'd be a victim. So she's either in the files as a victim or not in them at all, and we don't have any reason to believe that she is in the files as a victim. So could we agree that Kamala Harris was not in the files?
I think more than likely you're right.
Okay, so why would you support somebody as president that is in the Epstein files, was his best friend, and you are now arguing probably did really bad things with him, compared to somebody that wasn't? Are you telling us that you want an anti-transparent, tyrannical regime with a P3DO in chief compared to a black woman?
No, what I'm saying is that being on a list does not make you guilty by association. I think that if people have been associated with someone who is considered evil, which Jeffrey Epstein seems to be an evil guy. I don't know him. I don't know all. It's hard. I think you should tend to think about these things in probabilities, man. Right? You can't say that just because Trump on the file, you're gonna brand him a pedo and brand him as
describe
best
him doing
friend.
anything bad. Well, then why would he stand against the release of the files? Because him being in him wouldn't indict him as doing anything wrong.
Well, it would just give him a terrible look. I mean, that's why he doesn't want him. It's not necessarily.
But everyone already thinks he's in them.
Right.
He is in them.
So point number one, I'd actually argue if the files were released and it clearly described Donald Trump as not being in direct guilt of child rape, so on and so forth, that would actually make his image better. Right? I'm telling you, I'd actually be honest with you.
How would they get to that conclusion? Because you know that would never happen.
I'll actually say this.
Even if he is
very
innocent.
slightly make the image of Trump in my head better. I would still think that he's a terrible president, 110% for about a billion reasons. But if Donald Trump was yeah, sure, let's release the files, and then it described that he wasn't colluding with Epstein, he didn't know, and he didn't rape any kids, it would slightly make him look better in my own mind.
I agree. I just think even if the file is released, that will never be a public thing that catches eye that makes him innocent, even if he is innocent.
Wait, no, that's absolutely so wrong. After that civil court held him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, automatically every single Trump supporter in existence turned around and said that he's innocent and she's crazy, even though a jury adjudicated his guilt. So obviously, if the files were released and they clearly said that he wasn't he wasn't in direct relationship with Epstein, he didn't know nor he did anything wrong, that would be the main headline on every single right-leaning media source and the main talking point of every Trump supporter for the next 9 months.
Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly what the files contain. Would it be able to make him innocent, or is it just a list of names of people who went to an island? What's the depth of these? Does anyone even know, or are we just using this for political weaponry?
Oh, so now you're like suggesting that maybe like the files just contain a list of the people that went to the island, and you're suggesting that maybe Donald Trump is on them and went to the island, and that's the reason he doesn't want to release the files. Yeah, I think that this is painting like a really bad picture for me in my head. I'm gonna be honest. As soon as I heard one of the survivors say that she was taken to Africa with Bill Clinton, which would be very similar to like Donald Trump going to the island where like other young women and girls were at, like my automatic response was to be absolutely so grossed out by Bill Clinton. And like I think he should be investigated and like likely go to jail if like he did anything wrong in Africa, right? 110%, right? But now you're saying that you think that Donald Trump went to the island, very similar to how Bill Clinton went to Africa, and you're still proactively defending his innocence, even though unlike Bill Clinton, he is the serving commander-in-chief, in which is now attempting to prevent the release of the Epstein files by obstructing on the swearing-in ceremony of a new congresswoman.
Well, again, obviously influential people were going to go to that island, right? And you don't have to know, even if you've gone to that island, you don't have to know that there's illegal activity going on there, right? There's a lot of scientists on that list, which is unfortunate, like Stephen Hawking. But probably for him, he was just going there. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I think in probabilities, but he might have just been going there to fund his own research, right? Because that's what scientists need to do. They look for wealthy and powerful people.
I don't know. When we consider like the conglomerate of facts, like I just said, the Trump administration actively obstructing on the swearing in of a new congresswoman, that would be approving the release of the files, him lying about not sending that letter to Epstein, saying that it wasn't a signature, even though we now know it was because it was officially released by Congress, and multiple handwriting experts have confirmed that was his signature from the 90s, after him lying to journalists, saying that he didn't know if he was on the Epstein files or not, even though we had the reporting from the Washington Journal telling us all that like 2 months prior to him lying to the journalists, the DOJ and Pam Bondi told him he was on the list. And, like, combination of all of these facts, I think like the story becomes clear. This motherfucker's guilty.
I mean, I think he's on the list. I don't think that makes him guilty.
How do you explain all the other facts that I just said? You chose to take one fact that I only implied and ignored everything else that I explicitly said. Why do you think that?
I don't think that's true. What did I ignore?
Yeah, sure. You ignored how I pointed out that he was lying to journalists saying he didn't know if he was on the files or not, even though we now know from Washington Post
I can't answer
that the DOJ told him 2 months before that he was, that he's obstructing on the swearing-in ceremony of the new congresswoman who said that she would approve and finalize the release of the files from the House, about him lying about the letter that he sent to Epstein, arguing that it wasn't his signature, even though we now have multiple handwriting experts that have confirmed it is his, so on and so forth. How do you respond to all these facts?
Okay, so you might not love my answer, but to be honest, like I agree with you. I think the guy's a con man. Like I'm just looking at this from a perspective of we have two bad apples.
Well, I want to ask you, what is the point of the con?
I don't understand.
What is the point of the con? What is the point of the con?
The con is to keep his image good. The point of the con is to keep his image good and keep.
Tell me one person that the set of facts I just described makes him look better. You can agree that every single person on the left looks at those set of facts and it makes him look worse. And you can also agree that you are a person on the right that has looked at those set of facts, and your takeaway is that he's a con man, obviously making him look worse as well. Who is this making him look better to?
No one, dude. I'm saying I supported Trump in the election because
wait. So then you're wrong. You told me the reason he was lying about all these things was to make himself look better, but then you just agreed that this actually doesn't make him look better to anyone.
Okay.
Do you see how now you actually don't have like a compelling argument that the reason he's doing these things is to make himself look better? So then I'll just go back to the question. Then what is the reason that he's done all these things?
I would say it can make him look better. Because if it does come out that he's definitively on the list, whatever information is on that, right? And by the way, there could be let's acknowledge that there could be multiple explanations for what's going on. I'm just hearing about this. How many people who talk about the Epstein list actually have an understanding of its origin? I don't know how vast and wide this is. I don't know anything about this, to be honest. And I would just like to stay humble in the amount of facts here, right? And trying to connect them together. And so while I think there's a lot of foul play going on, I think maybe he's doing it to keep his image better in the sense of whatever's contained within them.
Okay, so then why doesn't he do that to release the Epstein files?
Well, imagine he's going to release the Epstein files and he's on them himself. You
Yeah,
think
but
that
it
would
wouldn't
be...
that make, again, like we said earlier, wouldn't that like make his make it look better, right?
Okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. So I'm just getting back to my core thing is I don't think Trump is an amazing guy, right? The whole two-party system is whack to me anyways. I don't know why it's a thing. But when you say why do you support Trump, it's because you can't look at Biden and Kamala and not see an absurd amount of flaws. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, but I just think there's
we can say that we have disagreements. Let me clarify. We have disagreements with the Democrats. We have disagreements with Kamala Harris, but that is significantly lesser than the disagreements that we have with Donald Trump.
Right, and I'll actually prove this to you right now. Can you go ahead and describe one of Kamala Harris's flaws that amounts to something greater than the long list of flaws that I just described?
Well, I guess I don't necessarily know what she stands for because she doesn't.
So you can't name a greater flaw than like me randomly joining Parker's Live and talking to you about a new update of the Trump administration obstructing on a new congresswoman swearing into the House. Do you see how it works? Do you see how when you tell me that it's a both sides issue and Kamala Harris also has her flaws, that you can't, like, that's nothing more than words to you? There's no substance or reason to back that position?
Well, what if it's because Trump is actually doing more things? And there's not much to comment on about the Biden-Kamala situation. There wasn't much coming out about. Dude, they don't speak themselves unprompted.
You're committing a big fallacy right now. So the fallacy I'm going to be accusing you of is the one where you treat your thoughts as reality. Like, you can't just tell us because you don't personally know the things that they did, therefore they did nothing. Keep in mind that you didn't personally know that the Trump administration obstructed Congress from swearing in this new congresswoman. And in accordance with the view that you're describing right now, I guess that mean that they didn't obstruct it, but that's not true. There's a lot of things that the Biden-Harris administration did that you're not educated on. I'd actually argue that they were one of the most effective and active administrations in modern American history, passing some of the most monumental policy, included but not limited to the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, so on and so forth. You just don't know those things because you weren't paying attention, as your mind is just sucked into the mechanism of alt-right propaganda spewed on Truth Social, Telegram, and Facebook, so you're not going to be looking in places for true, genuine reporting on the wins of the last Democratic administration.
You can output a policy with a big fancy name and make it presented as very morally correct, right? Who wouldn't want infrastructure for lower class? Who wouldn't want good education and all these things?
So tell you one person that would want it is Trump, because now he's actually taking credit for the projects that are being funded by the infrastructure bill. He's putting up new signs on the project saying that this is being funded under Donald J. Trump's infrastructure bill passed in 2022 by Biden and Harris.
Look, I just don't think that you guys put the same energy towards the analogous equivalents on the left. And there was a lot of crazy things happening in 2020 where no one was willing to speak up about it. And when you talk about the policy, I agree with you. I'm not as informed about it as you are. And that probably gives you a bit more clarity in your arguments. But what I will say is I think there's a foundational problem with the way that we even talk about these things. Because you can make the argument that these policy changes being made can be the same, like we want the same outcome for the most part. Do you not agree with that? Or do you think Trump's just an evil man?
I think Trump clearly doesn't want the same outcome as us because he doesn't believe in climate change, for example.
I don't think he doesn't believe in climate change.
He literally says that it's a hoax.
He doesn't think it's as big of a deal as everyone
He literally said that it was one of the biggest hoaxes of the 21st century, like 3 days ago at the UN General Assembly.
Of the amplitude of outcry, not actually because...
No, he specifically thinks that humans can't cause climate change. Stop defending him for his idiocracy. This is what he has said and stayed consistent in his messaging on for the last 10 years.
I'm pretty sure are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, I tell you that.
Yeah, bro, you're trying to defend him by saying that he's not guilty of things that he admits.
Dude, he says more things, so he says more wrong things.
I don't even know what that last sentence meant.
He says more things, so he says more wrong things. That
doesn't even make any no. You're not. I don't understand. You're just saying that he speaks more, therefore he's going to be wrong more. You understand? They're both presidential candidates, right? They both speak a lot.
Check this out, Parker. Parker, did you know that you and me actually speak more than Trump? We stream every day for 46 hours, 7 days a week. And I will admit, Donald Trump speaks a lot publicly. He's always on Truth Social, and he does a lot of his things from the Oval Office, General Assembly, so on and so forth. But if you add up all the hours in totality, me and Parker actually speak more. Would you be able to point out worse and more wrong, quote-unquote, things that me or Parker? Let's just combine both of us. That's 10 hours a day. You can't refute that would be more.
No, dude, it's not like I think you guys are dumb or I hate you. I'm being asked why I supported Trump over fucking.
Can you answer my question, though? Because you just argued that you could point out more wrong things that Trump has said because he said more things in the public eye than Biden or Harris. Can you point out more wrong things that me and Parker have said than Trump, since we say more things?
Exceptions don't break a rule, my friend.
Wait, then how do you even know it's a rule? Because you use two isolated circumstances.
It's a rule because if you speak more, you're going to speak more wrong words.
Listen. You use two isolated circumstances of a comparison between Biden and Harris and Trump in order to argue that this rule is true and valid, meaning that I can easily refute the foundation of this rule, which was based upon the comparison of two people to one person, by making another comparison of two people to one person, that second comparison being me and Parker to Trump. You are just simply affirming and you are confirming your bias when you argue that obviously because Donald Trump speaks more than Biden and Donald Trump says more wrong things, then there's a correlation between speaking more and saying more wrong things, and you are disregarding any data to suggest that your hypothesis is wrong, such data including the fact that me and Parker have not said more wrong things than Trump, even though we publicly speak more. This is just one example of many examples
I can prove it to you
tribalism in American politics and confirmation bias playing an incredibly important role in the minds of so many MAGA cult members in America today.
No, dude, I can prove this to you theoretically. If your probability to say something right is 99%, it doesn't matter. The more things you say, the more the 1% is still going to come into play.
Wait, how do you know that Trump and Biden possess that same probability?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't say everything correct, as long as you don't say everything correct, the more things you say, the more things you will say that are wrong.
But how do you know that Biden's probability, for instance, to say correct things is like 95%, then Trump's is like fucking 35%?
That's the thing. I'm not making that argument. What I'm saying is it's definitely a factor.
You're not responding to what Parker said.
That's not true. I'm saying it definitely is a factor that speaking more gives you a higher chance to say more wrong things overall that could then be highlighted and treated not as statistical outliers, but as the status quo of how he's speaking, which I don't think is represented properly.
But what I'm just simply describing to you is that speaking more isn't solely the reason why, and my evidence would be people like me.
It's not solely, I agree, but it's
okay. Well, then if it's not solely the reason, well, then you have no argument.
Yes, I do, dude. I just
want to clarify. Are you saying that you still support Donald Trump as president, even though he said that human-caused climate change doesn't exist? He wants the state to control the media. It's illegal to protest him, and he wants to infringe upon your First, Second, 14th, and 22nd Amendment rights just by simply and merely saying, well, he speaks a lot, so we'd of course expect him to say some fascist, authoritarian, racist, so on and so forth.
That's crazy. That's crazy. The fact, if you want to get into that, you see this whole skewing of reality is done. It's obviously done by both sides, right? But the whole thing of putting the word Nazi, that is absurd to me that y'all are actually comparing this to something so extreme, like calling Elon Musk a Nazi. Are you going to tell me that wasn't absurd?
Wow, what a pivot. So I was just simply saying
no,
that
that's fair.
Says fascist and authoritarian things, and you're like, oh, so you're calling Elon Musk a Nazi? Bro, what is going on?
No. I'm just making a point that I think you could put, like, why do you have to choose such a side? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm choosing the side of truth, man. Yes,
but that's not true.
It is fascist and it is authoritarian to like identify an enemy as a unifying cause and lie about the whereabouts, actions, and proclivities of undocumented immigrants, suggesting that they've all escaped prisons and they're going to grape your wife, eat your pets, and kidnap your children. Yes, that is the fourth tenet of fascism, sir. Okay, and yes, it is the seventh tenet of fascism to advocate for state-controlled media, such as when Donald Trump said that he literally thinks it's illegal to criticize him in the media. And
No,
FCC
don't even get
canceled
into
Jimmy Kimmel.
that, because his account was banned by the Biden administration, who put pressure on Meta platforms. And
He was banned before their administration even started. What the hell are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? His
He
account
was banned before their administration even
Okay,
started.
sorry. He was banned. He was banned by Democratic administration. And
until January 21st, 2021, which was after he was banned on most of these platforms. He was actually banned days after the insurrection on the Capitol. It was still under Trump's administration.
Okay, fair enough. Well, even so, and obviously you might just make an argument against this, but those media organizations were way left-leaning. Maybe not so much anymore, but at that point, even if it was under Trump's administration from 2016.
Left-leaning or right-leaning, you probably should be banned on social media if you caused an insurrection on the Capitol and attempted to coup and rig the outcome of a federal election.
You can't see, but then there's your fallacy. You're saying that he insurrected a riot. Or I don't know. I don't know if you said the word riot.
He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that, but I would still support him.
Dude, I'm sorry. Is that not telling you that he condoned them assaulting police officers?
That he pardoned?
He pardoned and called them patriots.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think he was definitely under pressure to do that. I don't necessarily agree with him doing that. I wouldn't say that was his best move. I don't know. What anything else?
Who pressured him to do that? I thought he doesn't fall under pressure to anyone. I thought he was like bold. I thought he was strong.
Yeah, he is bold and strong. I mean, that's kind of clear and obvious. I would say
that's what you said earlier. So then why was he succumbing to the pressure?
That's what all politicians do. They have to please their voters.
Okay, and so you're telling me his voters were telling him to say that a violent insurrectionist was a patriot and he should pardon someone who beat a police officer? That's what his base was telling him to do?
Wait, does that please you as one of his voters?
You said what?
Does that please you as one of his voters?
I wouldn't say it pleases me, no. I would say, I mean, you're kind of looking at one specific case where a guy did something wrong and he was pardoned, and then saying this means that Donald Trump is disrespecting cops.
Yeah.
Pardoning people who assaulted police officers is not very respectful to those police officers, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah,
but again,
bro.
it's
Listen,
it's not net.
But also, I just want to let you
positively,
know that
gives
you're
a lot of
actually
respect
pushing
to the police
more
officers.
anti-MAGA propaganda than me and Parker. You're pushing more anti-MAGA rhetoric. Okay, because when we're up here, we're disputing Trump for sure, but you just disputed every single person that voted for Trump by arguing that they're so demonic that it pleased them to watch Donald Trump pardon violent offenders that try to beat up and kill cops by giving them heart attacks with stun guns, and then call them patriots.
That's way too radical of a response to what I said.
It wasn't a response.
I'm not claiming everyone's demonic because they're pleased. Dude,
wait! Why can't we agree that it's super evil, dark, and twisted to be pleased with rewarding somebody for trying to kill another human?
I don't know if he was trying to kill him. At the same time, yes, I agree.
DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of Officer Fanone on the steps of the Capitol after Officer Fanone had been beat over the head, back, and stomach with metal rods, and somebody to take his gun and shoot him.
Fine.
After DJ Rodriguez drove that stun gun into Officer Fanone's neck, Officer Fanone then experienced PTSD and a heart attack that he had to go to the hospital for. Officer Fanone then testified that DJ Rodriguez had done this to him, gave the FBI his body camera footage. FBI found DJ Rodriguez, got locked up, pled guilt, was sentenced to 12 years. First day in office, Donald Trump lets DJ Rodriguez out of jail 8 years early and calls him a patriot. Of course, it would be pretty dark and twisted to be pleased over that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be pleased over that, and I don't associate myself with hardcore MAGA idiots. All I'm saying is that we're given two
Trump?
terrible. I mean, fuck, dude. Sure, yeah. But
Trump literally is a hardcore MAGA idiot, and you're associating yourself with him by supporting him.
Right. Well, then
what
also,
else am I supposed to do?
You actually can't even argue against this because you just said people that would be pleased by what Trump did would be hardcore MAGA idiots. What does it make Trump for being the one that actually did it to begin with?
Look, again, I think you're taking one piece of evidence and using that. Like, why? My whole point is why you're not so passionate about the exact same morally illegal or morally wrong actions happening on the other side. Maybe is it
They don't
because
exist.
you have to take a stance?
They don't exist.
They do exist, man.
Name
They do
one person
exist.
that Biden pardoned that tried to kill a cop.
Well, I can't name one person
Capitol.
Biden pardoned that tried to kill a cop. That's super one-to-one, but I can name disingenuous actions.
Wait, didn't you say the exact same on the other side? And then I said they haven't done the exact same thing. Then you're like, no, they have.
He's like, disingenuous actions are comparable to literally pardoning someone who tried to literally unalive a police officer.
Yes, there are actions that are just
assault
as
them.
bad as that.
Yeah, I'd rather be disingenuous than reward attempted murder.
Okay, well, there are just as morally wrong actions that occurred from the left side.
Tell us,
And so
give us
I
an
don't
example. Give us a specific example.
Okay, why was it not denounced like the loots and riots in Minneapolis, for example?
Didn't they constantly denounce them over and over again, over and over again, over and over again, over and over again, because Republicans wouldn't stop asking the questions over and over again? They did it. I'm sorry, did they pardon any of the people involved in any of these circumstances?
Look, there's a lot of different people. Like, what about the Brittany Griner thing? Why are they giving her so much attention? But honestly,
What is this guy saying? What is this guy yapping about? You just swiped out of the app. What is it?
Yeah, man, I'm going to. Okay, do you guys not agree that it's kind of hard in argument to like you guys are very good at remembering all of these situations and whatnot? But I know there's 20 situations that I have banked in my mind. I just can't recall it instantly. Like, I feel like that's where people get the leg up in arguments.
Yeah,
because I could
critically think about it. Figure out if you can find
an hour and give you a write up. I could give you an essay on all of these different things. But
okay, then I'm gonna need a 10-page paper sent to my email by the end of the day.
Bet, dude, you got it.
You
gotta fucking hit me up with your email though.
Post it onto your TikTok and at me.
Sounds good. Anyways, yeah, I just think there's negativity on both sides, and I wish y'all would y'all are very intelligent people. I would like you to put your passion energy towards situations that occur on both sides, and not take a statistical outlier event and propagate it as the average.
What are you talking? What were we doing that with?
Again, I can't recall a single scenario. That I feel like that should be a fallacy.
Asking for a single example of them doing something that they claimed that they did and not being able to provide it. So I have to, deflect away from that and blame the other person. You know what I mean? That if I do that, then maybe they won't think that I'm wrong.
No, I'm saying not be able to recall it on spot, right? Because the people that you bring on here aren't as invested in the current events of political policy as you. But if you gave them, again, just some time to research, that's why I think kind of argument.
Wait, isn't this just an inverse of an argument from ignorance? So typically an argument from ignorance fallacy would be because you don't know it, therefore you're wrong, or this isn't true. Not saying that you don't have any reason to believe it's true, but just literally that it's false. I kind of feel like you're doing the opposite of that, where you're arguing because you don't know these things, therefore we're wrong and you're right.
No. What I'm saying is, just because you can't recall a single scenario off the top of your head, no, it doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong or right. It means that.
Oh yeah. So that's true. Just because you can't give reason for a belief doesn't mean that the belief is wrong. But what it does mean is that you don't have enough reason to find the belief to be true. It goes both ways.
No,
in the same way, what you're saying right now is right. You're right when you say it doesn't mean that you're wrong just because you don't have any reason. It also means it doesn't mean that you're right because you don't have any reason.
I didn't claim to be right.
When in a debate, you're not claiming you're right?
Again, I think y'all should think about this in more of like a gradient sense. Like these things influence each other across parallels, and it's not so right. This policy and then gas prices go up. Okay, what about
was that a concession?
I think it was.
For what?
He's not claiming that he's right. So is that a concession?
Yeah, you don't claim to like actually have good reason to support Trump. You don't claim that it is true that
No,
Trump
because you
is
can't know anything.
What? Wait, did we just turn you into like a complete nihilistic skeptic?
Wait, he said that he can't believe anything. I have a question.
No, I said you can't know anything.
Oh, you can't know anything?
Yeah.
Do you know your own age?
I think I know my own age, but I can't verify that with certainty.
Okay, so wait, but we don't use know in just the only connotation of certainty. Do you know that you're I have a question. How about this? Let's run this down. Do you know do you know that your friends exist?
Okay, I'm getting at this from a very, very technical standpoint. No.
Dude, he's
do you know that I exist?
No,
Do you know? I'm
how do you
getting
know
at
that you're
something
not a
way
brain
more
in a vat?
technical.
I have a question.
and
How do you know
subtle.
that you're not a brain in a vat developed by an evil scientist that has you placed in a virtual reality?
Exactly, you don't. So you should think about everything in probabilities.
How do you know that our universe wasn't created by Rick Sanchez? We're actually the microverse.
It could be.
We're actually the microverse.
Like, I don't believe that.
How do you know that we're not the
Believe and know
microverse,
are
buddy?
different. I don't know that we're not in the microverse.
I don't know. I don't know that we're not living in
We are.
GTA. Maybe we could be living in GTA. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
like, it's
maybe the
probably
world
out-
we're living in is the DC universe.
Exactly. So you should be humble about things and not think you are 100% right. That was what I was getting back to.
Maybe SpongeBob is real.
I mean, shit, dude. I don't think he is, but maybe he is. You see?
Maybe Bikini Bottom is at the bottom of the ocean.
You never know.
Never know, right?
Like 10 to the negative 35% probability, but I'm just saying that you can't know anything. So no, I don't think I'm absolutely right on anything I'm saying.
Do you think
do you know you exist? I'm just saying I don't know that I'm right.
Well, no, I just have a question. Do you know that you exist?
Actually, I would say that was a very smart question. The one thing you can know with certainty is you're aware of something.
Well, how do you know that you're actually aware? Could it be the case that you're not actually aware?
No, I think awareness itself is kind of absolute.
Yeah, gotta run some Descartes on him, bro. I think therefore I am.
No, but seriously, dude. I can run this crazy, bro. You don't know anything other than the fact that you exist. Like that's it.
Yeah. Everything else is based on a Bayesian inference.
Obviously, we're gonna say that it's probabilistic, but that doesn't mean you don't know it. Using knowledge in that context is like not actually like a typical usage of knowledge. It's obviously sounds like an absurd usage of knowledge.
I think it's important to build up.
How do you even know what a Bayesian inference is?
I studied physics.
I didn't know that physics taught Bayesian inferences. That is like more like rigorous philosophy coursework.
Yeah, it's more.
I think it carries over into different fields, depending on the context.
Yeah.
Especially because they're based on explanations of the natural world, especially in physics. But yeah. So I guess like, what's your point with this though? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what I'm trying to say is I supported Trump over Biden and Kamala because I thought that
wait,
he was
I have a question. Do you know that
Yeah.
you're not a murderer?
Well, again, I think with a high probability, I'm not a murderer.
That was funny. That was good, Parker. That was good. That was
Wait, you can literally know that for certain too. I don't know why you answered that one.
No, see, you say you can know things from certain, but I'm serious when
He said, dude, it's actually
because it's foundational.
He said it's actually a high probability that I'm not a murderer.
Extremely high probability that I'm not. So high probability that
you could consider the probability that I am
You
negligible.
did. You can't say that
count
it's. You can't say that you're certain that you're not a murderer. I can say I'm certain I'm not a murderer. I can say that. I
Yeah,
am
so would the
certain
guy
that
in
I've
Shutter
never
Island.
murdered somebody. Holy shit.
So would have Leo DiCaprio in Shutter Island. He would have been certain on. He was certain on that for like 90% of the movie. Spoiler alert.
Oh my god, bro.
Well,
at least you could say that you know that you're not a murderer, man. You don't know.
I mean, you can say that. I'm just saying.
I think that I think that what you need to understand is that word "no" doesn't mean 100% certain.
Yeah.
Okay, well then we kind of treat it like it is. Like
No, we don't. Actually,
yeah, we do.
no, we never do. The only time we treat the word "no" as 100% certainty is in conversations with epistemological skeptics such as yourself. It is actually you, the skeptic, who's using an unconventional, atypical usage of the word "no."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would tend to disagree with that because I guess the way that something you can say sputters down to the masses, they will take it as absolute fact. When
Wait. Okay, so like for instance, when I was at the gym today, my girlfriend like called me, we talked, and she said she was going to the mall. And if I said that I know my girlfriend went to the mall, would I be using the word "no" there in like a conventional, traditional, typical sense?
You would be. I'm just saying when you
So
are.
then, but you just affirmed that the typical conventional sense of the word "no" is not 100% certainty, because obviously I don't and didn't possess 100% certainty that she went to the mall.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't take that as the typical usage. I'm saying in this argument, I was bringing up the point that it's still important when specified to articulate the idea that you can't technically. I'm getting super pedantic. Yes, I agree, but I'm just specifying that you can't technically know anything. I know the typical way to say no is like, okay, I'm 99.9% sure that this is what's happening, but it's important to make that specification so that it underpins the entire argument that we have. Otherwise, why are these people think you can't think you're absolutely right on things? It's insane, right? We can agree on that.
You're saying that in a manner in which that's not a good way to convey the message. Is essentially what we're trying to tell you. Most people don't have that concept of knowledge, right? And like you're not really providing anything more useful to any set of circumstances that occur just by using knowledge in that way. You're not
Yes,
getting
I
anything.
would say when you see
No,
something
you're not.
online,
You can demonstrate that you don't know things for certain, but you do know things for a high probability through other types of means other than specifically this. Like this is especially not the best way to communicate that message.
Okay, so you know something with a high probability, fine. But it's still good to keep in mind that when you see something online, right, your response is not like, you know, that many people's response to what they see is this is absolute truth.
Like for example, Trump supporters, right? Like they believe that they won the 2020 election with no evidence, and it is the case that they're certain in that fact, and they didn't even go and research it. They don't care to research it. They follow it just because Trump said it.
Again, see, some of them researched it. But was that implied when you talked about it?
It was actually less than it was a majority. A majority just accepted that Trump won the 2020 election.
Exactly. So I'm not saying he went the best about that, but I still think that the election fraud was non-zero, correct?
But it was nothing near enough to influence the election. It was actually less prevalent than in the previous election.
And so that's where the argument comes in. And to say that you absolutely know you're right about it, I think we should be a little bit more open. That's all that I'm saying. I don't understand why.
I'm gonna go start my own live. This dude's tripping.
Okay. Yeah, go for it. I was about to get off as well.
Word. If you want to co-host at any point tonight, feel free to come over. But I bet you've already been on for like 5 or 6 hours, so I bet you're pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm like 5.5 right now. I'll let you know.
Word. All right. Well, I'm going to go start my stream for everyone watching when Parker ends. If you want to come hang out and watch more debates, just like all the debates you've been watching for the day here on @ParkerGetAJob, just head over to @ItIsDean. See y'all there very, very soon. Take care, Parker.
See you, bro. Everyone, by the way, I'm going to be getting off here in a second. If you like this content, I do this every single day for around 4 to 5 hours. So make sure to follow me if you haven't already, especially here on this main account here on TikTok. Especially if you're here on YouTube as well. I'd really appreciate if you subscribe. Go check out the YouTube if you haven't already. I post a bunch of all the the debates there. So if you want to see a bunch of debate content, you can go on YouTube and see a bunch of it there. But yeah, is there anything else you want to say or talk about Hardwire before I go, get off for tonight?
No, I would just say I appreciate you letting me speak. I think that you have a great platform, so I just wouldn't put the blinders on. That's all.
Of course not. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
You as well. You as well. All right, everyone. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming on tonight. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. I really would appreciate that. Also, if you want to go over to there, go check out my YouTube. I would always really appreciate it. I have a few people to thank before I'm going to get off for tonight. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kendall, thank you for the $1. Yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you. Sammy, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Helen with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure I can follow through with the YouTube real quick, and then I'm going to get off for tonight. Give me 1 second. I'm following through on the YouTube. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate it so much. Kim, thank you for the $2. Stringless, thank you so much for the $2. Kayla with the $2. Nobody, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Ryan with the $2. Thank you. Plant-based, thank you for the $5. Toads, thank you for the $2. Raven with the $20. Thank you so much. And Sing, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Creative W's for all the gifters in the comment section. Thank you, everyone. If I missed your gift, I really apologize. Have a fantastic night. Go check out Dean's stream, Dean Withers on YouTube, and it's Dean with 2 A's and 2 N's on TikTok. I love everyone so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.